Published at 13th of February 2019, 2:20 and 4 seconds AM. Chapter 1222. The newborn king spirit's face changed. With two purple swords, he repeatedly tried to slash Han Sen. Dong! The swords repeatedly collided with force of such magnitude that they produced shockwaves strong enough to blow away the approaching super creatures. The roof of the tower was blown off like a lid, as well. The newborn king's spirit was fierce, and he kept on swinging his swords without relenting for a moment. As he did so, he'd repeatedly called out and shouted. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. There was a stark contrast between his white light and the purple of the spirit. Die! Han Sen blasted. The purple sword was cut in half by the angel sword. And as the spirit momentarily froze in shock, its guard dropped just enough for the angel sword to swing back and plunge itself deep inside the spirit's chest. As victorious and relief-bringing as this should have been, Han Sen did not feel a triumph had been achieved just yet. Something felt oddly wrong. The king's spirit's body did not feel solid when the sword cleaved through the flesh. The angel sword was able to pierce through without any resistance. It didn't sink through the flesh as it should have. The king's spirit laughed, and then he tried to strike Han Sen. Han Sen moved forward. In that one step, he managed to get behind the king's spirit. Traveling with a manipulation of space was not considered actual teleportation, but the effects were similar enough to be almost indistinguishable. The purple sword hit nothing. Han Sen then swung his angel sword with a blistering speed that made the weapon look as if it had disappeared. But it reappeared as it struck the king's spirit. Han Sen swung again and again as the smoke of the spirit's figure began to tear. Even so, it all looked pointless. After the king's spirit was sliced in two, it recovered with ease. The king's spirit was further angered by Han Sen's actions, though. The purple smoke became a bunch of swords that again took on a will of their own and tried to kill Han Sen. However, it wasn't enough to throw off Han Sen's roll. With another slight move, Han Sen was behind the king's spirit once more. Han Sen did not hesitate to strike the king's spirit with the angel sword again. You can't hurt me. Give it up, the king's spirit mockingly called out. Han Sen sliced the king's spirit in two again, and after that, he dashed ahead. But the king's spirit instantly recovered again, telling Han Sen, you can attempt this many, many times, but... Before he finished, his face had changed. Han Sen was in front of the spirit statue, with his hands touching the spirit stone. How dare you? The king's spirit raced forward to Han Sen and tried to cut him down. But without even paying him heed, Han Sen took the spirit stone in his hands. Boom! The purple blade that was about to strike Han Sen broke. The newborn king's spirit froze, as his eyes fell on the sight of Han Sen, whose hands were now holding the stone. Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? Han Sen turned to the spirit and gave him the ultimatum, as his fingers quivered as he thought about what he should do. He was tempted to break it then and there. The newborn king's spirit continued to stare at the spirit stone that was in Han Sen's hands. After a while of silence had elapsed, he lowered his wings and knelt. He said, I, Purple Emperor, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. Han Sen was delighted to hear he was submitting, so he jovially placed the spirit stone inside the emperor's forehead. Han Sen felt very nervous. He had been afraid the king's spirit was going to self-destruct. After all, his Super King Spirit mode was not very intimidating, and it had obviously not been of sufficient strength to engage the spirit one-on-one. The moment Han Sen put the stone on the spirit's forehead, a purple light bathed the entire tower in a dazzling haze. Then the spirit entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. But unfortunately, he did not have the time to examine the spirit any further. So Han Sen disconnected from Little Angel, an act that left them both feeling very weak. Then, Han Sen used his blood demon dragon wings to remain safely airborne. He then asked Disloyal Knight to help Thorn Queen. The moment Han Sen took the stone, the creatures all disbanded and fled in a hurry. Thorn Queen had used her vines to trap one super creature and prevent it from escaping, though. The vines were like a cruel cage, pinning the creature in place. The thorns had punctured deep into its flesh, like nails that had been hammered into it. The creature spat and frothed out ice from its mouth in a futile bid to escape. But like hungry needles, the thorns sucked its blood and made it weak. Han Sen looked at the super creature and noted how it was a white wolf with icy powers. It was rather strong, and it surprised him to see that it was so well restrained. He wondered if that was Thorn Queen's natural strength now, or if it was only possible through the power of the equinox flower she had just received. Disloyal Knight jumped down to help her finish the beast off, but Thorn Queen had already sucked it dry and killed it herself. Super creature Ice Wolf God killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Will you accept the beast soul? Han Sen wanted it, but a form of ice was already coming out of Thorn Queen. It was then placed in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, presenting him with an ice wolf. Han Sen exited the tower but did not see any more creatures. There were some weak stragglers, but they weren't worth the effort. Uninterested with anything more, Han Sen returned to the tower to examine his spoils. Published at 16th of February 2019 1:55 and 5 seconds p.m. Chapter 12:23 Ice Wolf God's flesh and life geno essence were great rewards, but Han Sen was happiest about gaining ownership of the Purple Emperor and the Beast Soul. Han Sen looked at the Beast Soul with much joy. Super Beast Soul Ice Wolf God, Armor Type. Han Sen hadn't found another Super Armor Beast Soul since his last one got destroyed, so this was a supremely beneficial gain. Han Sen summoned the Ice Wolf God armor to try it on. When it appeared, he was clad in ice-white armor that was skirted with fur. It was both stoic and beautiful. Unfortunately for him, it was a light armor. Its defense was not as sturdy as the last armor he had obtained, but with that being said, it had immense ice and frost defense. The armor glistened softly as the images of snowflakes were generated around him, giving the illusion that snow was perpetually falling in his proximity. It was gorgeous. Han Sen could use it to block AoE attacks, and what's more, it was also great against fire. He would have liked something a little more useful, but Han Sen wasn't willing to complain too much. This was already a brilliant find, and it sure had the looks. After a while of self-admiration in the armor, he put it away and decided to get a good look at Purple Emperor. Just the mere thought of doing that made him giddy, as he never expected himself to be able to obtain an emperor so soon. Han Sen did not bother reading his stats and just summoned him right away. When Purple Emperor appeared in front of him, Han Sen told him, "Tell me what powers you possess." Purple Emperor told Han Sen about himself without delay. Han Sen was disappointed, ultimately. He had indeed opened 10 gene locks, but his growth really had been stunted by nutrient deprivation. This made him weaker than the average emperor. Opening 10 gene locks is harder than replenishing the nutrition he might not have received. Thinking it over, Han Sen's disappointment was alleviated somewhat. Some king spirits actually managed to reach emperor status without opening 10 gene locks. Purple Emperor was more than fine, and he had already proved his abilities in the fight earlier. Purple Emperor was strong and intelligent, and the only thing it truly lacked was experience. That was most likely because it had only just been born. So, aside from what resided in his instincts, he knew nothing. He was like a big baby, in some ways. It was fortunate of me to claim him now. With him being doe-eyed, it made my claiming much easier. If it was an emperor with much experience, I'd wager he'd rather self-destruct than submit. Han Sen was certainly warming up to him. There were quite a few super creatures in the vicinity, so Han Sen planned to stay at the shelter and see if he could kill a few of them and perhaps max out his super Geno point tally. So, Han Sen had Purple Emperor, Thorn Queen, and Disloyal Knight remain at Tower's shelter while he returned to the Alliance. Han Sen and Little Angel were still weak, so he thought it would be best if they took a small break to recover. Furthermore, upon returning to the Alliance, Han Sen's attention was brought to a number of messages he had received while away. They had all been left by Lin Weiwei, and with the number of them there, the subject must have been an urgent one. Han Sen opened the message to be greeted by an image of Lin Weiwei. She said, "Are you there? Holy Sword Shelter is under attack." The rest of the messages all dealt with the same matter, and almost immediately, Han Sen was greatly worried. With Xia Qing King there, whatever was attacking the shelter and causing such panic and distress had to be an obscenely powerful force. Han Sen contacted Lin Weiwei, and when she picked up, she was surprised and said, "Finally, you're back." "Yes. What's the issue?" Han Sen said. "Some spirit brought a bunch of creatures to attempt to conquer us. Xia Qing King killed them all, and so we believe the issue to be over." But a little while later, another host of forces came. This time, the outfit contained a number of super creatures. "Xia Qing King told us to teleport back to the Alliance, and if we couldn't get a hold of you, stay there." Lin Weiwei paused for a moment, in obvious worry. After taking a breath, she continued by saying, "Will Xia Qing King die by remaining there all alone? I don't think that guy will go down without a fight, he won't go down easy. I'll go and check it out, you stay here safely." On the inside, Han Sen knew this had to be bad. Xia Qing King was not afraid of anything, but if he told the other humans not to come back, it showed he lacked confidence. That was what was most disturbing about this affair. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. He knew he had to hurry back to Holy Sword Shelter. It had been 4 days since the humans took refuge back in the Alliance, and so Han Sen feared it might be too late for him to save Xia Qing King if things had turned ill in his absence. Han Sen rode Golden Growler back, bringing all his spoils with him. When he arrived at Holy Sword Shelter, all was quiet. The place was in ruin, but the fighting was over, that much was clear. Buildings had been toppled and walls had collapsed, so the place was in a right state. When Han Sen entered, he was immediately brought great relief. There, he saw Xia Qing King sunbathing as if nothing had changed. On his chest rested a comic. "You're fine. That is a relief." Han Sen smiled. Xia Qing King sat up, and when the comic fell, Han Sen was given a fright. There was a big wound in his chest, one that had exposed his heart. You could clearly see the organ pump. What happened? Han Sen knew that whatever damage he had incurred, Xia Qing King should have healed by now. The wound has been marked with a strange power. It won't heal. But that's fine, don't worry. Xia Qing King composed himself and went on to say, "But they'll be back. And I'm sorry to say this, but when they do, I won't be able to stop them. Bring Lin Weiwei back and take them someplace else. Take them someplace they can be safe, yo." "Who did this to you?" Han Sen frowned with much concern. "Thunder Hell Emperor's cronies. He won't show himself, but whoever he sends is sure to be strong. And next time, they'll be even stronger. I can't fight them alone." Xia Qing King frowned and began to bleed again. "You're not alone." Han Sen approached Xia Qing King and used silver lightning on his chest. Published at 16th of February 2019 1:54 and 56 seconds p.m. Chapter 12:24 Han Sen used his lightning-derived healing ability, the ability he had received from Silver Fox, to start healing Xia Qing King's wounds. It exhausted Han Sen, and if Xia Qing King was to fully recover, it'd take a few days. Inside the shelter's palace, Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and released Qing Jun. As soon as she was released, the sprouts and vines resumed their growth. She did not know why Han Sen had summoned her, and she started to panic. 0. Han Sen called, wanting to see if the Ajura Sutra could deal with the affliction. There was going to be a battle, and if Han Sen could fix his bottled collection of spirits and creatures, they'd be of immeasurable help. 0 approached Qing Jun in a feisty rush, flailing her arms as if to attack her. As this occurred, Han Sen slipped behind Qing Jun and held her by the arms, restricting her movement. 0 slashed her body, killing the invasive vine sprouts and eliminating their roots. Dragon King was correct. The Ajura Sutra was indeed able to destroy the vines. Qing Jun and Dry Bone King had attempted to get rid of them over the course of their incarceration in the bottle. None of their attempts had yielded any positive results thus far. She was surprised a little human had again provided them a definitive answer to another one of their problems. Qing Jun, are you free from those sky vines? Han Sen asked. Qing Jun, released from his clutches, patted herself down to examine her body. Then she said, yes, actually. I don't think I feel them. Good. But you're out of the frying bottle and into the fire, I'm afraid. We're going to come under the assault of a terrible enemy. I need your help. Tell the others I will remove their vines, but only if they truthfully remain here to help in the defense of this shelter. Han Sen paused, and then went on to say, and don't forget to mention the king's spirits will have to provide me their spirit stones, and super creatures will have to sign a contract. That's by the by, but just make sure to mention it, so they understand the terms that will allow them to be free of the bottle and free of the vines. I'm not entirely sure they'll agree to that, Qing Jun said. Ask and see what they say first, Han Sen told her. Qing Jun returned to the cruel bottle. She started by telling the inhabitants of the bottle they could be cured, and Han Sen was willing to release them. This made them all very excited. Their attitudes quickly soured when they heard they'd have to come into service beneath Han Sen. Why would we have to obey him? He is a weakling. Pa! Who does he think he is? An emperor? No way. Do you guys want to stay in this bottle forever or do you want to get out? Qing Jun said sternly, looking into the eyes of each. Immortal Emperor will try to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, and when he does, we will be free, anyway, Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun responded by saying, do you not realize the terms of your entrapment inside the bottle? You can't escape it by your own volition. The super creatures were all shocked and they understood what that meant. Ghost Eye spoke again, asking, is Han Sen keeping us in here on purpose? Has he gotten us bottled up in here for this very reason? Yes and no. But try to leave by yourself. Go on. Try it. Qing Jun was making a good case. The cruel bottle might have been their sanctuary, but it was a glass prison at the same time. If Han Sen didn't let them out, they'd be stuck in there, and they were only now becoming aware of that fact. Water Fairy suddenly said, Qing Jun, tell Han Sen I am willing to sign a contract. Are you mad? Ghost Eye shouted. There is no harm going under his employ. Besides, anything is better than being stuck inside here, suffering the scent of your sweaty reeking, Water Fairy rebutted. But he's so weak. Can you all not see that? Ghost Eye said. Qing Jun said, you're a broken record, don't keep me going in circles on this. Again, can you remove the vines by yourself? Can you leave the bottle by yourself? I wouldn't be here if I could, Ghost Eye admitted. A little girl accompanies Han Sen, and she can remove them, Qing Jun said. All the super creatures, hearing this, were shocked. I will sign a contract with Han Sen. Me first. Tell him. Water Fairy pleaded. Okay. Qing Jun nodded. Han Sen was watching the bottle the entire time. Dry Bone King, Water Fairy, and Ghost Eye were willing to join up with Han Sen. Only Rock Giant refused. Dry Bone King provided Han Sen with his Spirit Stone, while Water Fairy and Ghost Eye signed the blood contract. King Spirits, Moment Queen, Thorn Queen, Dry Bone King, Qing Jun King, Purple Emperor. Super Creatures, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, Water Fairy, Ghost Eye, Snowball. Han Sen had more power in his back pocket than the average King's Spirit Shelter, not to mention his other companions. He still had Xie Qing King, Bower, Zero, Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and even Ghost Baby and Golden Growler, if push came to shove. Han Sen wished he had more knowledge of his opponent, and he wished he could view the troops they'd be sending, though. If it was a King Spirit coming for them, with a few super creatures in tow, Han Sen would laugh in the face of that adversity. He wouldn't be afraid. But if Thunder Hell Emperor himself was going to show, he would rather lose the shelter and not risk the battle. Han Sen suddenly felt something move inside his sea of soul. The sound of a raven cawing was heard. The Gold Raven had finished evolving. Gold Raven, Berserk Super Beast Soul shape-shifting type. Han Sen was delighted. He hadn't expected it to finish evolving in time for the fight, and having this meant he didn't have to risk using Super King Spirit mode. "I will come with you," Xie Qing King said, as Han Sen was about to leave. "I'm only performing some light reconnaissance to get a sneak peek at the guest list," Han Sen said. "Why don't we move to meet with them, dude? Why not battle them out on the plains, instead of risking the ruin of the shelter? This crib has already suffered enough," Xie Qing King suggested. "That's good thinking, actually. You may be right," Han Sen agreed, and so he led his host of minions to where Thunder Hell Emperor's forces were said to be. Published at 16th of February 2019, 1:54 and 48 seconds p.m. Chapter 1225, Old Huang, why is the Emperor bringing so many king spirits and super creatures with him? In a forest, two humans spoke with each other in a hushed volume. The Emperor's son, Thunder Devil King, was bullied. The Emperor sought retribution, so he sent a small host of king spirits and super creatures to where the enemy was said to reside. "They were all killed," the elderly man said. "Who is strong enough to defeat, let alone bully, his son?" the young man said. "I think it must be another king spirit," Old Huang said. "It is a shame humans don't have someone that strong," the young man said dismally. As they walked below the boughs, Old Huang said, "Why is there a clearing here? This was not here before." The young man responded by saying, "Yeah, and look at this swollen tree. Should we check it out? We're out here to work, we shouldn't be so nosy," Old Huang said. Then, the two walked away. But as they walked away, they suddenly screamed in fear. They saw a young man standing ahead of them. "What's wrong with you? Scaring us like that? Wait a minute, I haven't seen you before. When did you come here and where did you come from?" Old Huang asked. The young man screamed again, but this time, it was a scream born of glee. He shouted, "Han Sen! It's Han Sen! Little Zhao, do you know this person?" Old Huang asked. "Are you telling me you don't know who President Ji's son-in-law is?" Little Zhao replied. "I have been stuck in here for decades. Last I recall, the president was called Wang. I don't care who this young man is, not after that scare," Old Huang said. Little Zhao approached Han Sen and asked, "Why are you here? I didn't know you became a part of Thunder Hell Shelter." Han Sen smiled and said, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just checking the real estate value of this place. But tell me, how large is the attacking host?" Old Huang said, "I'm not sure. There's at least 6. Do you know where the king spirits and super creatures are?" Han Sen asked. "They are currently in the Thunder Garden. We can't go there, though," Old Huang said. "Thanks, I appreciate it. In the meantime, I suggest you two steer clear of the shelter. Han Sen knew the place they were talking about, so he left the two be. Old Huang wished to say something more, but Han Sen was already gone. Stay away from the shelter. What did he mean by that? Old Huang did not understand. Little Zhao was excited, as he knew more about Han Sen and his unbelievable feats. He said, "Something big is going to happen, old man. Just you watch." You mean, he's going to start something in the shelter? Pa! Have you gotten a fever, boy? Old Huang touched his forehead and went on to say, even people who have lived here for a century would not dare to rebel against a spirit. If you're suggesting this Han Sen would actually try to attack the shelter, you're being ridiculous. No, I'm not. This Han Sen, he's different. Little Zhao's excitement was difficult to contain. Han Sen traveled past the forest and equipped a black cloak. He was sneaking into Thunder Hell's shelter. The night cloak truly was a treasure belonging to Night Empress. With it, Han Sen was able to sneak in without being noticed. Han Sen went towards the Thunder Garden he had been told about, completely invisible under the eye of the moon. That place was where the king's spirits and super creatures lived. There was an abundance of healthy vegetation there. Before he entered, Han Sen saw a giant beast atop the gate. It was fast asleep. Han Sen could immediately tell it was a super creature. Han Sen snuck inside without trouble, due to it not being able to notice him. After entering the garden, he saw another two super creatures. Again, without hassle, he was able to avoid them noticing his presence. The night cloak was amazing, and Han Sen was able to avoid the detection of at least 10 king spirits and 10 super creatures. He really is an emperor. There are so many super creatures and king-class spirits here. If the emperor himself is going, there is no way I can repel the force he'll bring with him, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen suddenly heard two king spirits engage in conversation. Is Mr. Thunder Hell going? A king spirit asked. Yes. Mr. Thunder Hell said that the king spirit there used to be incredibly powerful, and he wishes to claim him, the other king spirit answered. Han Sen was very happy to hear this. If Thunder Hell was confirmed to be going, an opportunity might arise. Han Sen could use the night cloak to sneak into the spirit hall. While the emperor was gone, he could nab the spirit stone and ruin everything the emperor sought to accomplish. Han Sen stayed there for a while longer, but he didn't hear anything else useful. It was going to be dawn soon, so he decided to leave before he risked being spotted. The night cloak was supremely effective at night, but it was useless during the daytime. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter and combined a sacred blood thorn scorpion beast soul with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Han Sen was going to use everything he could to bring down Thunder Hell Emperor, and he was going to do all he could to grab his spirit stone. He had no time find another scorpion beast soul for the gem, so that would have to do. Although Thunder Hell Emperor was leaving his shelter, he was sure to leave some guards behind to protect the spirit hall. And with the spirit halls always being bright, Han Sen knew he'd have to fight his way in once he reached it. Published at 16th of February 2019 1:54 and 47 seconds p.m. Chapter 1226 Han Sen used the night cloak every night to sneak into Thunder Hell shelter. On the sixth night of doing this, he found a reduced number of super creatures and king spirits in the Thunder Garden. Understanding this, he knew the time to strike was now. He swiftly returned to the underground shelter, and with everyone gathered around, he formulated a plan that would enable him to retrieve the spirit stone. Han Sen had been watching the proceedings of the garden for 2 nights. He wanted to ensure Thunder Hell Emperor had indeed gone and taken a hearty-sized posse of his best with him. If the spirit was gone, Han Sen would wait until the emperor had crossed a great distance and a quick return would be impossible. After Han Sen was able to confirm he was gone, things were looking up. Still, he couldn't yet determine what would await him in the spirit hall. If he went inside, the night cloak wouldn't work. It was a one-way ticket. On the night of the third day, Han Sen hid everyone in his Sea of Soul, and if they couldn't go in there, they were instead placed inside the cruel bottle. With the night cloak on, he snuck back inside. The spirit hall was situated behind the garden. The super creatures and king spirits were again unaware of Han Sen's infiltration. If they noticed, by the time they did so, Han Sen would be crossing the spirit hall. Han Sen worried how many super creatures were acting as sentinels inside the hall, but there was no way of telling without exposing himself after stepping in. Whatever the case would be, he had to grab the stone and grab it fast. Han Sen could not return to Holy Sword Shelter now. It was too late, and even if he beat the hostile forces there, taking on an emperor and his army would be incredibly difficult. Purple Emperor was not a complete emperor, so there was no chance of him being able to match Thunder Hell Emperor in combat. The only way Han Sen could beat him, he figured, was by taking his spirit stone. Thus far, Han Sen's infiltration of the garden had been easy. He observed the geno plants all around and thought to himself, when I've got the spirit stone, I need to get sucking. Han Sen looked over at the hall, which was not too far from him now, and inched his way over to it. He noted how it had the soft, mystic grandeur of some ancient temple. Getting into position a small ways from the entrance, Han Sen summoned Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and the rest of his compatriots. Everyone readied themselves for a battle and started running towards the gate. The run-up to the spirit hall had environmental traps that frequently blasted black lightning all about. It tried to fry unauthorized intruders who sought to reach the hall. The black lightning flickered out like craggy rocks, and sometimes like webs of electrocution. Fortunately, none came to harm, as all of Han Sen's forces were able to avoid the lightning. With a hefty strike, they all reached the gate and pummeled it down. Boom! The entire structure vibrated as the gate collapsed under the obliterating force. The noise was loud, though, and it might as well have been the sounding of an alarm. Old Huang and Little Zhao were talking to each other over the warming glow of a campfire as this transpired. Old Huang said, "Do you honestly believe that Han Sen can achieve something?" "I'm telling you, he cannot. Kids and their role models these days." Before he could finish berating his camp partner, the ground vibrated all of a sudden. It shocked him dearly. "What happened?" Old Huang exclaimed and stood up. Little Zhao looked over to the garden and said, "Look, something is happening over in the garden. Han Sen is striking." "How?" Old Huang saw lightning and vines erupt over the garden walls he could only peer at. "Quick! Tell everyone to leave, we can't risk killing each other," Little Zhao said as he took off running to warn the others. "That could not have been him. You must be joking, surely." Old Huang was quite the doubter. Inside the spirit hall, 4 super creatures and 4 king spirits stood as guards. The ones in the garden were quick to react, too, chasing the intruding crowd like wolves trailing blood. Han Sen told Thorn Queen to do her best to prohibit their passage and block them with her command of thorns and vines. Then, he, Xie Qing King, Purple Emperor, and Little Angel raced into the hall to engage the enemies before them. Super creatures and king spirits ahead of them were snared into battle with Han Sen's fighters, while he transformed into a gold raven and swiftly flew over to the statue's forehead. Han Sen wanted to grab the spirit stone as fast as he could and not suffer any delays. The creatures and king spirits were enraged as he soared above them all. They sought to react, but Little Angel and Xie Qing King were able to re-engage the attention of those that sought to break away and chase after Han Sen. Han Sen's talons almost came into contact with the spirit stone. But just before he could touch it, a monster leaped out of the spirit stone. It was Thunder Hell Emperor himself. He was furious. He had been in the third god's sanctuary for the longest time, and this was the first time he had ever committed suicide to respawn back at his spirit hall. Seeing the raven trying to snatch the stone, he threw a slap in its direction. His palm quivered with the shimmering creation of a black hole. It was a terrifying move that warped the dimensions it traveled along. It looked like a black, hungry maw that wished to chew up and consume all in its path. Han Sen immediately felt the power head his way, so he reacted by throwing Snowball towards it. Snowball turned into a white ball and fell inside the black hole. Lightning exploded inside that black hole, striking the white orb with frightening ferocity. The white sphere was getting pulled and twisted like dough, but it remained strong and didn't break. Han Sen did not expect Thunder Hell Emperor to return so quickly, but he was past the point of no return. He had to take the stone now, it was now or never. Like a glorious phoenix that could transcend space, Han Sen soared with a blazing trail of fire in his wake and tried to grab the stone. The super creatures that had followed Thunder Hell Emperor out were on their way back. But all the king's spirits that had left had also committed suicide to return, too. The entire shelter brimmed with a hostile aura of terrible power. Published at 16th of February 2019, 1:54 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 1227 Boom. Thunder Hell Emperor's lightning lashed towards Han Sen, who was in the shape of a raven. He wanted to incinerate Han Sen with his electricity and burn him to ash. Han Sen knew there was no going back after coming so far. He ignored the bloodthirsty Thunder Hell Emperor and focused on grabbing his spirit stone. The capabilities of his Phoenix techniques were being pushed to the max as Han Sen fired on all cylinders. He sped up time and teleported, wanting to close the gap and obtain the stone. The fires of the raven's wake and the lightning that webbed and weaved a trail behind Han Sen illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The lightning was gaining on him, despite the blistering speed he traveled at, and it was about to come into contact with him. They both reached the speed of light, and not even a machine could tell which of the two were faster. Thunder Hell Emperor's face changed, though. The consequence of his decision to commit suicide had now become clear to him, as he noticed he was still in recovery. He needed to be strong, but he couldn't summon the full extent of his power, and it made him falter. Pang! The black lightning hit Han Sen's back, incinerating the wings that carried him and searing the skin of his back. But at the same time, his talons pierced through the spirit stone that was lodged inside the forehead of the statue. If he slowed down the slightest amount, the lightning that was about to devour him would ravage his entire body and turn him into charcoal. When the talons struck the spirit stone, it shattered. And as this occurred, Thunder Hell Emperor and the lightning vanished. Pang! Han Sen fell down to the ground like a fallen bird, hitting the tiles of the hall as a human with a smoldering, smoky back. The king's spirits and super creatures looked at him, frozen in shock. Then they all abandoned their combat and scrambled, running away in fear. Don't let them escape. Han Sen commanded his companions to chase after them and capture or kill them. Han Sen did not expect the emperor to commit suicide and return so quickly, but with the situation being thrown on its head like that, he had no choice but to gun it and destroy the stone as soon as he could. And as for the super creatures that had been in the emperor's employ, he wasn't going to let them escape. Purple Emperor managed to kill an airborne super creature with a clean swipe that beheaded it. Little Angel soared over and killed another. Thorn Queen was able to ensnare 2 more airborne super creatures. Snowball, who now rode upon the blue dinosaur, hunted down a king spirit. Old Huang, Little Zhao, and the other humans, meanwhile, had left the shelter. They did not know what to expect, but all of a sudden, they felt their contracts break. Old Huang was shocked after this happened, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The contract is gone. Mine as well." They all noticed the same thing, and everyone began to shout and chant in glee. Han Sen attacked the shelter and slew Thunder Hell Emperor. Little Zhao called out. "But it was an emperor, that is impossible." Old Huang still could not believe it to be true. Little Zhao found his disbelief annoying at this point, so he pointed at the shelter and said, "Look, the creatures and spirits are escaping." Who else but Han Sen could have done it? Everyone looked at the shelter in shock. Those that fled were racing out as fast as they could, each one clearly in a panic. They most likely wished they had more legs. The higher-tier creatures only cared for themselves, and they simply stepped on the lower-tier beings if they happened to be in their way. They looked so powerful, and yet there they were, running for their lives. A dragon soared through the skies above them, but a purple light chased after it, severing the head from its scaled neck. The body fell atop a building, which buckled and collapsed under the sudden weight. The vines had taken hold of two flying birds, and try as they might, they could not escape the snare. An angel flew towards them swiftly after, beheading the two creatures and causing blood to flow and rain over the area below. "That's right, peel their lids. Before me and this posse, you ain't nothin'. Go to hell, you snakes." A man, wearing sunglasses and shorts, chased after a bunch of spirits with fists that gleamed like silver suns. He grabbed a hold of one king's spirit and punched it to death with surprising brutality. The humans who watched this were shocked. The creatures and spirits that had made them miserable and bullied them for years were now being pummeled to death, slaughtered as if they were little more than livestock. "I don't think they are human," Old Huang said. Little Zhao was shocked, too. The gang that had seemingly attacked the shelter really didn't look human, at all. The entire shelter had been emptied of hostile creatures and spirits. The shelter had been rendered a city of the dead. They saw a skeleton monster approach them, and fear took hold of them. They had previously seen it approach a group of creatures, and it had knocked a bone heart and watched them all writhe on the ground and submit to the cold grasp of death. The skeleton looked as if it was going to strike the bone again, but before it could, another voice sounded. A person spoke, and the voice carried with a calm and clear tone. "Dry bone, they are with us." Old Huang heard these words, and then watched as the skeleton immediately turned back and followed the command. A gold beast rode out of the shelter and approached the group of humans, and atop it stood Han Sen. The forces they had watched conquer the shelter now rallied around Han Sen, falling behind him as if they were royal soldiers. The people were all in shock and disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it had to be a dream. Published at 16th of February 2019, 1:54 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 12:28. After learning Han Sen had recovered, people knew it was only a matter of time before he got to doing something big. This was beyond their wildest dreams, though, and no expected Han Sen to be capable of achieving such a feat. He had brought down an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Even in the Super Gene era, no one had believed it to be a remotely possible endeavor. It was an emperor's shelter, and each and every person knew how difficult conquering one could be. News spread fast, and even those who were previously unlearned about the third god's sanctuary were informed of how powerful they were. Many people thought the tales were preposterous, at first. But Thunder Hell Emperor was infamous and widely renowned, so the news of his vanquishing was not something that could have been faked. There were 30 people who had been rescued by Han Sen's heroic deed. The oldest of them was a fellow who was 200 years old. The youngest had only been at the shelter for a year. They were each able to prove that Han Sen had done what was being told, and they each spoke in great admiration as they retold what they had witnessed. Han Sen had indeed taken down Thunder Hell's shelter, and he had killed all the super creatures and king spirits that previously existed there with his posse. Huang Tianzi used to hold a title, and he was oft referred to as the father of warframes. He had been missing for 60 years. Han Sen had rescued him. The alliance went crazy as the stories of Han Sen's effortless victory over an emperor's shelter began to circulate. The alliance usually forbade the spreading of news regarding the third god's sanctuary due to how horrible the place was. Most humans had to endure great suffering when they entered the third god's sanctuary, and if this became widely known, many humans would be afraid of going. No progress would ever be made. If that happened, humanity's hopes and dreams of eventually conquering the third god's sanctuary would be lost. It might have been cruel to mislead people about the dire situation in the third god's sanctuary, but it was a necessary evil. If humanity wanted to become greater, they had no choice but to go and brave the howling dark, even if that meant they would not return. If humanity became too afraid of the cost of becoming greater, it would only be a matter of time before they were beaten and one day eliminated. When the news was heard, the alliance was taken by a Han Sen fever. Propaganda, spreading word of Han Sen's deeds, was everywhere. An emperor's shelter. How did he do such a thing? Old Qin was shocked, hearing the news for the first time. Zhao 7 was sad, on the other hand. They had Angel Jean, but they had yet to take even a single king-class shelter. I'd like to be an adventuring partner of Han Sen, that is for sure. Son of God, Lu Meng, heard the news and wanted nothing more than to group up with him. But thinking of his old man, he knew he couldn't. Tang Zhenliu said, "It has been quiet for so many years, hasn't it? And now, the mad lad has gone and conquered an emperor's shelter." "I am going to the third god's sanctuary," Yi Dongmu said, hearing the news. Then, he left. Lin Feng, reading the news, immediately went back to practicing. The whole alliance was in fervent discussion about Han Sen and what he had accomplished for humankind, and news about the third god's sanctuary was released to the masses. Han Sen had become a hero, but he didn't revel in the fanfare he was receiving. Currently, he was holding something far dearer to him, and his mouth drooled all the while. "They are all mine." Han Sen was holding a number of life geno essences in his hand. Bauer looked at him in disdain, and she ran out, looking for Zero. Han Sen was holding them all, kissing each of them in rapid succession. Han Sen had killed 6 super creatures, yielding 6 life geno essences. 2 of them had left flesh behind, and another had provided him a super beast soul. Still, none of the king's spirits were willing to obey a new master. 3 had been killed. He was more than satisfied with what he had obtained from that daring conquest, though. And he was particularly happy with the beast soul he had managed to get. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul called Ancient Devil Soldier. It had armor and demon wings, which increased his power and speed. He could even fly with it. Furthermore, because it was humanoid, Han Sen was able to use the skills and hyper-geno arts he had learned. Han Sen did not absorb the life geno essences yet, and he shared the merry time with Ji Yanran. When Han Sen first went to the sanctuary, he wanted his family to improve and live a better life. Now, his goal was to simply become stronger. To learn the truths he also sought, Han Sen knew there were many areas he had to become even stronger in. Ji Yanran told him, "Now I really want to go to the sanctuaries. I want to be there with you. It's too dangerous. And what's more, I have no idea where you'd spawn. But don't you worry, I will take down the whole of the third god's sanctuary for you. Mom and little Yen will also be able to go there without fear of unfair death and danger," Han Sen said. Han Sen knew full well how dangerous the sanctuary was. Merely going to the third god's sanctuary was a risk, as spawning in the wrong shelter could leave you at the mercy of a spirit that didn't even want you. "Can you really take down the whole sanctuary?" Ji Yanran asked. Han Sen placed her on his lap and slapped her bum. "Why are you hitting me?" Ji Yanran blushed. "You doubted my words, didn't you?" Han Sen said, spanking her once more. Suddenly, the slaps became soft. Han Sen's hands turned to a gentle caress, like velvet. Then, they rode the heat of passion like a comet burning bright. "I'll take the third god's sanctuary as a gift for you," Han Sen said, at last. Han Sen was resting at home, after that. When Ji Yanran came back, she dropped many cards in front of him. "What are these?" Han Sen asked. Receipts. Many people from different planets came to our shop to buy aircraft, all because they desire your signature, Ji Yanran said. That many? How many aircraft did you sell? Han Sen was flabbergasted. Let's just say we can live the rest of our lives merrily, all with the money I made today. Ji Yanran paused to give a warm smile, then she said, my dad did tell you to prepare, though. The Alliance has created a new title called Super Aristocrat. You will be the first to receive it. And what's more, my father will present you with medals in Level Plaza. Published at 19th of February 2019 7:27 a.m. Chapter 1229 Dear friends, I am Fong Mingquan. I am standing here at the heart of Level Planet, in the renowned Level Plaza. Less than 500 meters away from me sits the sacred Holy War platform. As is the custom, all of humanity's great heroes, like the Alliance General Peng Hongming, receive their awards there. But today, we have someone else of similar prestige being honored. In honor and gratitude of his deeds, he will be bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. In the council's voting chamber, most were in agreement that Han Sen should be the first to be given this title. Fong Mingquan looked at the clock and then went on to say, in 15 minutes and 30 seconds, President Ji Ruozhen will issue and bestow the aforementioned title and a medal in honor of it. It must be a proud day for the president, given that he will be bestowing these gifts upon his son-in-law. Countless people were watching the stream live, fascinated by the ceremony of someone being bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. The glory of conquering an emperor's shelter in the third god's sanctuary had not been seen before. It was something new for humanity, and it painted Han Sen as a hero to the masses. This was a feat that went above and beyond what they thought he could achieve. It had a great influence on the drive of humankind and the Alliance. It meant people could become better than a sacred blood aristocrat. The greatness a person could achieve did not stop there, and everyone was capable of more. In the resting room, Han Sen was kicked out in his neatly prepared uniform. He was still in the special squad, so he still counted as a soldier. Han Sen was going to represent the army that day. Do I look okay? Han Sen smiled at Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran patted him down and said, today, you are the most handsome man in the universe. Every other man will look upon you and feel nothing but jealousy. Only for today, though, huh? Han Sen said, feigning disappointment in jest. Well, we can't have you in the public eye all the time. It's not fair on the others, you know. Ji Yanran laughed. Han Sen still wished to say something, but another soldier appeared, indicating it was time for him to go. On the Holy War platform, Ji Ruozhen was beginning his speech. The people who were there were fine, but those who watched it live on a stream were impatient. They wanted to get straight to the heart of the event. The president always had speeches prepared, and more often than not, they ended up long-winded. People were bored in the opening minutes, desperate to see Han Sen. A lot of people know I have a daughter. Like any father of a daughter would know, she is your princess. Her importance is equal to that of her mother, who you take to be your queen. When Ji Ruozhen said that, everyone looked at him with shock. He sounded different on this day. Ji Ruozhen smiled and said, when she was small, I thought no one would ever be good enough for her. The man who took her hand in marriage would have to be the best of the best, but rarely can fathers be 100% happy in the person their daughter loves. Their betrothed is always assumed to be a thief, who steals their most precious diamond. Everyone smiled, hearing these words. Honestly, when my daughter first told me she wanted to marry Han Sen, I shuddered at the mere thought. He was just a young lad from an ordinary family. He wasn't high class, he didn't have money, he didn't have much of an education. I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter, and again, I believed him to be a thief. He stole my daughter's heart, and my diamond in the process. But today, I realize I could not have been more wrong. I looked for value in all the wrong places. He is a soldier that represents the best in humanity. Not once has he disappointed me, and most importantly, not once has he disappointed my daughter. In the 200 years of our era, in which we have dealt with the sanctuaries, a huge price has been paid to get to where we are. And each and every day, transactions in lives are made. Without the sacrifices of those who go before us, our survival in the third God's sanctuary would not be possible. Those who go there are trailblazers, building the foundation of a road we can all travel and build upon, in asserting our progression and ascension as a species. Today, I will be bestowing the title of super aristocrat to an important person who has gone above and beyond for us all. He is an individual who currently roams the third God's sanctuary in defiance of what we thought to be impossible. He is a person we can all look upon in pride, because again, he represents the best of what we humans are capable of. Today, the Alliance will enter the super era. The importance of each individual will be measured and valued by their deeds in the third God's sanctuary. The young people who bravely go are pious and fearless, unafraid of death when they march into the dark valleys of that sanctuary. Lives can be lost, yes, but each and every one is held dear, and no one is ever forgotten. Every contribution made, no matter the size, is valued. Please, to the people that dare the third God's sanctuary, continue as you have done. It is my hope that one day, you will all reach the heights of Han Sen. You will each become a super aristocrat. Today, he brought down an emperor shelter. Perhaps in the near future, we will see every shelter of that sanctuary hold proud the Levo flag. Han Sen approached the stage and accepted the medal and title of super aristocrat. Then, he and Ji Ruozhen hugged. Every media publication wrote an article about the events of that day, and many young people became inspired. The desire to join Han Sen as a super aristocrat was a compelling one. And indeed, Han Sen became an idol to all. Despite being the first super aristocrat of the Alliance, though, Han Sen did not spend much time reveling in the celebrations. He was eager to return to the sanctuary, and so he did. There, in silence, he absorbed his cherished life geno essences. Han Sen appreciated the glory he was given, but he knew that he himself was not powerful enough to go against an emperor in proper combat. Taking down Thunder Hell's shelter was a group effort, and it was luck and sneakiness that made it possible. Holding it, now and in the future, was another question entirely. Published at 17th of February 2019 1:35 and 4 seconds AM Chapter 12:30 After Han Sen absorbed the 6 life geno essence, he was left standing at a super geno point total of 69. There was still the Ice Wolf King's body and 2 others to eat, so Han Sen provided the super flesh to Golden Growler, Snowball, and Metal Eater. The king's spirits were similar to humans in that they did not eat super flesh. Han Sen went to the Geno garden at the shelter, as he greatly desired the Geno plants that resided there. He had been busy for quite some time, so his pining for them had only gotten worse. Now, he had the opportunity. The plants that occupied an emperor's garden would surely be nothing but the best, and just a few emperor-class plants would be enough to satiate Han Sen's desire. But when Han Sen finally walked into the garden, ready to drain it, he was dealt quite the disheartening surprise: the garden was dead. Moment Queen was standing conspicuously at its center, with a life force beaming with energy. It was much stronger than it used to be. Moment, what have you done? Han Sen was ready to kill her, once and for all, if she didn't provide him an explanation for what she had done. I just want to live, was Moment Queen's answer. You have 1 minute to explain, otherwise, your want is not going to happen, Han Sen said. Moment Queen looked surprised, and she stammered, you think you'll be safe, now that you've taken over Thunder Hell's shelter? You have 45 seconds, Han Sen said. Moment Queen said, Thunder Hell Emperor was a good friend of Saint Fan Emperor. Saint Fan Emperor won't look kindly upon the one who killed his friend and took all his things. I absorbed the plants so I can help you in the future. I have only opened 5 gene locks, so I cannot help you very much under my current circumstances. Han Sen frowned, thinking he might have heard about Saint Fan Emperor before. In the second god's sanctuary, it was Saint Fan who branded a mark on his forehead when he came to take the holy rhino. And later, when Han Sen encountered the Lotus Empress, she name-dropped Saint Fan when she noticed Han Sen and the mark. Now that I have opened 9 gene locks, I can help you out a lot, Moment Queen said. Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and sucked her in. Moment Queen was shocked, wishing to plead more in her defense. But before she could, the bottle was corked. Existing inside the cruel bottle was different to existing in the Sea of Soul. You could evolve in the Sea of Soul and slumber, but the cruel bottle was more like a prison. If she had just asked, Han Sen would have been willing to part with some of the plants. But for her to take them all without permission was the sort of behavior he was not willing to tolerate. I can help you against Saint Fan Emperor, you cannot do it without me. Moment Queen screamed, hoping Han Sen would hear her. She did not want to be trapped inside those glass walls forever. Even if I was to lose Thunder Hell's shelter, and you were my last hope of survival, I wouldn't let you out. Han Sen put away the bottle and didn't say another word to her. Han Sen asked his other companions if they knew who Saint Fan was. Qing Jun and Thorn had only heard his name, but didn't know much else. Xia Qing King and Baby Ghost had never even heard the name. Dry Bone King was the only one who was able to provide information. Dry Bone King said, I thought about that asterisk shoal, as he's not too far from this shelter. And last I heard, he and Thunder Fart were friends. He might attack us, you know. How much do you know about him, exactly? Han Sen asked. Dry Bone King looked excited to provide information, and he said, well, back then, my father, Skeleton King, had his spirit stone destroyed by Saint Fan Emperor. Xia Qing King was shocked when he overheard this, and he exclaimed, hold the phone. Are you the son of Skeleton King? Was he famous? Han Sen asked. Xia Qing King had been trapped for 100,000 years. If even Xia Qing King had heard about him, Skeleton King had to be some sort of legend. Xia Qing King explained, oh, boy. I sure did. Back then, he was the bee's knees. He could have been an emperor, you know. I didn't expect him to have been killed by Saint Fan Emperor, though. That sucks to hear. Dry Bone King looked angry, and he said, Saint Fan's power exploited a weakness of my father. He took over Skeleton's shelter, and that is how he became an emperor so quickly. What power did he have? Han Sen asked. People always assumed it was light, but that would be incorrect. His power can heal everything and anything. It has long been a dream of mine to slay him, even if revenge is a luxury I cannot afford. But I fear that even with all our might combined, there is nothing we can do to defeat him, Dry Bone King said. Heal everything. Did you say that right? To heal is not to attack. If he can't attack, what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Eye chimed in. Dry Bone King looked over to Ghost Eye and said, the powers of healing are strong, and that is especially true of Saint Fan. Could you elaborate? Han Sen did not know how or why the powers of healing would inflict damage. Dry Bone King's voice sank to a strange tone, and he said, his powers are so strong, he can seal all of your orifices. He can warp the shape of your body and turn you into little more than a meatball. Dry Bone King looked at both Ghost Eye and Xia Qing King, and said, he could even combine the both of you. He could merge you together, by your flesh. Xia Qing King and Ghost Eye looked at each other, having both been given goosebumps. The bottom line is, Saint Fan's powers cannot be any less than Thunder Hell's. And that aside, he has an abundance of super creatures and king spirits in his employ. If Thunder Hell was the mini-boss, Saint Fan is the big cheese of this region, Dry Bone King said. Published at 18th of February 2019 2:05 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 1231, 12:31 everyone was talking about the subject, but no real results were coming of the discussions. Assaulting St. Fan's shelter preemptively would have to be done differently than their attack on Thunderhell shelter. St. Fan's shelter was a mysterious construct, and it was encircled by a moat. The night cloak could not be used to breach the place without being seen. No one knew where the spirit hall was either, so it'd probably be quite difficult to locate in the midst of an attack. After fighting Thunderhell Emperor, Han Sen had learned a thing or two about proper Emperor behavior, though. For one, he now knew they were willing to kill themselves quickly, and they'd respawn at an alarmingly fast rate. Whatever Han Sen and his companions chose to do, trying to conquer a shelter such as that was going to prove tough. But the talks were interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion that rattled the entire shelter, causing the ground to cough up plumes of dust. Han Sen's face changed immediately, and so he ran to the source of the sound with the others in tow. Han Sen came before a well in the garden, which was cascading water. It had flooded the ground of the garden, and it was 1 foot deep already. Bauer was near the well, with Snowball quivering behind her. "Are you okay?" Han Sen asked the baby, but she seemed to be totally fine. "I'm good," Bauer said. "What happened here?" Han Sen asked, indicating to the water that was flooding the place. Bauer pointed at Snowball and said, "I threw him in the well." Big boom. "He flies out." "Is that true?" Han Sen asked Snowball. Snowball nodded gently. Han Sen tried peering into the well, but he could see nothing in its depths. All that seemed to be there was water. Han Sen picked up Snowball and dropped him in the well again. Snowball summoned the white ball to protect himself and fell inside. Pang! While Snowball was sinking down into the dark depths of the well, there was another sudden explosion. In response, Snowball was fired back out of the well like a cannonball. The garden was flooded even more, following this. Snowball quickly ran back over to Bauer and hid behind her. It looked to be absolutely terrified. Well, this sure is one peculiar well. Han Sen tried looking down into the well again, and he did not see any clues that might explain what had occurred. The well had seemingly spat out Snowball by its own volition. "Let me take a look," Water Fairy said, as she hovered near the well. "Okay, but be careful." Han Sen nodded. She was a water super creature, so if anything else was going to plunge into the aquatic mystery, there was none more suited to do so than her. "Oh, you care for my well-being." "Thank you." Water Fairy smiled at Han Sen and then dove into the well. The Water Fairy did not create another explosion, and she was able to blend in with the rest of the water that filled the well. Han Sen watched her go, relieved that what happened to Snowball did not happen to her. Han Sen stood on the well looking down, but eventually, he lost sight of her and could not see what was going on at the bottom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder boomed. Han Sen quickly fell back, but he was surprised to see nothing actually happen this time. Han Sen inched his way back to the well and saw the water begin to bubble, as if it were coming to a boil. "Where did that thunder noise come from?" Ghost Eye asked, as he too approached the well. The thunder sounded again, but this time continuously, and slowly, the volume grew and grew. Inside the well, there was no lightning or anything. The water was only moving a little, so where it might have come from was difficult to discern. "Is there a place below the well, perhaps?" Han Sen frowned as he mulled the curiosity. Xia Qing King now came near, in his flip-flops. He prepared to dive in after Water Fairy, saying, "Let this see where the ombre take a look." "No, you don't have to. Let's wait and see if Water Fairy returns." Han Sen wasn't sure what was down there, and if there was a trap, it'd be silly to send his troops in one after one. "Nothing in the third god sanctuary can stop a dude like me." "Come on, son, you know I'm unstoppable." "You're saying a well can get the better of me?" Xia Qingqing scoffed at the desire for safety, and he looked ready to jump in. Splash! The sudden sound shocked them all, and it was Water Fairy who had come back out. Are you okay? Han Sen swiftly asked her. Water Fairy, after regaining her balance, said, I'm fine, but I did stumble across something interesting down there. Well, you had my curiosity. Now, you have my attention, Xia Qingqing said, as if speaking to the actual stone of the well. Water Fairy directed her gaze to Han Sen, saying, it would be better if you followed me. Okay, then. Let's go take a look, Han Sen said, leaning over the side of the well. Before going in, Water Fairy said, this water is sky pure water. If anything dirty or pure goes inside, it'll be rejected like filth. Like that mangy mutt you've adopted. But for yourself, don't worry, I can protect you and let you in. Water Fairy then turned her attention to the rest of the crowd and said, don't come in after us, okay? If you do, you will hurt Master and I. After that, Water Fairy became a floating spring of water. It circled around Han Sen and grabbed him tight, then it picked him up and brought him into the well. Han Sen began to descend through the water of the well, and the further he went down, the wider the structure of the well became. Before long, Han Sen noticed he was at a depth of 1,000 meters. And then, suddenly, Han Sen saw something bright in front of him. Published at 18th of February 2019 2:05 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 1232 in the well, there was a flickering bolt of lightning. It was different from normal lightning, and the end of the bolt seemed to be stemming from something solid. It was a blue stone. The blue stone was like crystal, and he could see lightning inside and out of it. The lightning was strange, though. Each flash only illuminated a small portion of the area around the stone. Outside of its immediate proximity was darkness and nothing more. If Han Sen had not been led as close as he was now, he wouldn't have been able to make it out in that stifling darkness. Water Fairy had generated a bubble for Han Sen to sit within, so he could breathe and talk underwater. What is this thing? Han Sen asked as he pointed towards the lightning stone. The lightning stone was very large, around the size of a house. Curiously, there were many holes in its exterior that could provide Han Sen access. Water Fairy entered the bubble and took Han Sen's arm, saying, I'm not sure what it is, but it sure seems to be brimming with power, don't you think? Be careful going close, though, as the holes occasionally beam with the lightning. It won't leave the confines of the crystal as long as it's undisturbed, thankfully. You most probably heard the sound of thunder outside, did you not? It was that. Like an explosive exhaust of lightning and thunder. Show me how to trigger the light show, Han Sen said. Water Fairy nodded and waved her hand, then a wave of water went towards the stone. When her water touched the stone, blue lightning spat out from its holes. The lightning lashed out like hungry vines, which then wrapped around the exterior of the stone and produced a thunderous roar. When the water came into contact with the lightning, the wave was broken. When the water was gone, the lightning began to calm and go back to its simmering status as if nothing had transpired. Han Sen looked at the stone with a hearty mixture of surprise and fervent inquisitiveness. It was strong, but it did not show signs of possessing a life force. The lightning seemed to be genuine. If it was just lightning, though, why would it have the awareness to prevent something from approaching? You said the water wouldn't allow the presence of dirt, so how is this stone here in the water? Han Sen asked. Water Fairy frowned and said, normally, sky pure water cannot contain dirt. And if an item that is unclean is present, the sky pure water displaces both the unclean item and the water surrounding the item. It really is strange, even to me, that this lightning stone is here in the midst of the water. Han Sen observed the stone a bit more and then told her, take me closer. Water Fairy responded to this with shock, and she quickly exclaimed, but that lightning is so strong, I don't think we can withstand it. I only want to get a closer peek, that's it. Take me there, and if I can't withstand it, then you can pull me back. Han Sen smiled. I won't disappoint you, Water Fairy said with renewed confidence. She looked happy, and then she took the bubble closer to the danger zone. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to simulate Thunder Hell Emperor's black lightning, wanting to see if he could get right into the stone. There could be a treasure inside, one that belonged to Thunder Hell. If that was the case, Han Sen thought the lightning would only acknowledge the presence of the now-deceased spirit, and a simulation of his power would be the next best thing. When the bubble got closer, though, the stone began to spew blue lightning to seal off each point of entry possible. The bubble connected with one whip of lightning and immediately broke. In response, Han Sen turned and struck the blue lightning with the black lightning he now commanded. Pang! The reaction was not what Han Sen expected, and he was literally shocked. The electricity that coursed through him was excruciatingly painful, and it sent him flying backward. Fortunately, Water Fairy managed to catch him with another bubble. If she hadn't, he'd have been blasted back out of the well. Han Sen looked at his hand, noticing the presence of blue lightning flickering across it. The black lightning was no match, it seemed. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any association between the blue and black lightning. Was it just my simulation that failed? Did the stone fail to recognize me as Thunder Hell? Han Sen thought to himself. His hand still jolted with the presence of lightning that was still there, and every time it sparked, a new mark was left. It started to make Han Sen feel numb. Opting to try something else, Han Sen decided to simulate the silver fox's lightning. He was intrigued by the stone, and he really wanted to get rid of the blue lightning that was inhibiting his examinations and possible treasure collection. And with the silver lightning, the breakthrough he was looking for was achieved. The blue lightning moved away from Han Sen. It seemed as if the cords of blue were afraid of the silver lightning that Han Sen had created. Master, the blue lightning is retreating. It is returning back to the stone, as if it is afraid of something, Water Fairy said. Take me back to the hole again. Han Sen hadn't expected the silver fox's abilities to have such far-reaching positive effects. Han Sen did notice that Thunder Hell's lightning was different than the silver fox's. Thunder Hell's lightning was all about pure destruction and the taking of lives, the silver fox was about saving lives instead. It could be used to heal others, after all. The blue lightning was afraid of little silver's lightning, or at least, that was what Han Sen guessed. Water Fairy delivered him to the stone as he had requested, and when Han Sen reached it, the hole had already begun building up a discharge to lash and keep him away. In response, Han Sen summoned his silver lightning again, which made the blue lightning retreat. Han Sen was delighted, and this really was the result he was looking for. He told Water Fairy to wait where she was, while he jumped into the hole that the silver lightning had opened. Published at 19th of February 2019 7:26 and 55 seconds AM Chapter 1233. The entry point was not submerged in sky-pure water, but was dry as land instead. Veiling himself in a cloak of silver lightning, Han Sen proceeded forward as the blue lightning cowered away from him. The hole was the perfect size for one person to go through. As he felt his way through, it was practically a tunnel, complete with its own twists and turns. After traversing as far as he could, he eventually reached the bottom. There was nothing particularly special about the way he had gone, and it was just as he had seen it from the outside. Inside the stone was a semicircular space, and each hole had an exit point that led into that place. Han Sen saw a small tree inside, growing in a pot. The tree was 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a small coconut tree. The strangest thing about it was that the tree seemed to have been forged from actual electricity or lightning. Its appearance was not too dissimilar to that of a plasma ball. There were 3 blue fruits growing on the electric branches of the tree, but weirdly, each fruit had something within it. The 3 lightning fruit each held something different. The highest of the trio had a knight in armor sitting inside as blue lightning flickered around him. The knight was wearing armor and a helmet, though, so Han Sen could not see its face. He could not even see its eyes. The left fruit had a hammer inside it. Its shape was fairly unremarkable, and it looked like an average blacksmith's hammer, aside from the blue lightning that crackled around the head. It also had the symbol of lightning forged on it. The right fruit had a hand. It was white and pristine, with beautiful, untarnished nails. In the palm of the hand was another lightning symbol. Han Sen felt strange as he looked upon them. The plant was growing 3 wholly different items. The fruits were not yet mature, but the life forces of the tree and its fruit were frighteningly powerful. There was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that he had stumbled across treasure belonging to an emperor spirit. But if they were Geno weapons, why would a knight and a hand be growing inside the fruits? They could have been creatures, but the idea of a creature that had the form of a hammer was bewildering. Han Sen might not have been able to tell what they were right now, but whatever would come from them had to be good. There was a reason why Thunder Hell Emperor had gone to such great lengths to hide the tree beneath a well submerged in sky-pure water. Whatever these are, they'll be awesome when they're mature. I should help boost its growth. You can't find an emperor plant every day, after all. Han Sen summoned his black crystal and bestowed a number of drops upon the tree. He examined the fruit one last time, and he got giddy as he wondered how good the items would be. If they're beast souls, that'd be terrific. Imagine if they were berserk superclass. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen decided to summon Dragon King. He was a knowledgeable fellow on a great number of subjects, so there was a chance he could shed some more light on what was growing on the tree. Do you know what this is? Han Sen said. Dragon King, seeing the mini tree, looked shocked. He went around it to observe it carefully, saying, "How very peculiar. This should be a lightning emperor Geno plant, correct? It is strange how the things inside don't look very electric." Excuse me. The stuff inside isn't lightning. Han Sen frowned in a pause, before continuing on to say, "You must be mistaken. You are, aren't you? The items inside even have the symbol of lightning emblazoned across them." Dragon King explained, "I have hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Trust me, I am not mistaken when I tell you that whatever is inside that tree is not lightning." "Then, can you explain?" Han Sen asked, frowning. Dragon King looked at the fruit and said, "I can't be sure about the hand and the hammer, but I know for sure everything you need to know about the knight." "Okay, go on, I'm listening." Han Sen gestured for him to proceed. Dragon King laughed and said, "I used to grow those. It's a super beast soul, and it goes by the name Twin Knight." Twin Knight? But there is only one of them. Han Sen found it hard to believe they were twins. Before you spirits sign a contract with humans, you can't use beast souls. Isn't that right? Han Sen said. Dragon King balked and said, "No, it wasn't for me. It was for my man, Dragon Knight." Dragon Knight? You had someone to ride you. Han Sen looked at Dragon King with shock. Dragon King's face turned green, and he explained, "No, it's not like that. Dragon Knights are knights with dragon blood. They are powerful super creatures, actually, not too far off your disloyal knight. I had a whole battalion of them, at one point." "You had a whole battalion to ride you. You are good." Han Sen laughed and went on to say, "Anyway, keep going. What is the Twin Knight?" "The Twin Knight beast soul should grow on the twin tree. I had them, and I was going to use a Twin Knight to combine with my favorite Dragon Knight, so he could act as a leader. But something went wrong with the tree and it died. You know how it goes. But I am telling you, this is identical to my Twin Knight. And believe me, I am as perplexed as you about why it is growing on a lightning tree." Dragon King looked genuinely confused. You still haven't told me what it does, Han Sen said, looking directly at him. Dragon King laughed and said, "Oh, that is simple. It can possess other knights and have powers opposite to what it currently has." "Does that mean if a knight has a fire element, and it is possessed, it will instead use an ice element?" Han Sen asked. "No. It is extra, as in, you can use ice and fire together," Dragon King explained. Han Sen was delighted with the treasure he had stumbled across. He thought that item would be a terrific gain for him. If Disloyal Knight used it, he wondered, what would his powers become? Published at 19th of February 2019, 1:35 and 8 seconds AM. Chapter 1234. 1234. Dragon King thought the Geno plant would still take another 40 years to mature, so that meant 40 days for Han Sen and his water drops. In 40 days, he could obtain the items it was going to yield. He still wasn't sure what the hand or the hammer items were, but Dragon King seemed certain that the knight was a twin knight, despite the peculiarity of it being born on this tree. Han Sen didn't want to leave empty-handed, though. He wanted to wait there until the fruit could mature. Han Sen moved the underground shelter to a well-hidden place not too far from Thunder Hell Shelter. If they were unable to defend Thunder Hell Shelter, when the not-so-far-away hostiles came to attack, they could retreat to the underground shelter and make a daring escape. Han Sen left the well and told Water Fairy to keep an eye on it, and make sure no one intruded. He then went to one of the palaces in the shelter to do some reading. Han Sen wanted to figure out what manner of information the Xian Men fellow had given him. He had already had it translated into the modern language, so now he could read it all with simplicity. There was info regarding the Xiantian technique, on which the Dongxian Sutra had been based. The Xiantian technique was good, but it was quite different than the finalized Dongxian Sutra. The Xiantian technique was the original skill, but the Dongxian Sutra had been created by Dongxian Zi after he broke through the vacuum. Han Sen decided to learn the Xiantian technique, while applying what he had learned through his time with the Dongxian Sutra. There was a lot Han Sen would be able to learn from it, despite it not being in its entirely original format. The Xiantian technique was ancient, and over the ages, parts of it had been modified. Han Sen learned a lot from it, and he noticed that many hyper-Geno arts could be easily blended with it. Han Sen selected one to practice with and used the Dongxian Sutra as a base. He was still able to use a hyper-Geno art that had been combined with the Xiantian technique. He didn't have much time, though. So, Han Sen only picked one, thinking he could use it against Saint Fan if he ever had to fight him. Han Sen decided to practice a skill called Xuanmi movement, which had its origins based on Xiantian movement. Dongxian movement was based on Xiantian movement, as well. But Dongxian movement had been modified a lot for the Dongxian Sutra, making it a much greater fit. Xuanmi movement was terrific, and it was very adaptable, in how it could combine with modern skills. Han Sen used Xuanmi movement with Dongxian movement to try it out, and he found it to be rather easy. In less than 2 days, he had already become proficient with it. After a while, Han Sen also finished going through the information provided to him by Professor Long. After reclining back to think through what he had read, Han Sen finally thought he had figured out a way in which he could combine speeding up time and teleportation. But for this, he would have to start creating a brand new hyper-Geno art. Speeding up time and teleportation. This could actually work, Han Sen said to himself. Han Sen continued his research for the next few days, and he stayed away from the Alliance in case Saint Fan showed up. Half a month passed with no sign of an enemy force. The Emperor tree in the well had not yet matured either. Ghost Eye, however, came running back to the shelter in a strange panic. Saint Fan is here. Dry Bone translated what Ghost Eye had to say, amidst his panting. When Han Sen heard, he raced out of his room to prepare. Everyone else abandoned what they were doing and went to join him. Queen and Zero were the only humans there, as the rest were in the underground shelter. For a fight like this, most humans would be little more than cannon fodder. What do we face? Baby Ghost asked. He had managed to open 3 gene locks after starting from scratch, but he was still in no condition to fight what now faced them. Ghost Eye was making a noise, pointing at something in the distance. He had very good eyesight, which was why Han Sen selected him as a scout. Dry Bone King translated what he had to say again. Saint Fan, with his army in tow, is 500 miles away. He has seen 5 super creatures and 3 king spirits accompanying him. But to pad out the forces, swathes of smaller creatures have come, too. With the Emperor himself showing his face, do you think we should fall back? Dry Bone King added the last sentence himself, as he doubted their strength in repelling such a foe. If his father had failed to defeat Saint Fan Emperor, there was no chance he could. What you afraid of, son? We haven't got nothing to fear. We've got the greater hand here, Xie Qing King said, as he puffed on a cigar. He is an emperor. Realistically, now would be the time for us to go. We can always come back. Living to fight another day sounds worthwhile to me, Baby Ghost said. Water Fairy chimed in to say, you should stop arguing and just do whatever our master tells us. Everyone turned to look at Han Sen. These colors don't run. I'm fighting, no matter what. But that doesn't mean I'm without an escape plan, if things truly turn awry. If their forces are overwhelming, we can return to the underground shelter, Han Sen said. Han Sen did not want to lose the Emperor tree just yet, and the last thing he wanted was for an emperor to easily claim the goodies he himself had fought to obtain. Han Sen could deal with the king spirits and super creatures without much issue. It was the emperor himself that presented the problem. He wasn't sure how he'd muster what it would take to bring the emperor down. Ordinary king spirits could not fight him, and Purple Emperor wasn't a true emperor yet, either. Purple Emperor can fight with my berserk gold raven beast soul, and I myself have super king spirit mode and little angel. All hope is not lost, and at the very least, fleeing will remain a viable option. I can escape whenever I wish, Han Sen mulled to himself. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:49 and 16 seconds AM Chapter 1235 Han Sen had decided to stay and fight. He brought all his spirits and super creatures outside of the shelter to battle upon the fields. He didn't want to risk the construct of Thunder Hell shelter getting destroyed. After walking a few dozen miles, he and his companions caught sight of the enemy spirits and creatures approaching. The spirit that led the host was clad in black armor that masked his face. A subtle, dark glow shimmered around the being. He looked like an ancient deity, but Han Sen knew exactly who he was. That was Saint Fan, whom he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. The spirit hadn't changed much. Saint Fan Emperor was sitting upon the holy rhino, which looked as strong as ever. It glowed with a holy light, acting as a beacon for the army to follow. What Han Sen had seen, when the holy rhino ascended to the third god's sanctuary, was still one of the most incredible sights he had ever witnessed. It was something Han Sen thought was insane. And now, over the time of its existence in the third god's sanctuary, it had been looked after well by Saint Fan Emperor, as it had opened 9 gene locks already. Besides Saint Fan Emperor, there were 3 king spirits and a few super creatures. Behind the leading line was an army of spirits and creatures, all of varying types, sizes, and shapes. A few of the creatures looked familiar, as they were the spirits and creatures that had escaped from Thunder Hell shelter. Han Sen frowned, noticing this. If Saint Fan had the creatures from Thunder Hell shelter, he would know everything about the place. He was coming fully prepared, and there were very few trump cards Han Sen had left to play. When Saint Fan recognized Han Sen, a visible look of shock fell across his face. He said, "Human, it was you who killed Thunder Hell Emperor and claimed his shelter?" "Yes," Han Sen answered as he sat upon Golden Growler, eschewing all possible feelings of apprehension. Saint Fan smiled and said, I left a mark on you, did I not? I had hoped to have you come to my shelter, but that mare replaced it. Lotus claimed you, did she not? Not that it matters, because you will be mine once more. Saint Fan made it sound like he'd soon expect a grovel-like bow by Han Sen, and he'd have no trouble getting a submission from him. Han Sen was aware of how he was making it sound, so Han Sen said, I'm not so sure about that. In fact, it might be the opposite. Perhaps later, it will be you who belongs to me. Seeing Saint Fan there, though, made his mind drift to wonder what power the spirits possessed that allowed them to return to a previous shelter and escort creatures through. If Han Sen could do this, he thought he'd be able to bring his mother to the third god's sanctuary. Saint Fan Emperor looked miffed, and he responded to Han Sen by saying, you might be able to steal Thunder Hell's spirit stone, but the talent that enabled that is useless against a being as magnificent as I. Get on your knees and you can return to the shelter with your comrades. All deals will be off the table once swords ring, knuckles fly, and bones break. Talking with this fool is pointless, yo. Let's kill him. Xia Qing King did not wait, and with a gleam of silver light, he took off running towards the enemy. Xia Qing King's power was similar to that of Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode. That being said, it wasn't as effective. Seeing Xia Qing King come, Saint Fan did not seem to care. It was a king's spirit that had come running out to fight, after all. Xia Qing King ran before a king's spirit of the enemy and unleashed a barrage of punches. The enemy's fists were very quick, and they were able to repel every single hit. The enemy's fists were like shields. Pang! Xia Qing King punched a little harder and broke the fist shield. Then, another salvo of punches was unleashed. The king's spirit didn't seem to care much about the punches it was being delivered, though, and it sought to launch a punch of its own at Xia Qing King's head. Fortunately, his power did not match Xia Qing King's power. With a boost, Xia Qing King's fist was driven into the enemy spirit's chest, while the enemy spirit's punch was thrown into Xia Qing King's head. A hole was smashed into the king's spirit's body as Xia Qing King's fist ripped clean through. And when the king's spirit's own fist came into contact with Xia Qing King, it did nothing. The power seemed to have been nullified when it came into contact with the silver light that veiled Xia Qing King. Get back to me once you've practiced the art of punching walls for 100,000 years in a dreadfully boring incarceration, matey, Xia Qing King said. Everyone, witnessing Xia Qing King's coolness and ferociousness in taking the fight to the enemy, were given the hope they needed, but had struggled to find before now. Saint Fan didn't care much for his subordinate's death, though, as the holy rhino's horn began to shine. Immediately, the spirit Xia Qing King had thought to have killed stood up and healed back to full health. Our fight is not over, the king's spirit cackled. Xia Qing King frowned, and he looked to be filled with a murderous rage. He approached the king's spirit again. To this, Saint Fan waved his hand, a command to the rest of his companions to begin fighting. Seeing Saint Fan not want to fight himself, Han Sen responded by commanding Purple Emperor and the rest to deal with the army. The opponent only had 7 king-class elites with him, while Saint Fan and the Rhino stayed out of the fighting. Purple Emperor, Xia Qing King, and Little Angel were very strong, and they were swiftly able to take control of the battleground. But Han Sen soon found out that this was pointless. The Holy Rhino was able to heal all the forces that were beaten down, making it impossible to keep the dead, dead. It is no wonder they are not afraid to die. Injuries don't stick, Han Sen told himself, while frowning. Alu alu alu. Xia Qing King's fists were like a couple of silver suns now, as they pummeled the daylight out of the spirit in front of him again. He had torn through every shield and beaten the spirit into a wretched, mangled mess on the floor, ready to be smashed. Published at 20th of February 2019 1:30 and 8 seconds AM Chapter 1236. The rhino's horn was shining brightly, and that same light was now caressing the crumpled king's spirit. Xia Qing King did not relent in his pummeling of the spirit, but no matter what he did, it just wouldn't give up the ghost. Pang! This time, when the spirit was able to get up, it punched Xia Qing King in the face, making his nose bleed. And it wasn't only Xia Qing King having to deal with such a predicament. Ghost Eye, Blue Dinosaur, and Dry Bone were also at this same disadvantage. Disloyal Knight's halo had the ability to weaken others, but Saint Fan's army was practically invincible. They did not fear death either, so a reduction in damage output or a reduction of defense durability on their part meant nothing. That being said, the wounds would stay on the broken enemies, which meant their effectiveness in battle gradually reduced the more they were beaten. Holy Rhino is good. It is no wonder Saint Fan values it so highly and has allowed it to level up so high, Han Sen thought, as he readied himself to attack the Rhino and Saint Fan Emperor. Han Sen needed to get rid of the duo, as victory did not seem a likely outcome if they were still in play. But before Han Sen struck, Xia Qing King barked something across the battlefield. The scary silver light that had enveloped him made him look like a terrifying foe. Han Sen was a great distance away from him at this point, but he could feel the immense power Xia Qing King was about to deploy. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Seeing the king's spirit rise again, Xia Qing King had definitely had enough. He screamed, "Die!" The fists came thick and fast, one wallop after another, wrecking the body of the king's spirit. The heat of the silver fists then melted its body into thick, bubbling tar as it was beaten back into a rocky cliffside. Like a mechanical drill, Xia Qing King pummeled him through the rock as if he was merrily digging a tunnel. After the silver light dimmed, the body of the king's spirit was shown to have disappeared. It had been vaporized. Even after respawning another 10,000 times, you'll never have what it takes to beat me. Xia Qing King hollered, as he drew a pair of sunshades and slid them into his face. As cool as he tried to play it, though, Han Sen knew Xia Qing King was sweating. That attack had cost Xia Qing King a lot of energy. Still, the fact that he had destroyed a king's spirit into actual nothingness was scary. Han Sen said to him, "Brother Xia, you rock." If the body was gone, the rhino couldn't heal it. But Saint Fan Emperor waved his hand, and then, a weird light appeared. This light was sent towards Xia Qing King. Boom! The light broke and diminished, returning the king's spirit in front of Xia Qing King unharmed and free from wounds. Seeing this, Xia Qing King's face changed. Han Sen now knew why his opponents really weren't afraid of death. Even if they couldn't be healed, resurrection was only a hand flick away. Han Sen summoned Purple Emperor and then became a berserk gold raven. Together, the duo went to battle Saint Fan. Han Sen used the gold raven because he could not yet use ancient devil soldier. The raven had berserk powers, too, so it was bound to be effective against the emperor. Seeing Han Sen and Purple Emperor approach, Saint Fan didn't move much. He just remained where was, comfy upon the rhino. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. When they approached, Saint Fan lifted his hands and managed to grab them both with ease. The talons of the raven and the purple sword were grabbed by Saint Fan with no trouble. Han Sen and Purple Emperor could not escape the wretched grip he had on him. Saint Fan was a twisted devil, and he started to smack the two puppets in his hands together, getting them to hit each other repeatedly. Dry Bone King said Saint Fan could make the flesh of two creatures merge together, and these words stuck with Han Sen all too well. The last thing he was going to do was allow that. Han Sen flapped his wings and managed to writhe out of the Emperor's grip, leaving a few scratch marks on his hands as he slipped free. Purple Emperor, seeing an opportunity now arise, let the sword go, jumped on Saint Fan's head, and used another beam blade to strike him. Dong! 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 The purple beam struck against the armor a few times, but it was futile. Only the exposed skin was susceptible to damage. But as soon as wounds appeared on Saint Fan's skin, they were immediately healed. You'd miss it if you blinked. Are emperors always this strong? Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to repeatedly hit Saint Fan while trying to avoid getting grabbed again. Purple Emperor continued using his blades of light to strike their ultimate foe. But Saint Fan didn't even seem concerned. He sat upon the rhino, unmoved. It was almost as if he didn't want to stop the two from hitting him. There might only be one gene lock gap, but it's a nearly unbridgeable chasm. 9 gene locks is so weak, in comparison. Han Sen thought the extra, 10th gene lock made all the difference in the world. Purple Emperor had 10 gene locks open, but due to the lack of sufficient nutrition during its birth, its power was not all that different from Han Sen's. But they were also individual, and Han Sen could not combine with Purple Emperor as he could with Little Angel. They still managed to hold Saint Fan back, but it didn't make much of a difference for those down on the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the tides were turning, and they were not doing well. Even Xia Qin King had been injured quite a bit by this point. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:49 and 11 seconds AM Chapter 1237 Dry Bone King looked dismayed, but it was no surprise. He was talented with the heart bone, and he could break the hearts of his enemies in their chests, but it wouldn't be long before they were back on their feet. The dismay came as no surprise, for they were all fighting unbeatable foes. Xia Qin King's heart had sunk even lower, though. He could kill any king's spirit there he desired, but they'd each be resurrected in no time. Little Angel's greatsword continued to hack down the super creatures she went up against. But whenever she beheaded an opponent, the head would soon roll up and get stitched back on. No matter how powerful they were, fighting was a useless uphill struggle against enemies that couldn't be destroyed. The only ones making genuine progress on the battlefield were Thorn Queen and Water Fairy. Thorn Queen was able to use vines to trap and subdue creatures. Even if they could be healed, beneath the nasty entrapment of thorny ropes, they were out of the game. Water Fairy had a similar move, but she used water bubbles to encase and suffocate enemies. Xia Qin King broke another foe's head, but lo and behold, it respawned the next second. He turned around, picked up Snowball, who was idly spectating by the side, and threw it towards the arisen king's spirit. The king's spirit used his shield to block, but it was quickly broken by Xia Qin King, allowing Snowball to get in close. Snowball squealed and flashed with a white light, which momentarily blinded the king's spirit. The spirit felt as if it had been a victim of 100 flashbang grenades, and it felt as if his world was spinning amidst the blinding light. Haha! Brains before brawn, you numpty! Xia Qin King called to the ball. Snowball had trapped the king's spirit within, and then kicked it away like a corner kick. The ball hit a nearby wall with terrible force, and it bounced all the way back to Xia Qin King. With a smile, he was happy to comply and kick it back once more. Xia Qin King looked as if he was actually having fun, playing soccer by himself. Brother Xia Qin, help! Dry Bone King suddenly called from across the field. His bone heart was useless, and close-quarter combat was where Dry Bone King was least proficient. Even Baby Ghost could not do aught for him. Pang! The white ball was kicked away by Xia Qin King, one last time with frightening power. It drilled through a cliffside and became lodged deep inside. Coming! Xia Qin King grabbed Snowball and ran over to the monster that was harassing Dry Bone King. To make use of Snowball, he had to get in close. But that could be difficult if the opponent knew what to expect. So, Xia Qin King just charged towards it and punched the foe to knock it off balance. The silver light broke the molten lava casing that protected the monster, and then, Xia Qin King shoved Snowball onto the fiery beast. Snowball flashed white again, trapping the monster inside another white ball. Xia Qin King immediately kicked the white ball away, as if to score a penalty kick. Saint Fan had become aware of what Xie Qing King was doing now, and when he saw him run towards another creature, he frowned. They had found a way to get around his healing and resurrection expertise. Seeing Xie Qing King continue going about this, Saint Fan disengaged Han Sen and went towards the tricksy and ill-dressed spirit. Swiftly, he managed to snatch Snowball away from Xie Qing King. Saint Fan Emperor knew the fluffy little creature could end up tipping the scales of the battle. Good timing. Xie Qing King flashed with a silver light, then took the opportunity to punch Saint Fan. Pang! Xie Qing King put all his strength into that punch, and he managed to rocket his fist through Saint Fan's armor and body. Han Sen was delighted to see this, so he and Purple Emperor leaped onto the dazed Emperor to deal more damage and kill him before he could recover. Han Sen's talons shredded Saint Fan's wounds into gnarly bits as Purple Emperor slashed the wound from another side. He looked as if he was going to be ripped apart, but Saint Fan smiled as if he couldn't care less. All three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. Xie Qing King's arm, Han Sen's talons, and Purple Emperor's sword suddenly became a part of Saint Fan's renewed flesh. He had healed, with the three of them connected to him. Oh, no! Han Sen wished to pull his talons away, but he felt great pain in doing so, as if he was trying to tear his own arm off. Xie Qing King was the same, too. But fortunately, Purple Emperor was able to let go of his sword and fall back for a moment. What is this sick sh*t? Xie Qing King looked incredibly angry, and he repeatedly pummeled Saint Fan's head. Saint Fan didn't attempt to dodge, though, and he just let this occur. It was strange, because eventually, Xie Qing King's fists penetrated his skull and battered Saint Fan's brain. But the next second, it made sense, and it made Xie Qing King look even worse. The head of Saint Fan healed, trapping Xie Qing King's hand inside his brain. Xie Qing King wished to pull his hand away, but he felt a headache come on. It prompted him to start sweating profusely. Published at 21st of February 2019 1:30 and 15 seconds AM Chapter 1238 Han Sen's face was not looking good. If you touched Saint Fan Emperor's body, your limbs could sink and become one with him, and any subsequent hits meant bringing damage to yourself. This was what had occurred to them. Saint Fan Emperor did not feel any pain, and amidst all this, he smiled and said, "Xie Qing King, that is a name not unfamiliar to me. I heard of the power you wielded back when I was first born. I must say, the claims of your talents are overrated." Saint Fan threw a fist to punch Xie Qing King's belly. Xie Qing King had one of his hands in Saint Fan's chest, and his other was lodged inside his opponent's head. There was nothing he could do to dodge. Saint Fan Emperor's fist began to boil with an eerie silver light, as if he was absorbing Xie Qing King's power. Pang! Pang! Saint Fan's fists, imbued with silver light, began to pummel Xie Qing King repeatedly, until his chest caved in. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they really had become a part of Saint Fan, and now, Saint Fan could make use of their powers. Watching Saint Fan punch Xie Qing King, Han Sen tried to throw fire at the wretched spirit to end the madness. But Saint Fan knocked away the approaching fire, and he did not allow his fist to stop there. The fist went onwards to punch Han Sen in the head, making him suffer a great deal of pain. D****. Han Sen wanted to activate his Super King Spirit mode, but just as he resolved to, he heard a barking sound. Snowball had snuck behind Saint Fan, and with his ability to trap beings inside white spheres, it tried to do the same to the spirit. It worked, but Han Sen and Xie Qing King were trapped inside, too. Good job, Snowball. Han Sen thought trapping the spirit would be the best course of action, first and foremost. Woof! Snowball barked. But their new glimmer of hope was brief, and their faces soon became grim once more. Saint Fan was able to throw his fist through the previously thought to be indestructible skin of the white sphere. A ball that could withstand the number 16 of saving money had been broken in a single punch by Saint Fan. Saint Fan's body exited the ball, with it attached to his back. Everything and everyone can become a part of me, and all control can be submitted to me, Saint Fan proclaimed. Snowball barked and ran off, jumping into a sphere of his own in the process. What a wimp, Xie Qin King said. Han Sen found it funny that Xie Qin King had initially believed Snowball had saved their lives. Saint Fan then threw a punch towards Han Sen, with another fist that had been imbued with a silver light. Han Sen knew how strong Xie Qin King was, and he knew full well if Saint Fan was going to place all his strength in that punch, he'd be dead in the next couple of seconds. But he was stuck and unable to go anywhere. He had no choice but to brace for impact and accept the incoming hit. Pang! Han Sen grabbed his other talon and slashed Saint Fan Emperor's waist, but it was only one last, futile attempt of trying to get away. It really was impossible to get free. But then, the Purple Emperor appeared. He hadn't wished to attack because he didn't want to deal damage to Han Sen as he attacked Saint Fan. Saint Fan's punch met with Han Sen, and it hurt. He then punched Xie Qin King. And repeatedly, Saint Fan continued to beat them both black, blue, and bloody. Han Sen knew he had to think of something, and that this couldn't be allowed to go on much longer. Now, he had no choice but to use Super King Spirit Mode. Han Sen returned from his Triple Talon Gold Raven status, but he noticed his arms were still attached to Saint Fan. Han Sen did not know if Super King Spirit Mode would allow him an escape, but he did know he had to try. If the likelihood of death seemed strong, he might as well do all he could, after all. And currently, Dry Bone King was not faring too well in battle. Snowball had managed to imprison 2 of the creatures that had attacked him, but there were still 5 more to go. With the tide not changing, things had to drastically improve for everyone, if they were going to achieve victory. Thorn Queen was still capable of trapping enemies, but the vines wouldn't hold them forever, and it was only a matter of time before they could indeed escape. Snowball ran over to Bao and cowered behind her back, not wanting to move. It was not like anyone could break his sphere and force him out, either. Qing Jun tried to grab hold of Snowball and go around the field with him, as he was an invaluable asset in trapping the super creatures and king spirits that dominated the field of battle. Its nerves had been rattled so much, though, that did not seem likely to happen. Bauer held her gourd and looked at the chaos afore her, and particularly at Han Sen and Saint Fan. She wished to make use of the item, but she was afraid of bringing harm to Han Sen. She was also unsure whether or not she could truly suck Saint Fan into the gourd. Regardless of what was going on, Han Sen was now determined to do things his way. He was going to activate Super King Spirit Mode and combine with Little Angel. Han Sen only needed to get his hands free, so he could escape. But before he could become a Super King Spirit, a long howling sound came from a nearby forest. Something scary was quickly headed their way. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they were reinforcements belonging to Saint Fan. After all, Han Sen had brought everyone, and there was no one else who could come to his aid. But even Saint Fan Emperor looked disturbed upon hearing that howl. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:49 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 1239. The howling sounded from afar, but its carrier was quickly closing the distance. When the howling came to an abrupt end, a creature emerged from the brush of the nearby forest. Little Silver. Han Sen was delighted to see his past companion leap into the fray. Its elegant fur was just like Han Sen remembered, and it brought him immense joy just to see the scruffy animal come with lightning flickering across its body. Truth be told, though, the title, Little Silver, was no longer suitable. In his time away from Han Sen, the silver fox had grown to become a giant, almost wolf-like fox. It had 10 electrified fox tails that crackled and sparked with an intensity that looked as if it could tear the dimension apart. Saint Fan was visibly disturbed when he saw it. But Han Sen was exuberantly happy, and rightly so. His companion hadn't just returned, he had come back with a grand amount of power. The significance of its tails told them it had either opened 9 gene locks, or quite possibly, 10. The silver fox swung its tail after appearing, as a bolt of lightning was fired towards Saint Fan. Saint Fan did not want the lightning to touch him, so he swung Han Sen and Xie Qing King together as a meat shield. Boom! The silver lightning hit Han Sen and Xie Qing King, and the looks on their faces were the distorted and wild expectation of a sudden death that was about to strike them. They were unable to avoid the lightning, but when they got hit, they noticed it wasn't a bolt meant to harm them. It healed them. Their relief was immense, and the healing power they received equaled the power of the Holy Rhino at the very least. When the lightning came into contact with Saint Fan's body, though, the Emperor let out a shrill shriek of pure agony. The lightning seared the skin off his entire body and made him smoke. At that precise moment, Han Sen and Xie Qing King noticed they had been separated from Saint Fan. The lightning attack had left Saint Fan's body charred and burned, and the wounds looked irreparable. He tried to heal himself, but try as he might, he was unable to. Little Silver wasn't letting up on his master's aggressor, though. He pumped up the charge and continued frying Saint Fan. In response, the scorched spirit tried to use a white light in defense. The powers of the two looked to be equal, and it wasn't immediately clear who would win. The silver fox did not stop casting, and the holy light of Saint Fan's shield had grown in volume and intensity to equal a small silver sun. There was no explosion, but the existence of the greenery around them flickered violently, as if there was a switch that operated time periods. One moment, the greenery would be in full, verdant bloom. The next, a scorched, charred hellscape. It switched between the two rapidly and made for an awe-inducing sight. Han Sen's energy felt disturbed as he witnessed this. He wanted nothing more than to leave, feeling dwarfed by the gargantuan forces that battled before him. Everyone, focus on felling the remaining spirits and super creatures. Han Sen called, running into battle against Saint Fan's army. Now, Saint Fan had been left to deal with a being that was his equal. He was left to fight with the silver fox, and he couldn't be distracted. Under the pressure put on him by the electric fox, he wouldn't have the time to resurrect anything that died. Han Sen and Xie Qing King laid waste to the remaining forces with ease, all except for the Holy Rhino. But Han Sen thought it odd. Despite what he killed, Han Sen did not receive a single announcement. This made him frown. Even if the foes he had routed could be resurrected, death, no matter how temporary, should yield him an announcement of some kind. This must have meant Saint Fan did not resurrect them on the field of battle, and that he must have done something before he came to fight. Well, that's a new trick. I wonder what he did, exactly. Han Sen weighed the mystery in his mind. But Han Sen also felt a streak of relief. If Saint Fan truly had the power of resurrecting spirits and creatures, it was almost too frightening a thing to comprehend. Saint Fan was not invincible in the third god's sanctuary, despite his immense amount of power. Even he had a limit. Then, Han Sen suddenly heard the boisterous spirit scream aloud once more. It looked like he had failed to withstand the power of Little Silver's lightning. What did Little Silver do to become so strong? He must have eaten more than the nine-tailed fox's geno essence I let him have. He must have unearthed some fairly nifty treasure, Han Sen thought. But the silver fox and all the super creatures on Ghost Mountain had all disappeared without a trace, so he thought something fairly more substantial had taken place, as well. Saint Fan shouted, and turning to look, Han Sen saw a lot of strange light beam right into him. From out of Saint Fan, a snake head, lion body, and spider claws were all beginning to grow. Han Sen said, all these creatures were a part of him already. They didn't resurrect, they were just birthed by him. Now, all the super creatures and king spirits of the field became one with Saint Fan. His body became stronger, and it made little Silver's glow look fainter. The silver fox looked like he was having a hard time keeping up the constant discharge of electricity. Saint Fan was becoming more powerful than they thought could be possible, as he grew to encompass a mishmash of all those different creatures. The silver lightning was no longer enough to keep him at bay. Water can extinguish fire, but if the fire is too strong, not even water can help. Published at 22nd of February 2019, 1:25 and 4 seconds AM. Chapter 1240. Saint Fan's holy light continued to expand, and the light that had previously suppressed him was dwarfed and had to pull away. Thunder of life. Very good. If you become a part of me, I will obtain your powers, too. Saint Fan was talking like a madman. Saint Fan was able to heal himself, but not anyone else. That was why he valued the rhino so much. They were both of a holy element, but if Saint Fan combined with the rhino, he could not use it to heal others. The silver fox's ability of healing was of a different element, and if Saint Fan consumed little silver, he could overcome this hurdle. Saint Fan had a wide array of wretched powers bubbling within him, and he used it all to fight back the silver lightning. But with his strength starting to prove itself supreme, little silver began to struggle, and Saint Fan was inching closer and closer to the furry fighter. The silver fox did all he could to strengthen his thunder, but nothing he did could prohibit the lurching approach of Saint Fan. We have to do something. We can't just let him bully that fox. Xie Qing King exclaimed. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could realistically do. Nothing they could do worked on Saint Fan, and the last thing they wanted was to become glued to him. Han Sen saw something weird about Saint Fan, but he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing Saint Fan get closer to the silver fox, though, Han Sen still did not activate his Super King Spirit mode to help. Boom! Boom! Saint Fan's hideous body, if it could even be called that, was sickening to see. It resembled little more than a hulking biomass, whose footsteps rocked the earth with each step. Half an hour later, Saint Fan had managed to come directly before the silver fox. With one of the snakes that protruded from his body, he tried to snatch the silver fox. Little Silver, come back! Han Sen shouted. The silver fox heard Han Sen's command, and then suddenly its size shrank. It leaped onto Han Sen's shoulder, taking back its rightful spot where his master had severely missed him. Saint Fan turned around to look at Han Sen and his companions. Many of the mouths across his body opened to say, "Good, you've all lined up to offer yourselves up for my consumption. You must earnestly wish me to become a demigod, but be good and queue up single file, would you?" After that, Saint Fan began his approach towards them all. It was a terrifying thing to behold. Snowball turned into a ball and ran off, but he wasn't the only one. They all fell back together, acknowledging their foe was now far too strong. Saint Fan Emperor, before you try and consume us all, can I ask you 2 questions? Han Sen did not wait for a response, and he immediately asked, how did you return to the second god's sanctuary for the rhino? All the mouths on Saint Fan opened to answer, that is the ability of an emperor shelter. They all have different abilities, and mine provided this one. When triggered, you can open a gate that leads you to the second god's sanctuary. I did not break through space, and it was the rhino who opened the gate. That gate led to an emperor shelter, which just so happened to be mine. Han Sen was disappointed with this answer. He thought he could move his mother and Yen ran to the third god's sanctuary with safety. Second question, why do you attack us? I fail to believe all this is purely in the desire for revenge, Han Sen said. I do not need to explain anything to you, Saint Fan said, preparing to absorb him. It is because of that tree, isn't it? Han Sen said. Saint Fan asked, you saw it? Yes, I did. I saw 3 fruits upon its branches. One of the fruits contained a twin knight, Han Sen explained. Saint Fan looked surprised, and he asked, has it matured yet? Now Han Sen understood Saint Fan's rush to do battle was not for revenge, but for the tree that resided in Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen also knew now that it was a 3-life tree. He did not know what the other fruits were, though. Do you know what the other 2 fruits are that grow on the 3-life tree? Han Sen asked, but he was ignored. Saint Fan simply moved forward and tried to attack. The silver fox used lightning to break the power it had expelled towards Han Sen. But Saint Fan had grown incredibly strong, and although the attack had been stayed, the malformed spirit himself could not be stopped. His approach continued. For some reason, his powers felt unlimited. But also, weaker. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged another attack. He stood in front of the hideous body and said, look at yourself, before trying to kill us. Ugh, what game are you trying to play now? Saint Fan said. He knew the extent of his powers and knew how wretched he actually appeared, but he just continued trying to attack. Look at yourself. Look at your body. Are you afraid I will assault you? Han Sen asked, evading the strike. Saint Fan was not afraid of any possible assault Han Sen could muster, and he had more than one pair of eyes now. He took control of the snake and let it out to get a better view of himself, but what he saw shocked him. He said, impossible. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:49 and 1 second AM Chapter 1241 Han Sen didn't lie to Saint Fan, as his body truly had developed a problem. The ugly biomass had developed a number of unhealthy blisters. They were empty, but they produced deep craters across his body when popped. These blisters began to appear more and more, honeycombing the mutated being like some beehive. The gross sight of Saint Fan was only becoming more garish and twisted. Impossible. My body is fine, I can heal. Saint Fan was speaking from many of the mouths that composed his body. He had no idea when this had begun, and the wounds that were webbing their way across him had sprung up on him with surprising speed. It didn't seem as if he would have noticed, had Han Sen not pointed the issue out to him. More and more blisters grew, transforming the biomass into a podded mess, not too unlike a thick bunch of grapes. The blisters, when they bloated and became too big, popped to reveal craters in the flesh. Nothing came out of them, but it was clearly a problem. Saint Fan's body was full of these holes, and it was like he was fizzing away. How is this happening? Heal me, Rhino. Saint Fan commanded. Holy Rhino cast its holy light on Saint Fan, but something seemed to separate the light from the wounds. Saint Fan was frightened by what was going on, so he tossed away all the now grotesque carcasses of spirits and creatures that had previously resided within him. When he had been reduced to his true self, even his proper body was becoming holy. Things looked dire for him. What did you do? Saint Fan demanded. Nothing, aside from killing you, Han Sen said, with giddy excitement bubbling beneath his straight-faced words. At the beginning, when Han Sen's talons scraped against Saint Fan, the spirit healed immediately after. The toxins Han Sen had deployed within that scratch, however, could not be healed. Han Sen was not carrying poison around with him, he had actually put a glyph to use. It gleamed across his back now, and it was the glyph that came from the thorn scorpion. It had been combined with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Invisible toxic king scorpion beast soul, glyph type. Han Sen hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, and all he had known about it was that it carried and deployed toxic poisons. The toxic substance was a silent killer, one without smell and taste. It could go totally unnoticed until the effects took action. After Han Sen attacked Saint Fan, Han Sen initially believed it did nothing. There was no immediate reaction, and with Saint Fan being so strong anyway, it wasn't entirely unlikely that he could withstand the poison. If it was effective, Saint Fan would have most likely brought attention to it, as well. Han Sen only noticed the poison was working when he saw the blisters begin to develop, swell, and pop like a corrosive acid. Han Sen was happy that the poison had taken effect, but he was more than surprised to learn Saint Fan hadn't even noticed what was happening to him until Han Sen had pointed it out. The toxic substance might not have been the strongest in existence, but it was most certainly the most unsettling. It really was quite mind-blowing to learn Saint Fan was completely oblivious to the poison he had been struck with. Han Sen did not know if he himself could withstand such a toxin either. Han Sen really wanted to practice Jade Skin after seeing this, as it increased one's poison and toxin resistances. It was far better at developing such defenses than the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra was great for building a powerfully balanced body, but it wasn't the greatest out there. If it truly was the be-all and end-all, Dongxian Zi would not have died. I definitely need to practice Jade Skin, Han Sen decided. Saint Fan's body was peppered with holes, but he still could not feel anything. He only noticed what was going on due to what his eyes were relaying to him. What's more, Saint Fan life force was gradually beginning to fade. He became weaker and weaker, despite his insistence on clinging to the belief that he had not been poisoned and that this was the work of some other phantom menace. Saint Fan looked at Han Sen with utter contempt, and suddenly, he jumped into the skies, wishing to fly away and abandon the field of battle. Han Sen patted little Silver on the head. Then, the furry fiend leaped into the air, split its 10 tails, and fired a barrage of electric bullets to fry the airborne Saint Fan. Saint Fan was incredibly weak by this point, so he was disintegrated into nothing more than dust. Aside from the rhino, everything that was a part of him disappeared. Everyone else who was present had just taken a seat to watch the spectacle. They were in awe at what had transpired, but they were also extremely confused. They didn't have a clue about what had just happened. Dry Bone King wanted to kill the rhino. It might not have been an active participant in the fight, but it had supported Saint Fan and healed the troops constantly. Stop. Han Sen had a history with the rhino. He had even obtained its tear, as well. Furthermore, the rhino was most likely under contract with the spirit and was only doing as it was commanded. Han Sen didn't want the rhino to die or be killed so simply. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let the rhino go back to help Saint Fan rebuild either. Rhino, I know you have been contracted to help Saint Fan. And I know you were only doing as you were bid to. Han Sen said this while bringing out his cruel bottle. He went on to say, this bottle is its own little dimension. It can disconnect you from the obligations you are sworn to here, in this world. The contract Saint Fan has with you has no meaning or hold on you inside this bottle. If you wish to switch masters, I will accept you. And if you join me, you can reside inside this bottle until I have finished with Saint Fan once and for all. Only I will have the power to release you once you enter, but you have my word that I won't hold you for any longer than is necessary. Published at 23rd of February 2019 1:40 and 5 seconds AM Chapter 1242 Holy Rhino seemed to agree to Han Sen's offer. It roared and then entered the cruel bottle. Han Sen was delighted about this, so he put a lid on it. For the rhino, this was similar to humans taking refuge in the Alliance, away from the sanctuaries where the motions and terms of a contract were always in play. For the duration it was in the bottle, the rhino was safe. Saint Fan now couldn't kill the rhino for switching its allegiance, but if Han Sen wanted to enlist Holy Rhino as an ally in the future, he knew he'd have to take down Saint Fan once and for all. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he could not yet kill Saint Fan. If anything, that frightening spirit was more powerful than ever. It was highly likely the rest of the super creatures inhabiting Saint Fan's shelter would be absorbed to become a part of him. Saint Fan must have known he had been poisoned, too. Han Sen couldn't waltz in and expect to play the same trick on him, as Saint Fan would have most likely deployed a precaution to avoid it happening again. The invisible toxic king scorpion glyph was a powerful item he had developed, but Han Sen still had to get in close and deal proper damage to the spirit to put the poisons to work. If Saint Fan had combined with a host of additional king spirits and super creatures, getting up close and personal would be harder than ever. Still, Han Sen could take solace in the fact that he and his people had each emerged from the battle as they had entered. Although his companions were weary, Han Sen had not lost a single one. Furthermore, the silver fox had come back to him. Of course, Han Sen acknowledged how terrifyingly close the situation had been to disaster before the furry thing had leaped in to save the day. If it hadn't come back at that precise moment, Saint Fan would have killed them all before the toxins took effect. As evidenced by the delay that day, the toxins really did take a good amount of time to work on powerful foes. But, with the battle over, everyone returned to the shelter. Queen went straight back to practicing, as she had been unable to help at all in the fight. There was a stark line between having a death wish and being willing to die in aid and service of others in the face of extreme adversity. Death was around the next corner, if she wished it to be, but a true cause to bring about death was a rarity. After this, though, she was given a renewed perspective. She could see the contrast between her and Han Sen's strength, and she had a better grasp on how much weaker she was and how much further she had to go if she wished to compete and be of help like the rest of his companions. Humans had only occupied the sanctuaries for 200 years, while spirits and creatures had been there far longer. It was natural for humans to be weaker to begin with, and it was always difficult to find footing in each greater sanctuary. Han Sen was delighted to have the silver fox return, but the others weren't. The silver fox had used its lightning to heal the wounds of Han Sen's, which had them all writhing on the ground in agony. They half believed Han Sen had turned on them. After the healing, Han Sen went to take a look at the three-life tree alongside the silver fox. The silver fox showed interest in the hand, but nothing else. Unfortunately, the silver fox could not speak. As a result, Han Sen was still clueless about the treasure the tree was giving birth to. If Saint Fan wants it, it must be good. Can it hurry up and grow a little faster? Han Sen gave the tree another water drop while pondering the circumstances. Saint Fan had been delivered a serious blow, so it wasn't likely he'd show his face anytime soon. Thinking this, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance for a time. Han Sen read a bunch of books and went to the virtual community to practice with others. "Coach, you fancy a fight?" Immediately after Han Sen entered, Ms. Perfume sent him a message. Complying, Han Sen sent her an invite. She was, after all, Qin Xian behind the online handle. She frequently matched with him, and despite losing every single time, she was always improving. Qin Xian was still practicing empirical sword, and it was a one-of-kind technique. Its focus went beyond merely dishing out power. There had been a beauty in its crafting, and its existence was like poetry. Han Sen could simulate the energy flow, but if he did not have the heart for it, he couldn't perform it. Qin Taixian had not told her it was actually Han Sen behind the online username, a soldier on the warship, and so, Qin Xian was still happy to just call him Coach. In a classic arena, Qin Xian kept slashing towards Han Sen at full steam without reprieve. Han Sen did not evade her attacks, and instead, he just used his sword to block. Qin Xian's great-grandfather's username was, a king with 72 wives. If Qin Xian could not complete the practice required of empirical sword and beat Han Sen, then Qin Xian would not be able to control the skill. So Han Sen did not hold back. As a result, Qin Xian lost every single time. But Han Sen was as surprised as he ever was with her determination. Failure never stopped Qin Xian, and she would always bounce back with vigor and spunk. Perhaps it was because of empirical sword, because the skill required a strong heart and firm courage to master. Her great-grandfather told Han Sen that empirical sword was something to display one's power and might, but without a strong heart, the sword could break. You had to strike and forego any element of defense. Han Sen was supposed to be her whetstone, for her to use and be kept sharp with. The strength of the heart was reflected upon the sword. "Coach, are you a demigod?" Qin Xian asked. "No, I'm only a surpasser," Han Sen answered. Qin Xian was surprised to learn this, provided it was the truth. She said, "People as talented as you are surpassers. How difficult must it be to become a demigod?" "Perfection is not always required," Han Sen said. She was even more surprised now, and she said, "Are you going to max out your super geno points before ascending?" Han Sen nodded. Qin Xian was extra excited to hear this, and she giddily said, "Which shelter are you at?" "I have almost maxed out my super geno points, so perhaps we will be able to meet up when I get to the third god sanctuary." The third god sanctuary is a big place. When you get there, focus on what it will take for you to survive. Don't concern yourself with me or anyone else. Who knows, though? I might actually end up with you. I'm quite a fortunate person. Qin Xian laughed. Han Sen shook his head and did not respond. He knew Qin Xian was actually more mature than him, so he wasn't too worried about how well she'd fare when she made the jump. But Han Sen did not think Qin Xian would be lucky enough to spawn on his shelter, as the chances of that were far too low for consideration. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:48 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 1243. Han Sen exited the virtual community and saw Bauer sitting in front of him. Immediately, she leaped into Han Sen's chest, loudly proclaiming, "I'm thirsty." "I'll go and get you some water," Han Sen said, heading for the water dispenser. Bauer then stroked Han Sen's head fondly, whispering to him, "I want ice cream, too." "Of course you do." Han Sen knew what she wanted before she even said it. There was no way Bauer would hang around waiting for him if she only wanted water. Han Sen went to the Sapphire ice cream store. She wouldn't eat ordinary ice cream, only the expensive homemade ones produced there. Fortunately, Han Sen had a lot of money, so it wasn't a strain for him to purchase her ice cream every now and again. Han Sen saw Han Yen on the street on the way there, as she had recently enlisted at the Blackheart Military Academy. Although she'd been invited to join many other, better academies, she had rejected them all. Han Yen had her mother's appearance, but because she had been practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, she carried herself with a unique aura. Others would believe she looked incredibly holy, but to Han Sen, that was nothing new and he was used to it. There was a distance between them, and Han Sen couldn't get to her quickly. When he eventually got close enough to bark a greeting, he saw a lot of young people around her playing instruments. There was a handsome guy playing a guitar at the center, serenading. He was singing about her, and the music was obviously being played for her as well. Han Yen was walking as this occurred, and it was almost as if the others were chasing her with the music. When the song was over, the boy put his guitar away and raced ahead to kneel in front of her. Then, he presented her a bouquet of roses. "Han Yen, I am very fond of you. Would you please be my girlfriend?" The other guys were chattering amongst themselves, in hushed chants that whispered, "Say yes. Say yes." Han Sen felt very angry, watching this. Now he could understand what Ji Ruozhen had spoken about in his speech. That cheap shoal. Using cheap flowers to try to seduce my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Han Sen was still a distance away, so he wished to fly over. Not being able to right now, though, he opted for the next best thing. He started to cross the railing, to get there sooner. He knew it was illegal to do that, and he'd be forced to study the traffic laws for 10 days if caught, but that was the least of his concerns for now. When just one of the legs crossed the railing, Han Yen took the flowers in her hands. The anger that had been simmering inside Han Sen began to boil and swell, and he said to himself, "I treat you like a princess. I take you everywhere you want and give you whatever you want, how can you be tricked with just a few measly flowers? Everyone around was clapping, and then the boy moved in for a hug. You dare. You dare. Han Sen was fuming with rage, by this point. But Han Yen then extended her arms forward, with the bouquet of flowers resting across the palms of her hands. Han Yen smiled and said, "The flowers are beautiful, but I want a boyfriend who is a good man. I want a man who can display his love and affection without the need for something material to represent it. My parents are noble, and I am going to max out my Geno points. I will become a demigod, one day." The boy hastily replied. Han Yen said, "Rich or poor, strong or feeble, that does not matter to me. Only if you are a good man, will I love you." "Then tell me, what makes a good man?" the guy asked. Han Yen answered, "It is simple, and all the requirements and standards I seek reside in the one person I myself admire the most." "Okay, and who is that?" the boy asked. All the boys listened in, as they all secretly wished to make her theirs, too. Hearing Han Yen say she did not want money confused them. So, they each paid extra attention to learn what it would take to make them suitable suitors. Han Yen smiled and said, "It is my brother. If anyone can beat my brother as a person, then they are a good man. And such good men are men I would have no qualms dating." They all knew who her big brother was. He was the fearless conqueror of an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Acknowledging such crazy requirements, they all felt hopeless. "Do you mind if I keep the flowers?" Han Yen asked. The boy, startled from out of his daze, swiftly raised his sunken head and said, "Of course, they are for you." "Thank you." Han Yen took the flowers and then left. Han Sen brought his leg back after witnessing all this, and he did so with great joy. Alliance traffic law violation detected. You are in breach of law 6385, in an attempt of crossing the rail. Punishment requires a supervised study of the traffic laws for the duration of 24 hours. Follow the navigation beacons that will lead you to the traffic department. The computer near the railing notified Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen did not cross the rail completely. If he had, he'd be locked up in study for 10 days. Not even the president could get out of a jam like that. He had to start his study in 3 days, so he decided to carry on with his current objective, and that was to take Bauer to the ice cream store. When Han Sen crossed the bridge, he saw someone approach. Seeing this person, he was flabbergasted. Published at 24th of February 2019 1:35 and 19 seconds AM Chapter 1244, 1244 Blind Man was one of the few strangers Han Sen cared about. When they first met, Blind Man gave Han Sen a book that was similar to Primal Innocence. A long time later, he had randomly delivered to Han Sen a cauldron with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Even if Blind Man was from Blood Legion, it was still strange of him to give such a thing to Han Sen of all people. According to the Xian Men successor, Blood Legion was the only other faction with true power. As such, Han Sen knew to exercise great caution when dealing with people who were associated with the organization. "Come with me," Blind Man said, with a lowered voice. Han Sen followed after Blind Man, thinking there could be no risk of danger there in the alliance. Fortunately, Blind Man did not lead Han Sen someplace too private. Han Sen was taken to an AI-operated restaurant. They scanned their cards and then sat down. "Why in the sanctuaries did you send me that cauldron?" Han Sen finally had the chance to ask. Blind Man laughed and said, "I was saving you." Han Sen frowned and responded, "Don't talk such crap. Tell me the truth." Blind Man smiled and said, "I am. I'm being serious when I tell you it can save your life. Before you become a demigod, eat what's inside." "Why would I want to eat it?" Han Sen thought Blind Man had gone mad. After all, why would Han Sen consume something that belonged to Blood Legion? "You'll eat it, That much is certain, Blind Man said. Han Sen laughed and balked. Well, let me tell you how wrong you are. After this brief exchange, Han Sen readied himself to leave. He wanted to know more about Blood Legion, but Blind Man didn't seem like the sort who wanted to have a proper sit-down and chat. Stay. There is something you should look at first, Blind Man said, knowing this would invoke Han Sen's curiosity and prevent him from leaving. Han Sen looked back and froze when seeing what Blind Man was now holding. Blind Man's hands were very coarse and leathery, but the thick fingers held a ring. It was fairly ordinary, in that it had been forged with silver and been stoned with diamond. Even in the Alliance, that was just a common ring. But it stood out to Han Sen all too well because his mother had a ring that was identical. It was her wedding ring. When Blind Man witnessed Han Sen's petrified reaction, he placed the ring down on his table. Han Sen picked it up and read the inside. It read, Love, Lon. Han Sen was taken aback. He remembered this. When Han Sen was young, he was given this ring by his father to hold, and he had read the inscription inside. His father was digging a pool at the time, and he wanted Han Sen to hold onto it in case it fell off and got lost. Han Sen only knew the word love, but did not understand the word Lon. He remembered asking his father about that, as well. Han Sen's father told him that the Lon referred to his mother. This perplexed him at the time, because his mother's name was Luo Sulan. The Lon of her name meant orchid, but the Lon on the ring had been inscribed with a different character. They were homonyms, but they had been spelled differently. It was only a few years ago that Han Sen had come to learn his mother's true name was Luo Lon, and it was that Lon that was on the ring. It had been too many years since Han Sen had seen the ring, though. He couldn't be certain he was remembering things correctly or that Blind Man was actually showing him the original. What is this? Han Sen asked. Blind Man laughed. His voice cracked roughly, as if he had spent a few too many years drinking and smoking. If you don't know what this is, give it to Luo Lon. She will know. Han Sen stared at Blind Man for a while after that. When the time to break the silence came, Han Sen lifted his head and said, Is this what you wanted to show me, then? The owner of the ring wants you to know you need to eat what is inside that cauldron before you become a demigod, Blind Man said. You think a ring and a subtle implication is going to convince me? Han Sen said. Even if his father was standing right in front of him, he'd have to pull at his cheeks and give him a thorough examination to believe he was the real deal. Blind Man said, Do you know the color of the cat? Han Sen was not sure what he meant by this, as cats could come in a variety of colors. This isn't some secret handshake or code, is it? I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not a member of your organization, Han Sen said. Blind Man shook his head and said, It is blue. Why? Because someone painted it blue. Han Sen felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife, and the object of this pain had been twisted around. His mind was blown. Han Sen recalled there was an old white cat living in his house when he was just a child. It was always sunbathing in the yard. Once, Han Sen used paint to color it blue. His father was mad about this, and he told Han Sen never to touch the cat again, as it once belonged to his great-grandfather. That was the first time Han Sen had seen his father get properly angry, so it was something he was not likely to forget. Han Sen and his father cleaned the cat, but it died just a few days later. Han Sen was sad for a long time following this, believing it was his own actions that had led to the death of the cat. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 52 seconds AM Chapter 1245 Because only Han Sen and his father had been home at the time of that incident, knowing the cat had been painted should have been information exclusive to the two of them. Is he still alive? Han Sen asked. Han Sen was filled to the brim with a mixture of varying emotions following this most recent encounter with Blind Man. If his father hadn't died, then he wondered why his father never came back to visit them. If this was revealed to be true, anger would be the prevailing emotion. But Hansen knew nothing was ever straightforward, and it wasn't likely for his father to be some deadbeat dad. If he was alive, perhaps there was a reason he could not see his family anymore. Hansen only wanted to learn where he was and put all the nagging questions to bed with answers. The constant lingering questions never ceased to tug at the fringes of his mind. "He is alive," Blind Man answered resolutely. "Where is he?" "I want to see him," Hansen said. "Now is not the time," Blind Man said. "Why?" Hansen asked. Blind Man said, "He is doing something very dangerous, but if you become a demigod, there is a chance you two can meet again." "He has been in the sanctuaries all this time?" Hansen asked, with a leaping heart. Blind Man did not answer this immediately. He simply knocked the table in idle silence for a while. When he spoke next, he said, "The pill that resides inside that cauldron is something most valuable. His procurement of it came at a great risk to his life, but he got it for you, nonetheless. But that is not the only thing he wants to give you, as there is advice, also. He wants you to refrain from getting involved with Blood Legion affairs and the circumstances regarding Han Jinji. Just take care of your mother and your sister." "Tell me what he is doing," Hansen demanded, with a cold stare. "That is not for me to say. I cannot. But when you are capable, and the time is right, provided he is still alive, the time for another encounter will come," Blind Man said, standing up to leave. Hansen was angry now, as he couldn't stand such tantalizing teases. He hated being left to hang, only receiving half the answers. Cliffhangers were the bane of his existence, and it was frustrating how prevalent they were. Hansen was going to grab Blind Man, but he had already gone. This was the alliance, though, so it would be unwise for him to fight there. And when Hansen left his seat to catch up with him, he couldn't find Blind Man anywhere. He seemed to be long gone. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to trace where he might have gone, but that was useless as well. Hansen was no longer in the mood to take Bauer to eat ice cream, so he went straight over to his mother's house. There, he showed her the ring. When his mother saw it, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Is that your father's ring?" she asked, prompting Hansen to relay to her the tale of what had occurred and who he had met while on his lengthy quest for ice cream. "So, that's the long and short of it. The asterisk shoal is alive, and he's not dead. If I see him again, I swear I'll kill him myself," Luolan said. Luolan sounded incredibly angry, but Hansen could recognize the soft undercurrent of a secret happiness in the way she spoke. Of course, Hansen couldn't be certain whether or not Blind Man was telling him the truth. But with all this on his mind, Hansen decided to return to the sanctuary and take a look at the cauldron once more. He couldn't tell what the little, jewel-like orb was. And since Blind Man wasn't the most trusting fellow, he couldn't be sure whether or not it would be beneficial as he said it would be. So, again, Hansen shelved the cauldron. At long last, Hansen took Bauer out to get the ice cream she so ardently desired. He also got her additional snacks. He was willing to spend a bit on food in the Alliance, too, as there was never anything decent to eat in the sanctuaries. After half a month more had passed, Saint Fan had yet to show his face again. And now, the three-life tree had finally matured. The 3 fruits dropped to the ground like sparkling, shooting stars. The three-life tree withered and died after the fruit departed its electrical branches. Hansen wouldn't dare open the treasure himself, as he never had luck doing such things. So, after he brought the fruit out of the well with him, he asked for Zero, Bauer, and Little Silver to come join him. "Who would like to open this?" Hansen pointed at the fruit which contained the twin knight. "Me." Bauer immediately raised her hand. "Okay, but you have to give it back when you've opened it." "Do that, and I'll reward you with ice cream," Hansen nodded approvingly. Bauer took the fruit and bashed it against the floor. The shell broke. The knight beamed into Bauer's head. So, care to tell me what it is? Han Sen asked. Dragon King told Han Sen it was a twin night beast soul, but noted how remarkably strange it was for it to be growing on something that wasn't a twin night tree. Therefore, what was inside could not be guaranteed. All he knew for sure was that it was a beast soul of some kind. Bauer sent Han Sen the night beast soul and made sure to comment, "Just don't forget my ice cream." Superclass Twin Thunder Knight, Possession Type, Beast Soul obtained. It was indeed a twin knight, but one associated with thunder. If it could only adhere to the one thunder element, then that was disappointing. "I won't forget." After Han Sen told Bauer this, he turned to look at the silver fox. Little Silver seemed to have a bit more control over itself now, but he still looked incredibly anxious to open the fruit that was before him. "This is for you, Little Silver." The silver fox was the strongest there amongst them, as it had 10 whole gene locks open. It was only fair that Han Sen provided it goodies. Little Silver reached out its paws and crushed the fruit. Then, the hand inside emerged and began to fly around. Observing the hand after it emerged from the fruit, Han Sen noticed that it wasn't actually made of flesh. What Han Sen had presumed to be veins were actually streaks of lightning. The silver fox then gobbled up the entire hand, and his body started to shake and vibrate. After that, the furry thing burped out a plume of blue lightning. Published at 25th of February 2019, 1:30 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 1246. 1246. After the silver fox gobbled up and swallowed the hand, nothing much happened. Little Silver shook for a minute, then simply walked over to Han Sen's sleeping quarters and took a nap. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to examine the silver fox's life force after a brief worry that something might have been wrong, but from what he could tell, all was fine. 0. You open the final fruit. Han Sen then pushed the fruit that contained the hammer over to 0. 0 accepted it and crushed it, prompting a light to shoot into her head. It must have been a beast soul, if it could go straight into the sea of soul. Han Sen had originally thought the hammer might have been some sort of Geno treasure, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. 0 then passed the hammer beast soul back to Han Sen. Superclass Thunder Hammer, Battle Gene Type, Beast Soul obtained. Han Sen had no clue what that was. He had researched many different types of beast souls in the past, but never before had he come across something like this. Han Sen gave the hammer a better look up close. It was a fairly plain, blue hammer, that had a symbol of lightning inscribed upon it. The head was a simple square block. Han Sen sought to summon it, but before he could, another announcement sounded. "Would you like to absorb the Battle Gene Thunder Hammer?" This was the first time Han Sen had experienced something like this, so it was quite startling. It made his jaw drop. He didn't think any harm could come from accepting, so he chose to absorb it. Then, the thunder hammer that resided in his sea of soul turned into a lightning bolt. It shot into his body, giving Han Sen an intense electrocution. The electrical current exhausted quickly, though. It went away as swiftly as it came, but strangely, the hammer was now absent. Han Sen checked out his body, but nothing appeared to have changed. What's more, he hadn't received the thunder-derived superpowers he expected to have been bestowed upon him. How dreadfully dull. What was that thing supposed to do, exactly? Han Sen mulled to himself, with simmering frustration. So, he tried throwing a punch. While doing so, Han Sen simulated the silver fox's lightning power. Fortunately, this brought him the answers he sought, for when the whips of lightning manifested, they became a mighty hammer crudely built from thunder. It struck a nearby pillar. Pang! The thunder hammer left a giant crater in the sturdy stone, which flickered with a residual pool of electricity. Han Sen was gobsmacked, witnessing the power of that thump he had delivered unto the pillar. The pillars of an emperor's shelter were incredibly strong, and they could resist most mighty blows. And yet, with a small flick of his wrist, Han Sen had delivered it such extreme damage. It was nearly frightening to comprehend what he could do with some real effort. For a small punch like the one he had just performed on the pillar, it really put into perspective the power of the beast's soul. And furthermore, Han Sen put no genuine focus on his casting. He didn't even expect the hammer to manifest in the lightning, but it had popped up and walloped the pillar, all the same. This was far greater than any of Han Sen's Thunder Hyper Geno arts, that was for sure. Wanting to test it out a few more times, Han Sen did. When he got a fairer grasp on it, Han Sen noticed he was able to channel the hammer explicitly when he desired to. The hammer rod of thunder and lightning could just appear whenever he willed it to. Despite being far easier to use than a Hyper Geno art, it was far stronger, too. Does that mean I have a Thunder Hyper Geno art of sorts, now? I didn't even need to practice it, and yet it is already supremely powerful, Han Sen thought. Practicing Hyper Geno arts took a lot of time, and in recent times, he had spent more time researching and practicing Hyper Geno arts than going out to hunt. Now, after obtaining this beast's soul, it felt as if he didn't need anything else. But it was a Thunder Battle Gene beast soul, and Han Sen only wished it had matched the elements he favored. Where might I find more of these Battle Gene beast souls, I wonder? If I get a few hundred more of these things, I'll never have to practice Hyper Geno arts ever again, Han Sen thought to himself. Of course, he knew that might be impossible. Prior to this discovery, humanity had no records of such a beast soul existing. So, his finding one was a remarkable thing to begin with. Han Sen was delighted with the thunder hammer he had received. It had quickly become his most powerful attack, but he just found it lame that it was associated with the thunder element. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra had hit its 7th tier, but even if he simulated the Silver Fox's powers, it still wouldn't be as strong as what Little Silver could perform. That put their power gulf in perspective. When my Dongxian Sutra has opened 10 gene locks, I will be able to simulate the Silver Fox's power to their full extent. Then, I will become unstoppable and unfathomably mighty. Han Sen was extremely giddy, developing these thoughts and fantasies. Han Sen exited the hall, and as he did so, he saw Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King approach. Master, we have found a super creature at a nearby lake that is east of here, Dry Bone King reported. Ghost Eye kept jumping on the spot, performing monkey screams and howls. Han Sen surmised he was trying to tell him that he was the one who had discovered it. Well done, Han Sen said to compliment them. Han Sen had sent them out to find super creatures, despite not expecting there to be any in the surrounding area. Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King then took Han Sen over to the lake they mentioned. Han Sen wanted to kill the creature in the hopes of obtaining Geno points. By this point, Han Sen was dying to move on to the 4th God's Sanctuary. There were many reasons, but above all, he sought answers. He knew many of the answers to his burning questions could be found there. Each member of the Han Sen family shared a similar issue, they always kept their problems to themselves. To be blunt, they were each stubborn. Luo Lan and Han Sen's father were like that. It was something Han Sen recognized, despite it being a trait of his own, too. He just didn't realize the same issue applied to him. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 47 seconds AM Chapter 1247. There was a lake before them, one that was illuminated by glowing algae that glinted along the surface. Due to it being dead water, it was too murky to see what lay below. Han Sen activated his Dongxian Sutra and scanned the lake. At the center of the lake, he was able to detect something strong. It was almost frighteningly strong. What was the super creature you two saw? Han Sen asked. Dry Bone King answered, let me ask Ghost Eye, the eye of his namesake is better than mine. Han Sen waited for him to ask Ghost Eye. After Ghost Eye performed a pointing gesture, Dry Bone King turned back to Han Sen and said, he described it as being 7 meters long. It carried a purple shell on its back. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he was clear that it had the power of a super creature. Han Sen noticed the lake was 3 miles in length, so drawing something out from the murky pool would be difficult. And if he had to bring the fight to the super creature and battle it in the water, that wouldn't be easy. Han Sen wished he had brought Water Fairy with him, as that would have made things much easier. But then again, he reassured himself, it was just a super creature. The 3 of them should be able to sort it out, no problem. Dry Bone, use your heart bone. Perhaps your musical talents can scare the fiend into leaving the water, Han Sen said. With the water being as dirty as it was, he did not fancy dipping his toes in it. Okay. Then, Dry Bone King pulled out his heart and began to pound it. Shortly after, ripples began to form at the center of the lake. They waited a bit, but nothing further occurred. So, Dry Bone King got back to playing and went along with a disturbing melody. The lake continued to quiver, and eventually waves began to form. Bower covered her ears to block out the wretched sound. The heart bone did not actually hurt Bower, she was just a musical aficionado of refined tastes. She thought the music being played was downright diabolical. Han Sen frowned. Despite the increased number of waves, the super creature was reluctant to exit the lake. Don't you have any better songs to play than that? Han Sen asked. Not really. I use it to disturb the life force of my enemies. I didn't invest time in learning any more melodies. It's not like I want my foes to be dancing the mamba, Dry Bone King said. I could teach you a thing or two about the musical arts, let me tell you. Look at Bower's face, that is the face of a soured critic. How do you expect to draw a super creature out of the lake with that awful tune? After Han Sen said this, he played a melody he used to like when he was small. Dry Bone King paid attention and tried to learn the melody Han Sen played for him, then he tried to copy it. Dong. Dong. Dong dong. 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 Dong dong. Bower was slowly able to remove her hands from her ears. And suddenly, the water at the center of the lake began to whirl. A purple shadow rose amidst the turmoil. Han Sen squinted and saw that it was a 7-meter-long lobster. It waved its pincers towards the lakeshore crowd. Bower's eyes were wide open, but not in fear or surprise. In fact, she looked hungry. She looked as if she wanted to eat the lobster. Seeing the lobster come towards them, Han Sen summoned his disloyal knight. Han Sen put the Twin Thunder Knight Beast's soul on disloyal knight, and fortunately, it did not seem limited to the thunder element. Disloyal Knight's body immediately displayed a number of changes. His copper armor turned blue, as did the light of his halo. It was like a neon, fluorescent cyber halo now. Furthermore, the soft image of his halo had changed to look like a circular saw, with jagged edges representing the lightning that now fueled him. Disloyal Knight used his lightning halo on the lobster, and immediately after, the lobster itself started to turn blue. It was slower and weaker now, to the point where it was starting to look paralyzed. But it wasn't enough to disable the lobster entirely, as it was still able to leap into the air and attempt to strike Disloyal Knight. Its pincers were like garden scissors, spreading wide to cut him in two. Disloyal Knight looked like a rocket immediately after launch. He kicked up a sandstorm behind him as he flew upwards. Pang! Disloyal Knight flashed like lightning himself. He soared past the pincers with ease. Disloyal Knight then returned to pummel the lobster's head numerous times. Lightning began to fizz and crackle against its weakened carapace as the lake emerged. Super creature's movements became duller and duller, to the point that it appeared to have passed out. Unable to dodge, all the lobster could do was submit to getting pounded. With lightning powering his fists, Disloyal Knight punched the lobster over and over without reprieve. The seafood nemesis had no chance of fighting back. In the end, Disloyal Knight was able to break open the entire shell of its head and mangle the brain inside its fleshy scalp. Han Sen was shocked as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe Disloyal Knight was able to do that all by himself. Super creature lake lobster killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted to hear this announcement. After combining with Twin Thunder Knight, Disloyal Knight had received a great buff. The effectiveness of his halo, in particular, had increased immensely. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 43 seconds AM Chapter 1248 Han Sen tried it, too. If he stood inside the halo, he would receive buffs. The blue lightning enveloped him, increasing his power and speed. Whenever he struck an enemy, they'd become paralyzed. That's pretty good. Han Sen was delighted with the results. Although it wasn't a berserk beast soul, and it hadn't opened its 10th gene lock, Disloyal Knight was far stronger than it used to be. If it consumed more life drops and became a berserk beast soul, it'd become as strong as Xie Qing King, Han Sen wagered. Han Sen summoned Golden Growler and put the lobster on its back. Then, they all returned to the shelter to have themselves a barbecue. Han Sen washed the lobster out and put the meat on the grill, as Bauer drooled uncontrollably. When they both sunk their teeth into the tantalizing-looking lobster meat, their faces turned sour as if they had taken a swig of curdled milk. It tasted awful. But despite the fact that they couldn't enjoy it, all the others considered it a treat. Each and every other super creature had a bite, and they were loving it. Ghost Eye and Snowball made sure to sit down in front of Han Sen and Bauer, stuffing their face with the lobster meat. They made squelching noises and let their lips hang to show how much they were enjoying the food, while those two could not. Han Sen then decided to pick up Bauer and return to the Alliance. Let's go eat some real food. We'll let them enjoy their dog food, Han Sen sternly said. We need to eat something much better. Bauer affirmed. Of course. And for tonight, we're going to dine on the best food money can buy. Order whatever you want, Bauer, I'm made of money. Han Sen kindly, albeit boastfully, proclaimed. Money. Bauer shouted in response, raising her fists in the air. Han Sen drove an aircraft to Roka Planet and went to the most expensive restaurant there. It was called Doria. Sir, what would you like to eat, this fine evening? The waitress asked, while presenting a menu. Even Bauer was given one. In this era, where proper labor practically did not exist, having real human staff just went to show how high-class the restaurant was. Give me your finest, madam. The best this place can provide, I'll take it. Han Sen proudly said. Bauer, with a more serious tone of voice this time, just shouted, money. The waitress wasn't sure what to respond, as she had never encountered such a peculiar duo before. But then, someone from behind mocked them out loud by saying, has someone just won the lottery, and wants to flaunt his newfound, but bound to be short-lived wealth? Everyone here became rich before you did. Pa! The gall. Han Sen saw a middle-aged man sitting with a pretty woman. He was well-dressed, but his face left much to be desired. He looked at Han Sen with incredible disdain. Han Sen frowned. He didn't think they were speaking too loud, and the man obviously had a chip on his shoulder, to pick on total strangers. But Han Sen was the president's son-in-law, and he didn't want to make this a point and embarrass the president by beating him up. So, Han Sen just picked up the menu and ordered a few portions of the most expensive food that was available. The man heard what Han Sen ordered and said, "Stop pretending you are rich, dear boy. If you were that noble, go upstairs and eat amongst the nobles, dining on noble food." Han Sen frowned, hearing that voice again. He came here to spend a night relaxing in the comfort of fine dining. He hadn't expected that someone so wretchedly annoying would choose to pester him all evening. Bauer didn't want to hold back her hatred of the man, though. The fire of murder blazed in her eyes, and she was now clutching her gourd. It was evident she did not like people bullying or complaining to Han Sen, and so she wanted to absorb the man. Han Sen noticed what she was going to do. With a racing heart, he had made sure to stop her. If something like that occurred, the alliance would be thrown into shock and turmoil, particularly so, given Bauer's origin. When the waitress was about to confirm the order, an old man approached Han Sen. "Manager." The waitress thought she had done something wrong, and that was why he had stepped forward. The wages for Doria employees were incredibly high, and she was given complimentary flesh in the first god's sanctuary. The last thing she wanted was the loss of her job. The old man smiled at the waitress and signaled for her to step back for a bit. Then, the manager turned to Han Sen and bowed. He said, "Dear Mr. Han, we have prepared the top-floor garden exclusively for you. Chef Shirley will prepare the food for you, and only you. You will be given her undivided attention." A profound silence fell over the restaurant as everyone turned to look at them in shock. No one could buy their way into the garden, but it provided unparalleled views of the city. Not even sacred blood aristocrats could get a seat there. And the last person who was able to get Chef Shirley to prepare their food was Jiang Baikan. Everyone looked at Han Sen in awe. They were in disbelief, seeing Doria provide such a worthy offering. When a few people recognized Han Sen for he was, one of them proclaimed, "It's Han Sen. That's our first super aristocrat." Han Sen picked up Bauer and followed after the manager. He did not want to revel in the limelight and remain the focus of everyone's attention. The man who had mocked Han Sen was glum, and a dire look had fallen upon his face. He rushed out of the restaurant without even finishing his meal. Han Sen took Bauer to the top floor, and there, he saw a beautiful woman in the kitchen. "It's you." Han Sen was shocked when he saw the woman. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 38 seconds AM Chapter 1249, What would you like to eat? The beautiful chef smiled with a warmth that could melt ice. "We'll eat whatever you recommend." Han Sen proceeded to sit down with Bauer near the kitchen. It was difficult for Han Sen to believe Xue Fian was a chef. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the food she makes actually edible? I hope it doesn't arrive cold. Han Sen wouldn't be surprised if she served a heaping bowl of human flesh, quite frankly. But since he was there, and he had been treated so well by the restaurant, he wasn't quite willing to run for the door just yet. He was going to stay and witness whatever she decided to prepare. Xue Fian did not talk much. She went straight into preparing food, and as Han Sen watched her operate, he couldn't help but be impressed by her chopping skills. There was an artistic quality to the way she wielded her knives. The grill was hot, and as the food sizzled atop it, a delectable aroma wafted out of the kitchen to tantalize the noses of the eager diners. Han Sen and Bauer actually found themselves rather excited, and they stared at the cooking meat with wide eyes. Professional chefs really were in a league of their own, and Xue Fian's skills in the kitchen far exceeded Han Sen's. After the food was served, Bauer ate what was on her plate like a ravenous pig. Her chubby face was smeared with grease. If this was an all-you-could-eat buffet, Han Sen wagered Bauer would end up emptying the pantry. "I did not expect you to be able to cook so well. I appreciate your grace, hospitality, and excellent service," Han Sen praised her, as he prepared to pay. Xue Fian smiled in return and said, "There is no need for you to pay. But might I confess a problem I have? Perhaps you could help me with it." "What is it?" "If it's a reasonable request, I can certainly be of service," Han Sen said. Xue Fian placed her hat down on a table and then took off her uniform. Then, she went to sit down near Han Sen. Xue Fian maintained her professional image, for when she removed her uniform, her body was revealed to be fitted with a tight white dress that delicately cradled her every curve. "If you can't do this for me, then I deem the deed impossible," Xue Fian said. "Okay, go on." Han Sen was delighted she was willing to request his assistance, and what's more, it seemed as if she was confiding in him something personal. She seemed to have difficulty mustering the courage to tell him what issue plagued her mind. Xue Fian said, "I have actually been here for several months. Every night, I wait in the hope that I can see you. 2 of my family members have found themselves trapped in the third god's sanctuary. They are in the Thunder Hell faction. If you can rescue them, we will pay you handsomely." "Where are they, exactly?" Han Sen asked. "It is a king-class shelter called Blood River Shelter," Xue Fian explained. Han Sen said, "If news of them being trapped has reached you, I doubt they are in any immediate danger. I'll check the place out, regardless. Then, after some reconnaissance, I'll tell you what I can do." "Thank you. And believe me, you have our full support. Now and forever," Xue Fian said, in praise. Before they left the restaurant, Xue Fian provided Bauer with a lot of different desserts for the road. Han Sen thought about Blood River Shelter for quite a while. He had always wanted to take down a king-class shelter, anyway. Han Sen could not take on Emperor shelters reliably, but he could most certainly assault a king-class shelter. After all, he now had the Silver Fox back. It even had its 10th gene lock open. This could be a great opportunity for him to collect a few more life geno essences. Xue Fian provided Han Sen with the location of where he needed to go, and indeed, he fancied heading out there to see what was what. When he arrived home from the restaurant, he teleported back to the sanctuary. There, he took Bauer and went towards the shelter Xue Fian had told him about. With the Silver Fox and everyone else back protecting Thunder Hell Shelter, even if Saint Fan decided to show, he could return quickly. Since Thunder Hell Shelter wasn't a mobile shelter, though, it had to remain there and thus, remain guarded. Without a shelter, the plants would dry, and Han Sen needed water drops. The more super beast souls Han Sen collected, the more water drops he would need to make them berserk, after all. Because this place was in the Thunder Hell faction, the super creatures and king spirits had all taken flight. After half a day of travel, Han Sen saw a red river running to the east of him. It was wide like a sea. Han Sen frowned. He had been told Blood River Shelter resided on an island in the middle of that same river. He didn't expect the river to be so wide, though, and even from where he was standing, he could sense a wretched presence residing there across the water. Han Sen didn't take a straight road to where he was supposed to be going. Instead, he decided to go to where the Xue family members had been spotted. He wondered if he'd be able to confirm their current condition from that same place. After a while, Han Sen saw 3 peaks in the distance. Strangely, they looked like steamed buns. He found a green field to rest in for a while. The 2 Xue family members were supposed to be on patrol, and they would pass through there. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 34 seconds AM. Chapter 1250. Bauer sat on the grass drinking milk. She was a few years old by now, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. Han Sen did not know whether she was simply slow to develop, or if she'd be like this forever. Regardless of what her circumstances were, he was determined to take care of her. Han Sen was going to wait until dark. If the 2 people he expected to see did not arrive, he'd attempt to sneak into the shelter with the night cloak. Within the hour, though, Han Sen noticed a ship approaching the shore from across the river. He stood up to take a better look. It was white, and it moved incredibly quickly. When the ship neared, though, Han Sen's face changed and he looked ill. The ship was made out of bone. It had a bone mast, and the sails had been crafted from animal hides. Of course, such a ghastly ship wouldn't scare Han Sen. He had encountered far more nerve-wracking horrors in his time. What most rattled Han Sen about this scene, however, was the presence of a human at the front of the ship. At the bow of the ship stood a cross, and there was a man crucified upon it. The man seemed to be of old age, although his treatment had undoubtedly made him seem more withered than he might have actually been. He had been stripped naked and pinned to the cross. He was fastened to the cross by thick, crude nails that had also been forged from bone. They had been driven deep into his arms and feet. The old man looked to be great agony, but he knew moving would only incite more pain. Thus, he moaned softly, but he remained still. Blood ran down his body and the cross like monstrous veins. Han Sen thought he was having a sneak peek at the gallows in hell. Han Sen knew many humans were suffering in the third god's sanctuary, and their numbers might even outweigh the amount of those who were happy and in good condition. But this was a cold reminder of reality. This savagery had become just a simple fact of existence there, and now it had been reinvigorated and put on display in front of Han Sen. It made him angry, and it was fanned by the flames of frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do right now to help the man. Han Sen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill of knowing he could not be of aid. He couldn't risk exposing his presence there, and even if he did try to save the old man, any enemies that might have been on board could kill the man and prevent Han Sen from getting what he wanted. Furthermore, if Han Sen was unable to remove the contract that bound the man, even after a successful rescue, he'd be killed before Han Sen could return him to the Alliance. The old man then saw Han Sen, and after, the boat steered in his direction. It was as if the boat was obeying some manner of mind control. The old man looked to be in pain and said, "Young man, do you hail from another shelter?" "Yes," Han Sen said. The old man looked happy, and the faint presence of a smile crept courageously back onto his face. He asked, "Are you free? Can you return to the Alliance?" Han Sen nodded and said, "Yes, I can go back." "What is your name?" Seeing that old man, Han Sen was really reminded of how lucky he was to be free in the third god's sanctuary. The old man replied, "My name is Shui Yucheng. Can you take a message to the Shui family for me?" "Okay," Han Sen answered. "Please, tell them to hurry here quickly." Shui Yucheng still looked to be in a lot of pain, and his words trembled out of his lips as he spoke. Shui Yucheng went on to say, "Shui Chen is still trapped in Blood River shelter. They need to find him, because our stuff is in his hands." Han Sen thought he had been asked to save 2 family members, but with what he had just been told, it seemed as if there was an important item the family wanted to have returned. "Okay, and what is all this? Why have you been put on display like this?" Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng said, "This boat can patrol the river. In order to operate, it requires a driver. I am its captain. You drive it like this." Han Sen frowned. Shui Yucheng sighed and answered, "A powerful spirit or people who have been given the authority are the only ones who can drive it. I am a weak human, lacking the trust of spirits. This is the only way I am able to drive it. I am doing this in the hopes I can send a message home." Han Sen felt so angry, learning that the spirits did not trust him. Because of that, the man had to operate the boat in constant agony. Han Sen knew humans were the weakest in the third god's sanctuary, but he was still mad over their unfair mistreatment at every corner. "You have to take this message home. The Shui family will reward you handsomely. Now go. Go before the creatures notice you." Shui Yucheng steered the boat around, ready to leave. "Hang on, can you tell me how many king spirits and super creatures reside in that shelter?" Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng responded, "There are 2 king spirits. One is Blood River King, the other is Wuxia. There are 7 super creatures residing there, also. Tell my family to come, reclaim the stuff, and go." Han Sen was shocked. The last time he saw Wuxia had been during Xiang Yin's ascension. Nice. That's one loose end that needed tying up a long time ago. I can only hope his spirit stone is here, as well, Han Sen thought to himself. Do you know how powerful they are? Han Sen asked. Shui Yucheng replied, it does not matter. Fighting them would be a futile endeavor. After that, Shui Yucheng drove the boat away. As he sailed across the red water, Han Sen heard him whimpering and moaning in pain. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 33 seconds AM. Chapter 1251. Han Sen shouted, don't go yet. I am going to take down Blood River Shelter and save you all. Shui Yucheng heard him say this and said, you have no idea how powerful a king-class shelter is. Simply sending a message will do. After that, he continued driving the boat away. Han Sen did not blame him for thinking this way. He might not have even heard of Han Sen, and it was highly unlikely he had learned that Han Sen had taken down an emperor shelter. Han Sen remained in that place and waited for nightfall. Then, he donned the night cloak to sneak into the shelter. Han Sen had an advantage for now, but if he called for his companions to come, he'd lose it. Furthermore, he'd be risking the loss of Thunder Hell Shelter. And if Saint Fan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment Han Sen left the shelter unguarded, he could take over and ruin the teleporter inside. If that occurred, the shelter would indeed be rendered useless. Han Sen planned to observe the goings-on of Blood River Shelter for a bit and come up with a viable plan of attack. If he could one-hit kill Blood River King, that would be wonderful. Han Sen snuck to the island as unnoticeably as he could. The river was a few hundred miles wide, and the island itself was rather large. The castle there was not all that different from Devil's Nest. Near the river, Han Sen saw a giant tentacle making waves. Han Sen was not sure what it was, but it had to be around 50 meters long. The tentacle came out from the water and kept patting and splashing the surface of the river. Inside the shelter, there were many strange fish with legs. Their mouths were filled with crocodile-like teeth, too. Luckily, Han Sen had the night cloak to shield him from their vision. Then, not long after, Han Sen felt the presence of a familiar life force nearby. Yiksha. Han Sen saw two people walking through the castle's garden. One of them was Yiksha. It had been a while since Han Sen last saw him, and he clearly hadn't been idle in the time since. He was now much stronger, and he'd be a far more formidable foe this time. Yiksha was one of the 8 generals and had been, once upon a time, at the same level of strength as Xiang Yin and Sky King. It was only a matter of time before he recovered, and if he recovered any further, defeating him would be far more difficult. Besides Yiksha, there was a king spirit. He was clad in red armor. He had a red cloak, and 2 swords crossed behind his back. That must be Blood River King, Han Sen thought to himself. I hope you can give me an answer. If you let this opportunity to pass you by, it may be tens of thousands of years before you get another, Yiksha said. Han Sen leaned closer in an attempt to hear what the two were discussing. Blood River King said, Emperor treasures are good, but that vine has no difficulty eating berserk super creatures on a whim. Even with our spirit stones intact, 'tis a dangerous venture to consider. Yiksha said, I am well aware of how powerful the aqua vine is, but we can just go there to steal the kill. What do you mean? Blood River King asked, with visible surprise. Do you know the flying dragon fish? Yiksha asked. Blood River King said, you mean, the flying dragon fish that has opened 10 gene locks in the empty river? Yes, it has 10 gene locks open. And what's more, it can go past the 10 steps of the holy door. It can go there, but it is intent on searching for the aqua vine. If it ate the aqua fruit, it could become a demigod, no problem. You mean? Blood River King began. Yiksha said, we have to wait until they are both injured. We can get the fruit without issue. And if we play our cards right, we might also get the fish. If this is as easy as you say it is, why do you implore my assistance with this? Why do you want me to join you so badly? Blood River King wasn't entirely trusting. Wuxia said, "The aqua vine can restrict my powers. And it can self-destruct before anyone gets what it holds. But you are fueled by the element of blood. You might be able to pick them up." Wuxia also went on to say, "There are 7 aqua fruits for the taking. If you grab them all, I'll keep 2. If you obtain fewer than 4, I'll have 1. We can give it a try. But when will the dragon fish be back on the move?" Blood River King said. Wuxia smiled and said, "I know the answer to that. If you are truly interested, come with me." Wuxia did not tell him the exact time, as he was worried Blood River King might abandon him. Han Sen thought to himself, "Are they talking about the lantern fish and the purple vine? This is great." The vine on the peak had almost killed the lantern fish. And what's more, the fruit or treasure that might have been up there was of great interest to him. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:48 and 32 seconds AM. Chapter 1252. Han Sen listened for a while longer, but there was nothing more useful he could learn. As for the shelter, he decided to delay his attack on it for the time being. Han Sen was going to wait for Wuxia and Blood River King to take the vine. At that point, he would either attack the shelter or try to claim the fruit. There were 2 choices, and Han Sen still had to weigh the pros and cons of each. Han Sen poked around the shelter for a bit, wanting to get a look at the super creatures that inhabited it. Although it was not an emperor shelter, Han Sen knew he should still maintain caution and not be so foolish as to underestimate the threat of those that resided inside the shelter. Han Sen walked towards a tree and saw a human pouring the blood-like water of the river on it. Seeing his skin, Han Sen knew he was one of the Shui family members with the incorrect learning of jade skin. That one must be Shui Chen. I wonder what he possesses that is so important. Han Sen wondered to himself what it might be. Han Sen used the night cloak to enter the shelter, and as much as he would have liked to ask him, he knew he couldn't risk doing so. It could jeopardize the lives of the 2 and blow his cover. So, Han Sen found out where he lived and then decided to leave the shelter. Even if Han Sen did go and meet him, he didn't think the man would give him whatever he was holding on to. So Han Sen returned to the riverside and looked for a cave he could camp out in for a few days. When the time was right, he'd go out and take the vine for himself. There were loads of mountains around, and when he found a cave, he brought Bauer in with him. Even if there were creatures inside, Han Sen could defeat them with ease and not bring awareness to his presence there. The cave was very dry, though, and neither was there any discernible odor. That told them it was creature-free, and as a result, hassle-free. The cave was only 60 meters deep, and the only exit was the one they had used to enter. Strangely, however, Han Sen did find something there. Despite there being no telltale signs of a nearby creature, or one that had paid a recent visit, there was a bird's nest that had been crudely built from wood. The egg inside looked rather like a goose's egg. The nest looked old, though, and the egg was caked in a layer of dust that obscured its true color. Bauer, we're in luck. Han Sen grabbed the egg and examined it. Holding it in his hands, he thought it must have weighed around a kilogram. Han Sen gave it a scan, but he could not sense the presence of a life force within. Han Sen wondered to himself, is this a rotten egg? After wiping the dust away, he noticed the egg was red. What's more, it was decorated with a number of symbols. The symbols were similar to waves, and not unlike a representation of the blood river. Meh, I'll cook it first, anyway. Han Sen brought his cooking tools and utensils out of the cruel bottle. He decided to boil the egg in hot water. Perhaps it was because it had no life force, but Bauer showed no interest in the egg. Instead, she just grabbed her jerky and snacks to munch on. Han Sen grabbed his flagon and started to drink near Bauer. Since they were in a remote location, and Han Sen had hidden their presence there, he didn't think anyone would come poking about. The best thing about the cruel bottle, he had recently discovered, was not the fact you could hide creatures and spirits within. No, it was the fact he could store tools and utensils. It sure helped lessen his load. Cheers, Dad. Baoa used her milk to raise a toast. Cheers. Just as Han Sen was about to drink from his flagon, its bottom collapsed. The drink that was within all fell out and soaked his clothing. Han Sen was shocked, and his first reaction was to look around for a potential troublemaker. But he could not detect anyone or anything nearby. Han Sen saw a gaping hole in the bottom of his flagon, and its bottom looked as if it had been cut out perfectly. Tang Zhenliu gave him this flagon, and he told Han Sen it had been crafted by a master craftsman. It was the work of a legend, and it had been forged from Z steel. It was supposedly one seamless item. He must have gotten tricked. This thing isn't seamless, and now his foolishness has had me waste all my drink. My wife gave me this. Han Sen's mind was in a bit of a state. Han Sen was willing to lick the drink from the floor, but he held off from doing that for now. The thought of an enemy nearby hadn't completely escaped him, so he had to stay on his toes and remain wary. Han Sen put the flagon back and pulled out the whole bottle. Fortunately, the drink was not strong, and it could help keep one's eyes open. Pang! Before the bottle reached his mouth, the bottom of the bottle also broke. But he wasn't going to waste the drink this time, so he quickly pulled the bottle up and positioned his mouth below, so it'd all spray into his mouth. Han Sen quickly looked around, to try to confirm if there was trouble afoot. It couldn't be a coincidence that this had occurred twice in a row, so Han Sen decided to check out the surrounding vicinity again. The water was boiling by this point, and the egg was still intact amidst the bubbling water. It still looked as dead as ever, too. Was that just a coincidence? If so, that's a bad sign. Han Sen was not superstitious, but this sure made him think twice. He returned to the fireside and brought out another drink. As he held it in his hands, he stared at the egg. The egg looked fine, but Han Sen knew nothing was ever so straightforward. He had to be sure. As Han Sen continued to stare at the egg, he brought the drink to his mouth. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 28 seconds AM Chapter 1253 Pang. The bottom of the bottle broke again. This time, Han Sen had been staring at the red egg that was still inside the pot. He couldn't sense a life force within the egg, but the moment the bottle shattered, Han Sen saw a light swiftly beam out from it. Han Sen was shocked. His Dongxian Sutra was stronger than ever, but it hadn't been able to sense anything. His plain old eyesight, however, could. Must I suffer trouble even if all I want to do is boil an egg? Han Sen mused as he eyed the egg with a soured look. Something is wrong. Han Sen then realized that the drink that had been spilt on the floor was missing. The cave wasn't particularly warm, so it didn't make sense for the ground to have dried up already. As Han Sen frowned, he suddenly smelled the scent of alcohol. Because the bottle broke, Han Sen hadn't taken immediate notice. The fragrance he detected now was coming from the bubbling pot. Is this thing boiling itself with alcohol? Han Sen wasn't quite sure what to think. The egg was strange, that much was certain, but Han Sen was not worried about the mischief it was causing. Even if it turned out to be a hostile super creature, he knew he could take it down. Han Sen had disloyal knight and little angel by his side, so slaying a super creature would be a trivial task. The egg showed no more activity in the pot, but that scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Han Sen turned to take a look at Bauer on her airbed, but she was still merrily drinking from her bottle of milk. It looks like the egg's not interested in breaking bottles. Maybe it really is just fond of going after alcohol. Han Sen grabbed himself another drink. This time, Han Sen poured it into the pot. After doing this, the symbols on the egg began to glow brighter. It seemed as if something would soon hatch. But still, Han Sen could not detect a life force. And if he didn't know any better, he'd still believe the egg to be dead. Strange. Han Sen had a lot of confidence in his Dongxian Sutra, so this puzzle was perplexing to him. It might make sense if an emperor was masking its presence and avoiding detection of the Dongxian Sutra, but this was just an unborn creature egg. Not even berserk super creatures could avoid his detection. I need to find out what you are, you little blighter. Han Sen grabbed a few more bottles and emptied their contents into the boiling pot. He would be better off if the creature was born, Han Sen believed. If he could then kill it for a life Geno essence, he could nab a few more super Geno points. So, Han Sen wanted to see what was inside it. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight and Little Angel, and then the three of them all stared at the egg intensely. Something strange was going on, that much was for sure. But all of a sudden, the red color of the egg vanished, and only the pure, clean color of white remained. Strangely, though, it almost looked like it was bleeding. The color red was returning slowly. The white egg began to run red, but the red only appeared around the strange symbols. Against the plain white, the color red now really stood out. Han Sen knelt closer, wanting to get a better look at the egg in the water. Regardless of what was inside, Han Sen was determined to kill and eat the creature. Catcha! A lot of small cracks began to form across the white of the egg, and they were spreading quickly. It wouldn't be long before its entire surface was webbed. But strangely, the area of the symbol with waves was completely free of these cracks. Han Sen pulled out Taya and Phoenix sword. Then, he summoned the ancient devil soldier beast soul, which granted him his devilish horns and wings. Little Angel clasped her angel sword, while Disloyal Knight shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire cave. They all stared at the egg intensely, ready to kill it the moment the residing creature was born. The alcohol and water mixture was still bubbling and boiling, and Han Sen thought that if a chicken emerged, it'd taste delicious. Catcha! The egg cracked even more now, and its surface was nothing but a webwork of crevices. Even the red portion of the egg was cracking now. The red areas were beginning to peel and fall into the pot like thin strawberry flakes. The red part only covered 30% of the egg, so Han Sen still had trouble trying to determine what was within. He tried scanning the egg again, and weirdly, he could still not ascertain what the creature was or what it was going to be. Catcha! The rest of the egg broke. The entire egg began to fall away and collapse like a jigsaw puzzle, leaving something behind. Han Sen saw it, and all he could ask himself was, why in the sanctuaries would something like this be inside an egg? Han Sen had seen many strange things in his time in the sanctuaries, but this was most certainly winning the award for the strangest thing to emerge from an egg. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 23 seconds AM Chapter 1254. Inside the pot, amidst the broken shell, was a bronze goblet, a Jew. The surface of the Jew was decorated with an array of beautiful engravings and symbols. It was filled to the brim with an alcohol that looked like warm, red wine. The Jew was submerged in the water of the pot, but the water did not mix with the red concoction inside the Jew. It remained separate. Han Sen had initially wanted to eat the egg, but he did not expect that this would emerge from it. The Jew did not have a life force, and it was more akin to a physical item than a creature. Han Sen stared at it. All he knew was that it was a goblet or vessel for pouring alcohol, and that some people said it could be used for rituals of sorts. Aside from that, Han Sen didn't know much about what it was, exactly. It looked like an ancient Jew, from time immemorial, due to it being perched on a small tripod. Han Sen couldn't believe it that the egg had contained a Jew. It didn't move while in the pot. It remained where it was like an inanimate object, as the water around it continued to boil and vaporize. Not long after, the last of the water boiled off. The red liquid remained where it was in the Jew, having not been disturbed by the water one bit. No matter how hot it had gotten, or how wild the water of the pot had bubbled, the substance inside was fine. The pot was now completely dry, and the Jew remained exactly the same as it had been. Han Sen gave the alcohol inside the Jew a good sniff, and he was taken aback by how pleasant its fragrance was. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he most certainly wanted to partake in that drink. The Jew creeped him out, though. And he wasn't so silly as to start drinking without knowing any better. Bauer was different, however. She had finally shown some interest in the contents of the egg, and after crawling over to the Jew, she reached in and grabbed it. Careful. Han Sen still didn't know what was inside the Jew, and if the beverage inside was poison, it would be a poor decision to drink it. Han Sen wanted to take the Jew away from Bauer, just in case, but before he could reach for it, she drank it all. Bauer, are you okay? Han Sen asked with concern, finally pulling the Jew away from her. Bauer's face looked red and flushed, as if she was drunk. Han Sen examined her a little closer. She was indeed drunk, but that aside, she did not look at all harmed. The contents of the Jew seemed to have caused no damage. Han Sen held the Jew in front of him, waiting for it to move or at least do something. Unfortunately, nothing occurred. The pot was burning hot, being atop the fire for so long, but the Jew was surprisingly cool to the touch. It has no life force, and it isn't aggressive. It doesn't do anything. Did this thing really come out of that egg? Han Sen couldn't imagine a mama or papa Jew producing baby Jew eggs. But still, there was a prevailing absence of danger. Bauer continued to appear unaffected and just went to sleep, drunk. She didn't wake up until half a day later. Are you okay? Han Sen asked. I'm fine. Bauer looked to the Jew that was still in Han Sen's hand and said, I want more of that drink. This sort of drink is reserved only for adults. Children can't drink alcohol, Han Sen explained. It seemed as if the alcohol had special properties he himself was keen to explore. He was indeed quite curious regarding its origins. Han Sen remained there for many days, watching the Jew intently. He wasn't missing anything, though, as he had repeatedly checked on the whereabouts of Wuxia and Blood River King. They were still inside Blood River shelter. 3 days later, Han Sen's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and poured it into the Jew. The alcohol originally looked white, but it turned the sickly color of blood upon entering. The Jew smelled so very strong, and the scent was heavier than any white wine he had ever known. It prompted Han Sen's saliva to go renegade. Bauer tried her best to grab the Jew that was held out of the reach of her arms, so Han Sen pulled her by the clothes and lifted her up. As Bauer was in the air, her arms flailed in the direction of the Jew. She was desperate for more. You're just a kid. Let me drink it first. Han Sen picked up the Jew. Han Sen enjoyed another hearty waft of its fragrance, loving it. Han Sen now knew the red wine was not harmful, so he had no qualms with drinking it. Han Sen felt a sensational warmth descend his throat. The pores on his skin felt rejuvenated, as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. That's a nice drink. Han Sen did not know much about alcohol, but he knew this was a belter. Han Sen licked his lips, having enjoyed every last drop. As Han Sen reflected on the mesmerizing flavor he had just experienced, an announcement suddenly played. The sacrificial wine has been consumed. The sacrificial ritual now begins. What? Han Sen noticed his body begin to flare up with a red color. He saw an array of symbols get etched across his body, not too unlike the Jew. Then, the entire cave turned red. Han Sen did not know why nothing occurred when Bauer drank it, but something bad seemed to be happening with him. And amidst all this, he looked at Bauer, who was still in his arms, and noticed how she was still perfectly fine. Boom! Most of Han Sen's body was set ablaze as the red symbols branded themselves across his skin. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 22 seconds AM. Chapter 1255. Blood River King stood at the tallest rampart of the castle, overlooking the river. The Blood River ran fast, and the banks sometimes burst, but flooding had never been this bad before. Much of the shelter had been submerged. "My king, does the river always behave this way?" Wuxia asked, as he approached and also looked out over the river. There had been no rain, so it was a most peculiar phenomenon, witnessing the river flow at an increased pace and volume to such a degree. Blood River King shook his head and confirmed, "I have been here for 50,000 years. Never once have I seen the river behave this way." But what?" Wuxia asked. Blood River King explained, "Before I first arrived here, a berserk super creature roamed beneath the waters of the Blood River. He was the leader of this place, and it was said that whenever he desired to eat, the river would flood and allow it to swim above land to eat its fill. When its hunger was satiated, the waters of the river would quell." "And where is this beast now?" Wuxia asked. "It went to the fourth god's sanctuary. That was a long time ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here, had it not been for its ascension. I was fortunate enough to enter these lands after it had moved on," Blood River King admitted. "Weird. If it rises randomly like this, something ill must be afoot. Do you know if the creature had any kids?" Wuxia wondered. "Not to my knowledge, but it is not out of the question. Perhaps we can search for it." Blood River King summoned the tentacle monster, bidding it to go out and look for another possible creature in the waters. After some time had elapsed, there had been no reports of such a creature existing. Nothing had been found, and the mystery of the rising river saw no elucidation. The river now submerged Han Sen's cave entirely, but strangely, no water entered the stone pocket. Han Sen looked all around him before recentering his vision on the Jew. After drinking the wine, Han Sen's body was dotted with peculiar symbols that were on fire. The fires eventually departed his body, floating through the air towards the Jew. Then, Han Sen's body returned to normal. The Jew for the wine was now like a lit oil lantern. But the flames within did not illuminate the cavern, and a greater darkness intruded. Beyond 3 feet in front of him, he could not see a thing. Han Sen held Bauer and checked himself for any further changes. Aside from his own life force appearing a little weaker, there did not seem to be any alarming changes. The Jew suddenly moved in another direction. Han Sen swiftly followed after it. Away from the Jew, there was only darkness, so he kept close to it. And out in the darkness, Han Sen could not escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Han Sen did not fancy remaining in that darkness, so he made sure to keep close and follow the floating Jew. Bauer's hands clutched Han Sen's neck tightly, for she was deeply afraid of the dark. The Jew continued its airborne flight, and although he felt compelled to follow, Han Sen found it a touch suspicious. He remained alert and ready for anything hostile that came his way. Han Sen recalled the directions he was going should have led him to a dead end by now, for there was nothing special in that cave. But weirdly, they were able to keep on walking. And after miles of walking, they went on and on. There weren't any walls around them either, or so it felt. The sense that someone was watching him heightened, but he could still tell that it was just him being paranoid. There was nothing actually there. Eventually, after much walking, an exit could be seen far ahead in the dark distance. It was like a soul beacon, a soul puncture of light. As Han Sen got closer, he was indeed able to confirm that it was an exit. The exit was dead ahead, but Han Sen could not make out what lay beyond the blinding light. The moment he stepped out, though, all became clear. Bauer looked around in amazement. They were underwater, and as Han Sen reached his arms out to touch the water, his hands felt soothing coolness. The water had formed a dome, leaving the area inside completely dry. It was like an invisible wall was separating them from the water. In that place, there was a circular altar made of stone. There were 3 different statues on the altar, too. They represented the same thing, but all had differences to differentiate them from each other. The left statue looked like a mermaid. The statue on the right was a reverse mermaid. The middle statue was the creepiest, depicting a human covered in patches of scales. The Jew went to the left statue and lit it up. Within that flame, the statue opened its eyes with a frighteningly powerful aura. Han Sen frowned. The mermaid statue was alive. It slid down the altar with its scaled lower body. The red-haired mermaid formed her lips into an O, forming a number of bubbles that drifted over to Han Sen. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Night and Little Angel, and then, Disloyal Night covered everything in the vicinity with blue lightning. Boom! Disloyal Night leapt forward and punched the red bubble that was nearest to Han Sen. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 17 seconds AM Chapter 1256. The bubble burst and sprayed Disloyal Night with blood-colored water. His blue armor was dyed red, and as much he wanted to continue breaking the rest of the bubbles that were bearing down on Han Sen, he could no longer move. He had been glued to the ground, with that blood water acting as some form of super-adhesive gel. Disloyal Night's feet were locked in place. He struggled to move, but he might as well have been nailed down. He was completely stuck in place. Disloyal Night tried to jump, and he seemed to get free for a moment, but the substance was like supremely elastic gum. After ascending a height of a few meters, the gel yanked him back. Pang! Disloyal Night hit the ground with a snap, courtesy of the gum that had bested him. The glue was now all over his body, and he was down on the ground like a slinking gecko. Disloyal Night continued to struggle, but it was all to no avail. Seeing the bubbles, and what they were capable of, Han Sen commanded Little Angel to fall back. But their numbers were many, and they were quickly filling up their stadium of battle. Han Sen brought out his phoenix sword and Taya. He struck one bubble, unleashing the flood of red water. Of course, he now knew what to expect. So, immediately after it burst, he evaded the sticky spillage. Unfortunately, his phoenix sword had gotten some on it. Han Sen pulled out a cloth and tried wiping it clean, but that did not help. As soon as he applied the cloth became stuck and was unable to be removed. If I introduce this stuff to the Alliance, all the smithies will be out of jobs. Who needs soldering when you can just use this as a dip? Han Sen mused. He was not worried, though. He shape-shifted into a gold raven. Han Sen opened his mouth and retaliated with an attack of his own. He spat fire across the arena to counter the bubbles and pop them from a distance. Han Sen knew water was weak to fire, but he didn't expect this move to be that useful. Han Sen breathed fire across Disloyal Night and his phoenix sword, and suddenly, both of them were free, sharp, and battleable once more. The mermaid was still firing bubbles towards Han Sen. To get her to stop, he flew directly towards her. The bubbles were of no threat to Han Sen and his Blood Pulse Sutra, which had opened 9 gene locks. When they came into contact with the raging fires that cloaked Han Sen's burning assault, the bubbles evaporated into nothing but steam. Catcha! The gold raven struck the head of the mermaid, causing the entire statue to shatter. However, it wasn't a super creature as Han Sen expected it to be, for he received no announcement of its felling. But in the statue, there was a red gemstone that looked rather like a life geno essence. Han Sen took it and noticed the presence of a mermaid swirling inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Now Han Sen heard an announcement play. As much as he wanted to inspect the item, he didn't quite have the time to do so. The Jew flew over to the right statue, inciting the reverse maid to come to life. More action would inevitably unfold. The legs of this being were encircled with wild waves of blood water, and it threw a kick towards Han Sen. Han Sen flapped his wings and soared forward to meet the incoming tide head-on. When the waves tapped Han Sen's infernal fires, the substance became steam. Catcha! Little Angel flew past the monster and sliced its head clean off. The fish monster shattered like the mermaid had, and it too possessed a gem for the taking. Han Sen picked it up and saw the image of that very same monster inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Why are these both here? Why are they achievable in the same manner? Are they Blood River Kings? Han Sen found himself shocked at the implication. The Jew then flew towards the middle statue, prompting the fishman to come to life like the other two had. Strangely, it did not leap into battle. It stood where it was, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen thought it was going to speak, but it eventually raised its arms and formed an orb of water between its hands. The water continued to gather and build, but reached its maximum size fairly swiftly. The arms remained raised, however, as another facet of it began to increase. The power and life force of the water was still growing. Kill him. Whatever the fishman was doing, it was similar to saving money. Therefore, Han Sen was quick to realize what was happening. If the fishy fiend maximized its power output, Han Sen didn't think he'd have what it took to block the attack. The three of them launched themselves forward, trying to reach the altar so they could kill the enemy. But as they reached their foe, a red shield suddenly appeared to bar their way. The three of them battered the shield as best they could, but they were unable to break it. The fishman was free to build up power without interruption. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 16 seconds AM. Chapter 1257. Emblazoned across the red shield, Han Sen noticed the faint outline of a fish. It was like a shark, but it was even more fearsome looking than that. Behind the head of this image, there was a tentacle-like limb that reached over. From this tentacle, something hung. Han Sen thought it was a human hanging from the tentacle. It was quite the unnerving picture. The aquatic monster's outline was large, and it encompassed the entire altar that was behind it, like some wretched sentinel. Is this an image of the king of the Blood River? Han Sen wondered, as the trio were slashing against the barrier that repelled their attempts to attack the third statue. Now, they acknowledged their power was not enough. The shield had 10 gene locks powering it, that much was for sure. Ordinary powers weren't going to scratch it, let alone cut through it. Let's see who can hit harder, then. Han Sen commanded his followers to stop attacking, then he activated his Super King Spirit mode. The holy, white light began to gleam. Han Sen's body shone like a deity of light, one with a coin between his fingers. The number on the coin began to ascend, one by one, a signal of its increasing power. The fishman continued gathering its power, too, as Han Sen did the same on the opposite side of the barrier. Both of their powers were like the rumbling and thunder from a couple of volcanoes preparing to erupt. The sheer volume of energy that whirled throughout that chamber was frightening. The fishman started to tremble. The power cradled in the basketball-sized sphere of water was equivalent to the amount needed to sunder entire mountains. Boom! The fishman lobbed the orb of water like a hydrogen bomb, leaving its legs trembling with exertion. Han Sen's body was also trembling with the power he had been summoning into the coin. Its number had now reached an all-time high, hitting 21. The moment the sphere left its bearer's hands, Han Sen let the coin fly. Within the tiniest fraction of a second, the orb and coin collided in midair. The power unleashed was crazy, and the shockwave caused by the impact was enough to send Little Angel and Disloyal Knight flying away. Amidst this carnage, Han Sen saw the coin pierce through the orb of water and cause a massive shockwave. The coin did not stop there, however. It carried on through towards the fishman's head, obliterating it. And in the immediate aftermath of that, the suction of the coin began to pull everything towards it like a magnet. The altar was broken, and its remains all flew towards the coin as if it were a black hole. The red shield had been shattered, and the fishman was no longer visible. Boom! Just as it looked like everything was over, everything was cast away in one last bout of chaos. Then, to accompany the ruin, the water that had previously been held back began to pour inside. Han Sen quickly grabbed the final red gem before the entire place flooded. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Han Sen heard the same announcement play. Then, he grabbed Bauer and started to make his daring escape. The first thing to grace his eyes, following the dash from that bloody arena, was the glory of moonlight. It made for a delightful return to the surface. Han Sen saw a very clear lake before where he stood now, and it did not at all seem associated with the Blood River. Han Sen flew around with Bauer, but there were just mountains skirting the lake. There were no signs of that grand river. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight emerged from the lake, and when he confirmed there to be no immediate danger, he returned them for the time being. Han Sen landed on the plush ground near the lake and noticed the Jew had been following him. It was now near his feet. The fire inside it had depleted, and it went back to looking fairly ordinary again. Now, it looked like little more than an antique. When Han Sen picked it up, there was nothing more curious about it. It seemed to be what it looked like. Han Sen decided to pour another drink into the Jew. Then he took a sip. It tasted just as good, but nothing wild or crazy occurred like it had last time. No more spooky symbols flared across his body, either. Han Sen wouldn't mind killing a few more statues to obtain Battle Geno essences, though. While the Jew was still able to formulate the delightful sacrificial wine, it was no longer able to begin the sacrificial ritual. Han Sen summoned Dragon King. He was very knowledgeable when it came to peculiarities of the third god's sanctuary, and Han Sen had frequently used him as an encyclopedia. Perhaps there was a chance he'd know what the Jew was. "What do you want from me?" Dragon King still had no body, and every time he was summoned, it cost him a little bit more of his true self. Needless to say, this upset him. "Do you know what this is?" Han Sen knew he was upset, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Dragon King looked at it, and his mood perked right up. He shouted, "Holy crap! Where did you get this from? Is that a good surprise or a bad surprise?" Han Sen wasn't sure whether the item was good or not. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:48 and 13 seconds AM. Chapter 1258. Dragon King looked at the Jew and said, "That actually depends." Continuing the theme of duality, this thing can be good and bad. If you are a demigod, it is good. If you're not, it can kill you. So, what does that mean? What is it for? Han Sen wasn't put off by the words he had just heard. Dragon King began to slink and speak mysteriously, saying, "I'm afraid not many people in the third god's sanctuary know what this is. Fortunately for you, I am one of the very few who know. Me and Azura." Dragon King suddenly trailed off into silence. "Is this related to the betrayal of ancient Devil Emperor?" Han Sen asked. "It's not like that." Dragon King paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, "This thing has nothing to do with us, but I knew of an artifact that was quite similar." "What would that be?" It was painful for Han Sen, being so patient with Dragon King's slow droning. "It's a secret. I've told you many secrets in the past, but I've never received a single scrap that could benefit me as a reward. I'm at the end of my tether. Why should I continue helping you and not expect anything in return?" Dragon King said. Han Sen eyed Dragon King with a lethal look and asked, "So you're no longer afraid to die? Is that what you're telling me? In that case, perhaps there is a favor I can perform for you." Dragon King rebutted, "You never planned to fix my body, so death is coming for me, one way or another." When Han Sen looked at him and saw clearly the crux of his issue, he conceded to say, "I have actually been looking out for one for you. Don't give me that crap. I know you already found an egg up on that mountain. Do you think I'm stupid?" Dragon King said. Han Sen smiled and said, "I did find one, yes. But you almost got me killed at the sky tree. If our roles were reversed, would you still give me an egg?" Dragon King had an awkward look descend upon him, and he pleaded once more, "It was a mistake. An honest mistake. Every time you ask me a question, I give you answers to the best of my knowledge. I never try to trick and mislead you." Han Sen said, "Well, an apology isn't good enough. It sure doesn't suffice for you to receive a super creature's egg off me." Dragon King pointed at the Jew and said, "I'll tell you what it is if you give me the egg. I'll consider the proposition, but if we're talking a trade, the bargain needs to be evaluated. It all depends on whether the secret of this Jew is decent. If it's some snob's wine pourer, forget it." Han Sen said, "I'm serious when I tell you that this thing is known only by very few people. I know what this is, and if I don't pass this knowledge on to you, you'll only end up harming yourself," Dragon King said, with a surprisingly alarmed tone. "Fine. Tell me the secret first. If I deem the knowledge worthy for the trade, I'll give you the egg. Deal?" Han Sen made his offer. "No. You say something like this every time, I swear. You have to promise me this time. Pinky promise." Dragon King spoke with distress. Han Sen said, "Oh, come on. You make it sound like you're the only one who knows what this thing does. I am giving you an opportunity here. Are you suggesting you know what it does? If so, why don't you tell me?" Dragon King said. Han Sen said, "It's an item from the fourth god's sanctuary." Dragon King looked shocked, but he balked, "You are smart. But if that's the extent of your knowledge regarding this thing, what a waste of time to tell me. Knowing that means knowing nothing. You need to know what this thing is truly for." "And me? I know. It's for a sacrificial ritual," Han Sen then said. Dragon King, with a look that had been tarred with great disdain, said, "That is not what you call a secret either. Then tell me what it is for." Han Sen said, with a raised voice. "Give me the egg and I'll tell you," Dragon King insisted. Han Sen looked at the Jew and once again noted nothing special regarding it. If it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, it really was not something he wanted to get rid of. But if carrying it around with him brought harm, he didn't fancy that, either. Han Sen wanted to know what it was before he started carrying it around with him. But he couldn't keep an eye on it 24/7. "I can promise you, I'll give you the egg. But only if the information is worth it. I'd sooner destroy the egg than give it to you, if you don't cough up something of value, remember that." Han Sen issued a threat. "You won't regret this. And I really need a body now. In the past, even if you offered me 10 eggs, I wouldn't have cared." Dragon King sounded confident. "But the egg is not on me right now, just keep that in mind. When I return, you can have it." "So, tell me," Han Sen said. Dragon King said, "It is from the fourth god's sanctuary, yes. Have you heard of demigod genes?" "Is a Jew a demigod gene?" Han Sen asked, while observing the Jew. Demigod genes were like super genes, but their proper name was demigod genocore. These were genes that could only be obtained by demigods. They were different than other types, like mutant or sacred blood genes. If a super gene was a computational command, then a demigod genocore was a hub that could execute a number of different commands. The progress of a genocore affected the very powers of a demigod. Han Sen did not know much about this, because demigod genocores were a secret to demigods alone. Han Sen had only heard scraps of information about this from the Ji family. "Yes. It is a genocore that was created by a demigod creature. I have only seen such a thing once before. Where did you find this thing?" Dragon King asked. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 12 seconds AM Chapter 1259 Han Sen explained how he managed to obtain the Jew and what he had experienced with the altar. Dragon King's expression warped, and he said, "If I am correct, then this Jew is not a demigod Geno core. It is still an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, however. Why isn't this a demigod Geno core from Blood River King? Han Sen asked. This Jew had opened a passage to an altar. This was all on the same island as Blood River's shelter, so Han Sen found it quite peculiar, hearing that this did not actually belong to Blood River King. Dragon King said, Blood River King wants demigod Geno cores, sure. But he can only gain hold of them by doing what we all must do, ascending the 10 steps of the holy door. The only way he might have been able to create the demigod Geno core in the third god's sanctuary was while walking the 10 steps and failing. Failure leads to death, mind you. That could be left in his absence. What makes you think Blood River King is not dead, though? Han Sen frowned. If he was dead, you wouldn't be able to summon his altar. The ritual you had was one that summoned a demigod. If you activated it, then that means he is still alive, Dragon King explained. But that can't be right. My Jew summoned the altar, and that must mean the Jew was created by a demigod, Han Sen said. That's why this is bad. Blood River King is still here, and the Jew must not be the true Geno core he created. But it was able to summon the altar and almost summon the king himself. If you didn't destroy the altar, he'd be back. All these facts lead me to one startling conclusion. Dragon King's tone and look gained a significant amount of gravitas. What? Han Sen asked. The Jew can summon other demigods. The workings of this thing are wild and unpredictable, it's too dangerous to carry around, Dragon King said. Han Sen didn't think his time at the altar was all that special. He had managed to kill all 3 statues with relative ease, and he had obtained 3 battle Geno essences for his trouble. If the demigods return, what can they do? Han Sen asked. They were demigods, so it didn't seem as if there'd be a reason or purpose for them to occupy the third god's sanctuary. That is the secret. Give me the egg and I'll tell you. Dragon King hushed his lips after this. Han Sen clicked his fingers and put Dragon King away for the time being. Han Sen flew around the area he had ended up in, wanting to check it out some more. To the east were an abundance of hills, and to the west were thorny vines and a river. So, Han Sen traveled to the west. A strange expression fell across Han Sen's face as he realized the place looked similar to the area he had met the lanternfish. In the river, he saw them again. The stream was filled with the lanternfish, and they were all headed upstream. Nice. Wuxia wants to fight the kingfish and the vine, doesn't he? I should get ready to swoop in and aid Lord Fish. Han Sen followed the stream up, hoping to catch up with the king. After flying a few hundred miles, he didn't find the Fish King. What he did find, however, was a shelter. The shelter was nothing fancy. It was just a mere, solitary royal shelter. Han Sen planned to take it over. Even if he had no need for it, it would allow future humans who spawned there to be safe. When he entered the shelter, though, there were no foes to rout. It had already been abandoned, and there was nobody there. The entire shelter had one teleporter inside, though, and it was in perfect working condition. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and took a break with Ji Yanran. After that, he returned to the sanctuary. Han Sen packed his stuff alongside Little Angel, when suddenly, something seemed to be coming through the teleporter behind him. A human is spawning here. Neat timing. Han Sen was wondering who it might be. If it wasn't an enemy, Han Sen wouldn't mind lending a hand for a while. He didn't want anything bad to befall humans, as there was a long road to go for them to occupy and govern a greater portion of control over the third god's sanctuary. And every new person needed all the help they could get. Seeing the dimensions distort, someone appeared. It was a woman with a rapturously gorgeous figure, and when Han Sen pried his eyes away from her curves, he was shocked to discover who it was. The woman had a similar response seeing Han Sen, and she too was surprised to see who she had immediately encountered. "It's you," they both said in tandem. Han Sen had just spent time with her on Skynet, not so long ago. It was Qin Xian. Well, this seems too far-fetched to be a coincidence. Han Sen thought the chances of her ending up there with him were a little too unlikely. It was an enormous world, yet she had ended up with Han Sen in her first moment there. "I am so lucky to see you, aren't I?" "What are the chances?" "You are going to carry me, aren't you?" Qin Xian laughed. "That's no problem. I'm getting used to carrying people." Han Sen smiled. Just as Qin Xian started to speak again, a number of loud, repetitive noises sounded from someplace not too far away. They were like the repeated drumming of a stampede. Han Sen's face changed, so he flew up and had a look. Many creatures were coming from the river, and they looked terrified as they took refuge in the shelter. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:48 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 1260. Above the water of the river, a million flying fish had appeared. They were all following its winding course upstream. "It looks like the Fish King is on its way to tangle with the vine again." Han Sen was surprised, and as he looked over, he saw the big, familiar fish. Its scales gleamed like a trove of gold in the sunlight, fitting for the king it was. Han Sen wanted to send Qin Xian someplace safer, but there was currently no time. He put her on Golden Growler, and together they chased after the fish. "What's going on?" She had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than 2 minutes, and she had no clue what was going on. She was unnerved and almost scared about what might soon happen. Many monsters were escaping the river and its proximity to make way for the abundance of flying fish. It was a spectacle, for sure, but the power of everything around dwarfed her own. She was terrified. The Fish King is on its way to fight something particularly powerful. "I'm here to see if I can claim a few goodies," Han Sen explained the long and short of it. "Will my presence prove a burden? Perhaps I should go back for now." Qin Xian knew Han Sen was the strongest human there, and the last thing she wanted to do was drag him down. She had only just arrived, so there'd be no chance she'd be able to fend for herself, after all. "We're only here to watch from afar, for now, anyway." "It'll be fine if you come along," Han Sen said. Leaving Qin Xian there would be just as good as sending her on a death march. She could return to the Alliance, but Han Sen did not know when he'd be able to fetch her. Han Sen was also worried that the creatures would destroy the teleporter in their panic. If that happened, she'd have to end up respawning elsewhere. Han Sen was going to remain in hiding, anyway. When Wuxia and Blood River King came, all he'd have to do was make sure she was extra hidden. Bauer wanted to play with the flying fish once more, but he stopped her this time. Han Sen did not know where Wuxia was, currently, but it'd be difficult for them to avoid being spotted if they followed the fish too closely. They had to be as sneaky as possible. The Fish King was going at a slow pace, and there must have been quite a distance to go for it to reach the showdown it was headed for. The amount of fish that was following the king was nigh unbelievable to see. Their numbers were countless, and the only word a mind could muster to describe the spectacle was insane. Golden Growler followed the river on the rough ground past its banks. Still, it managed to move so smoothly that there was nary a shake or bump. But then, Han Sen suddenly saw a crocodile-like creature that was around 10 meters long. When it saw the Golden Growler, it tried to eat it, Han Sen and Qin Xian. Han Sen thought it was an ugly beast, as its body had thick, hardy scales and a mouthful of razor-blade-sharp teeth. The monster was a super creature, that much was certain. With its mouth that was comparable to a black hole, it sought to swallow the trio. Golden Growler did not shy away, though. It expanded the size of its body, making itself become a giant, Goliath-sized beast. The crocodile now looked like a scrawny lizard, and so Golden Growler stepped on it. Golden Growler, by this point, had 7 of its gene locks opened. Han Sen had fed it much super flesh and many water drops to nurture its growth over time. But the speed at which it had developed was surprising, even to Han Sen. And the size it could grow to, if it so chose, was rather shocking to witness. Golden Growler had as many gene locks open as Han Sen did with his Dongxian Sutra. Its primary talent was its ability to grow bigger, just as it had been back in the first God's sanctuary. But now, size wasn't everything. The bigger it grew, the stronger it became. And this scaled with how many gene locks it had opened, too. When Golden Growler opened its 7th gene lock, its vitality exceeded Han Sen's. This didn't surprise Han Sen, though. Golden Growler was special, as most creatures of the first God's sanctuary did not possess an ability. But Golden Growler could grow bigger or smaller on a whim, so Han Sen had to wonder if it actually was a super creature from the first God's sanctuary. When Little Angel ate the other Golden Growler's flesh, she was able to evolve. It was a plausible theory. Regardless of its origins, however, Han Sen thought it to be a remarkable thing that Golden Growler could evolve and become better. Golden Growler had 7 of its gene locks open, but it was now fighting a super creature with 9 gene locks open. The mouth of the creature Golden Growler had stomped on was frightening, but all the teeth in the world couldn't harm Golden Growler now, due to its size. When it was bitten, it was like a small nip, and no pain was felt. But for a creature with 7 gene locks open, engaging with a creature with 9 gene locks open was difficult. Golden Growler could not dish out a grand amount of damage, at all. But what it could do was still shocking enough to see, anyway. Golden Growler was a Mount Beast soul, so fighting was never expected to be its forte. Yet still, it was able to hold its ground against a super creature. It was shocking. But Qin Xian was more shocked than all, right now. The impacts and shockwaves were difficult for her to withstand, as they fought. Are creatures in the third God sanctuary always this strong? Qin Xian was amazed, despite being a little worried. The first creature she had encountered just so happened to be a super creature. Han Sen placed Golden Growler back in his Sea of Soul. It had grown too big, and he didn't want anyone to see it. Not wanting to waste any time, though, he summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight used a halo to debuff the creature and buff Little Angel to become stronger. Little Angel swung her sword and left a deep, few-meter-wide cleft across the monster. The monster screamed, prompting Disloyal Knight to dash forward and strike the beast's jaw and send it flying. Little Angel flew towards it and chopped it to bits within the blink of an eye. Super creature Abyssal Beast killed. Beast's soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted, not expecting to achieve another super beast soul so soon. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 1261. As Han Sen relished the joy, Little Angel delivered the life geno essence to him. He accepted it and then returned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Not bad, I got another beast's soul. Han Sen smiled as he told Qin Xian. Qin Xian looked at him with confusion rather than delight. She thought it was a sacred blood creature, but seeing the life geno essence, it had struck her with a paralyzing shock that he had just killed a super creature with ease. It was unbelievable. Humans could collect super geno points, but they'd still need to fight hard and struggle in the second God's sanctuary if they sought to obtain them. In the third God's sanctuary, slaying a super creature was unheard of. Han Sen had just mopped the floor with one, though. It was then that she realized the mount she rode upon must have been a super creature, too, for it to initiate a battle with one so fearlessly. When Qin Xian finally managed to speak, she said, "Now I know how you were able to take down an Emperor-class shelter. You've blown the socks off people's power expectations." You're far better and stronger than anyone could have imagined. Han Sen smiled warmly in response, and said, when you obtain more geno points, gene locks, and beast souls, the rest comes naturally. We're all capable of such feats, I am sure. Qin Xian shook her head and did not say anything more. She knew he was strong, but she almost felt as if she had been misled about the extent of the strength he had gained. It was bewildering how strong he truly was. When Han Sen first came to the first god's sanctuary, he didn't even know what a creature was. Qin Xian was the person leading him. But now, Qin Xian had been left behind in the dust. He was the person who walked too fast, and too far ahead. Reflecting over the past, she couldn't help but blush. Han Sen said, there are strong spirits on the heels, or fins rather, of the Fish King. It would be best if we avoid them and not alert them to our presence. Whatever you say, Qin Xian. Han Sen headed for the peak via a different road. He had done so to ensure Wuxia would not see the two. Along the way, Han Sen mowed down a few sacred blood creatures on her behalf, so she could earn a handful of sacred geno points and get a head start. The lower-tier geno points could always be filled up at a later date, and a few slayings later, there was already far more sacred blood creature meat than she could eat in any reasonable amount of time. As she watched Han Sen cut down such creatures in a flash, Qin Xian couldn't help but think, this man is too powerful. If I ever seek to catch up, I'll have my work cut out for me. Qin Xian had managed to earn a lot of sacred geno points in a small amount of time. She had received some help in the second god's sanctuary, but nothing compared to this sort of power leveling. Han Sen also gave her some mutant and sacred blood beast souls, so she could chip in if she wanted to and tackle the weaker sorts by herself. But seeing Han Sen kill so many high-level creatures with ease, when she triumphed over the lower variety, the feelings of success and accomplishment escaped her. Han Sen refined the Abyssal Beast's life geno essence, and with Ice Wolf God's life geno essence, he had managed to reach a total of 81 super geno points. Although he wasn't full, his body was practically equal to a super creature in strength and might. It was just a shame his Dongxian Sutra could not keep up with Han Sen's rapidly rising power. It was sluggish, by comparison. Han Sen really admired Dongxian Zi. It was difficult to practice the Dongxian Sutra, and for Dongxian Zi to practice it up until he broke through the vacuum, Han Sen figured he must have possessed the power of a monster. Han Sen was proud of his talents, but he still thought he paled in comparison to Dongxian Zi when he held himself up against the man. Those who succeed always have help to become better, and Han Sen wanted to do the same. There were no more super creatures on the way, so the opportunity for another would have to wait a little while longer. After half a month of travel, they reached the mountain. There, they saw the big dragon-like waterfall. Because Han Sen had taken a different path, the Fish King had yet to arrive. Han Sen did not want to get too close, so he took the opportunity to poke around and find a nice cave to hide inside. When night fell, Han Sen donned his night cloak and left the safety of the cave. He didn't know if Wuxia had arrived yet, but after searching all night, he had yet to find hide nor hair of the spirits. But what Han Sen did find was a super creature residing inside the nearby lake. He didn't even need his Dongxian aura to sense it. The Fish King is not here, but does this mean other berserk super creatures want the vine, too? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen returned to the cave again, and there, he waited for the Fish King and Wuxia to show up. 2 days later, after dark, a strange noise sounded from the lake. It sounded as if someone had opened a can of soda right next to his ear. Han Sen left Little Angel and Bower behind, with instructions to protect Qin Xian. Wearing his night cloak, he snuck down to see what had occurred. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 1262 Han Sen stood on a cliffside overlooking the lake. At the water's center, bubbles began to arise. When they reached the surface of the water, they popped and boiled with an extreme amount of fizz. It was like the opening of a firmly shaken soda can. Is the super creature in the lake about to emerge? Han-sen guessed, as he observed the bubbly activity. But after a while of waiting for something to occur, nothing actually did. The bubbles continued to appear, and soon reached a frothy amount. It was as if the lake was boiling with the ferocity of a volcano. What is this super creature doing? Han-sen thought to himself. Han-sen's Dongxian aura picked up the movement of a rock nearby the lake. Han-sen looked over at it with his proper eyesight, and lo and behold, he saw it. There was a rock, and as if by magic, it was rolling itself down towards the raging waters of the lake. Han-sen wondered why the rock had started to move by itself. The large rock was not moving too quickly, and its coming was fairly gentle. But when it was a good 2 meters away from the lake's shore, it stopped. Han-sen examined the way it had come, and the rock had left no trace or imprint in the earth it had rolled over. The rock was like a boulder. It was 10 meters high and had a diameter of 6 meters. It was a lumpy thing, and observing it from a distance initially gave the illusion of a miniature hill picking up stakes and moving location. Amidst Han-sen's confusion around this strange happening, he then noticed a hole inside the boulder. Its diameter was a solid 1 meter at every angle. Han-sen hadn't noticed it at first, and he believed it had only just appeared. It was like a hatch, or something cut out from its original structure. Soon after, something crawled out of the hole. It was a big red toad, scaled from head to toe. On its head, it wore a red pot as if it were a crown. It was a strange accessory to see adorning a toad. Is it looking for water? As Han-sen asked himself this, his eyes flickered back to the hole the toad had emerged from. Weirdly, it was gone. Something most peculiar is cooking, that's for sure. Han-sen made himself comfy in a position that was a little more hidden and watched intently. The toad was a super creature, that much was certain. While it was next to the waters of the lake, the red pot on its head opened. Han-sen peered into it, and that was when he saw a number of eyes staring back at him. Han-sen was currently garbed with the night cloak, though, so there was no chance he could have actually been spotted. From out of the pot, the triangle-shaped head of a snake emerged. While the pot might have looked separate, and more like an accessory to the toad, it was actually a part of the creature. It was rather confusing for Han-sen to see. But the snake head he was seeing now was just as strange. It was composed of bones, and it did not even have a tongue to rattle and shake with a seething viciousness. It still had its fangs, though, and the eyes were red gems of a sinister light. When the snake came out and revealed more of itself, the rest of its body was seen to be the same. It was practically a skeleton snake. The snake head had looked as big as the pot, but the entire body must have been 6 meters long, not to mention its wide girth. How it had all fit inside the pot on the toad's head was quite the conundrum. The snake slithered around the toad, and then the toad seemed to issue it a command to enter the lake. Without hesitation, it followed the order and set off swimming to the center of the lake. The bubbles in the lake did not appear to be harmful, and the snake had no trouble as it swam. The toad issued another command to the snake, and after this, it started to dive. So, Mr. Bone Snake must be a scout. But who is the real puppet here? Is the toad here by its own volition, or is it also a goon for someone else? Han-sen pondered. Suddenly, there was an explosion of bubbles. The water in the lake was thrown into turmoil. Soon after, things returned to semi-normal. The bubbles continued at their original pace and the waters were soothed. Blurg! The toad spat out some blood, and in shock, it began to fall back away from the water. The toad wished to reach the rock it had first emerged from, but something came out of the lake and grabbed the toad. The thing tried dragging the toad back in with it. The toad struggled, and its claws dug into the earth. The nails broke under the pull of that supremely powerful shadow. With long, skin-crawling marks in the earth for a wake, the toad was pulled into the black depths of the lake. The toad's struggle beneath the water was plain to see, and the lake was upset in response. It was pulled in deep. When things suddenly turned quiet, an unnerving mist dyed the surface of the lake red. Han Sen was shocked at what he had just witnessed. The toad was a super creature, but it had been killed effortlessly. Whatever monster resided in the lake must have been extremely powerful to do such a thing. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 5 seconds AM Chapter 1263. After the toad was dragged down into the murky depths of the lake, the boulder moved again. This time, it rolled away from the water. It had barely reached a distance of 1 meter before the shadow reappeared. It grabbed the rock and tried to pull it back. The rock was too heavy for it to move in a hurry, though. And as it struggled, Han Sen was finally able to get a good look at the enigma that had been residing inside the lake all that time. It was like an arm, but one that was plated all in copper. It was not too different from a snake, minus a head. When it came out to reach the boulder, it revealed itself to be at least 100 meters long. The rock tried its best to pull away from it, but it gave ground, bit by bit. It would soon be dragged in. When the rock was 2 meters away from the water's edge, a rocky explosion sounded as the boulder rose up off the ground. The boulder turned into a golem, and there were people behind it. Is that Wuxia and Blood River King down there? Were they hiding inside the rock this entire time? Han Sen saw Wuxia and Blood River King down below, the latter in his signature red armor. There was a 6-armed monster with them, and it and the 2 spirits ran off while the golem stayed behind to hold back the snake as they made their escape. The black shape from the lake attacked the golem with a greater rage. But then, another black shadow emerged. It went for the 3 that were daring an escape. Wuxia used his wings to avoid the initial strike. Blood River King and the 6-armed ape managed to evade the attack, as well. But in the next second, many more of those black snake-like figures shot out of the lake. Wuxia brought out his black feather dagger, while Blood River King drew his sword to attack whatever was chasing them. A metallic noise sounded whenever they drew a cut across the black snakes. What's more, their weapons weren't formidable enough to slice through them. 2 king spirits and 2 super creatures were now trapped, as more and more monsters arose to eliminate their ability to flee. The golem did not relent in fighting back that horrible foe, and it was able to stand strong and not get dragged into the lake. But it wasn't long before even more of the black shadows emerged. A larger host of the black menace grabbed a hold of it, threw it down on the ground, and dragged it across the shore. The golem was pulled into the lake, and seeing it get pulled in like that, Han Sen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It was a shocking scene to behold. What in the sanctuaries is this thing? Both Wuxia and Blood River King are unable to fight it. I'm lucky I didn't try to get any closer, Han Sen thought to himself. Tsi. While Wuxia and Blood River King fought side by side, the 6-armed ape was the next to get grabbed. It was unable to resist the strength of the pull, and it was immediately dragged away and down into the lake. Blood River King was furious when he saw that the 3 super creatures he had brought with him had been killed. They had all been dragged into the lake by one fearsome monster. He hyped himself to fight in honor of his fallen creatures, but at that second, Wuxia managed to muster the strength to cut through the monster and clear a way forward to escape. Run! Wuxia shouted. The monster was quick to recover, and it grabbed his arm. Then, a lot more did. They dragged him into the lake. Blood River King was touched by his seemingly heroic sacrifice, and so he took him up on the command and escaped. Wuxia was dragged into the lake, and once he was, Solace returned to the land. Han Sen frowned, believing that something wasn't quite right. Wuxia was not the sort of person who was willing to sacrifice himself, especially if it was to merely save another. He was one of the 8 generals, too, so there was no way he could have been dragged in that easily. As Han Sen mulled that puzzling happening, something floated up to the surface of the lake. Han Sen squinted to get a good look, and he noticed it was a copper statue. It looked like a copper screen. But when it bobbed for a bit, and Han Sen was able to get a better view, he realized it was actually a copper throne. The entire throne was adorned with a number of patterns. The seat had been composed by a number of copper, snake-like figures. Han Sen did not know how many snakes had been intertwined to build it, but it clearly represented the snakes that had arisen to attack the party earlier. They seemed to have been built from copper, were thus inanimate, but they soon started to move. And they seemed to be pushing the throne to the surface of the water. A female spirit was sitting atop it, one that wore a black dress. Her legs were long and succulent, a highlight of the sight of her, sitting on the throne. She had long black hair, painting her as something of a femme fatale. She looked cold and unremorseful. I brought you 3 super creatures, see? I should help you take the aqua vine. Wuxia emerged from the water, speaking to the woman in a polite and sickly tone. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 3 seconds AM Chapter 1264 Han Sen now understood Wuxia had been playing Blood River King like a fiddle. His cooperation had been a complete lie all along. He had only wanted Blood River King's super creatures, and he had gotten them successfully. Poor Blood River King. To think he actually believes he owes Wuxia his life. Han Sen now knew not to underestimate Wuxia's cunning. The cold female spirit responded to Wuxia now, saying, I acknowledge and appreciate the help you have given, but 3 super creatures are not enough to satiate the hunger of the serpent throne. Blood River King was very hesitant, and despite pressing him all that time, I could only manage to convince him to bring 3, Wuxia said in his defense. The female spirit responded, saying, understood. Still, you have brought me many over time. And when the flying fish comes, once I have killed it, I should meet the requirements for challenging the aqua vine. If I am successful, you will receive your reward then. Thank you, my most gracious lady. Wuxia kneeled, as if in her service. Scour the stream for the fish's location. Until it arrives, I must return to rest, the female spirit said. Yes, milady. Wuxia bowed and then went off downstream. Han Sen was shocked over what he had just witnessed. If what she said was true, it seemed Wuxia had managed to obtain for her more than just those 3 super creatures. But who is this female spirit? She must be an empress, if Wuxia so willingly obeys her. Han Sen had no clue who he was now looking likely to deal with. Han Sen reflected over his dealings with Wuxia, and he thought the spirit was a remarkable nemesis. Wuxia was clever and deceptive, as much as he was strong and mighty. He had even managed to trick Xiang Yin. If his past behavior was anything to go by, Han Sen thought it was unlikely Wuxia had the lake's female spirit's interests at heart. It was likely he was just using her, too, and his kneeling and kind words were just for show. I don't like the fact that they're going to kill the Flying Fish King. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had planned to wait until they started fighting the aqua vine before intervening. But now, if he wanted to save the Flying Fish King, he'd have to expose himself earlier than he wanted to. After all, there was no chance Han Sen could make battle with the pest Wuxia, an empress, and whatever Goliath the aqua vine was, all by himself. Fighting alongside the Fish King was his only chance. If he wanted the fruit, or whatever other treasure might have been waiting, he'd need the fish to be his ally in the endeavor. Han Sen then racked his mind, going over the many ways he might be able to save the Fish King from the trap that was waiting for it. But as he thought, he noticed one of the serpents moving the throne to the shore. It did so in a short amount of time. The Empress went to sit on the throne, and her expression and posture suggested her mind was elsewhere, and she was deep in thought. The serpents moved around a lot, but the throne was stable as she sat. They were wriggling around like lecherous tentacles. The throne was being brought further past the shore, up the cliffside of a mountain. The Fish King is on its way. Where is she going? Han Sen, still in the night cloak, ventured forward to see what she was up to. The Empress was going up the mountain the Fish King would inevitably head for. Is she tricking the trickster? Has she tricked Wuxia, getting him out of the way so she can nab the fruit all for herself? As Han Sen followed, the more he saw and the more he reviewed this curious happening, he realized he was incorrect. The throne stopped before the mountain. Then, she stood up and said aloud, "Are you really going to remain guised in shadow? You should come out and greet me like a man." This came as a sudden shock to Han Sen, and he thought to himself, "She knows I'm following her. I thought nothing could notice me while I wore the night cloak." Fear became the prevailing emotion Han Sen felt right now, but just as it settled in, a stone door revealed itself on the cliffside. Beyond it seemed to be a fairly deep cave. Han Sen felt major relief wash over him like a tide, and he comfortingly said to himself, "Phew. She wasn't talking to me. This night cloak helped me assassinate an emperor before, so I suppose it makes sense even she would not notice me." Han Sen looked into the cave and noticed it was pitch black inside. The throne was still in front of the cave, and on it, the Empress said, "Have you come to a decision regarding the offer I presented you?" A weird noise came out of the cave, like metal been scraped against rock. Han Sen envisioned a being chained up in the darkness. And whatever it was rattling the chains and beating them against the stone. The Empress did not say anything more. She waited outside the cave in silence. The sound of chains grew louder, suggesting it was coming closer. Han Sen leaned forward, eager to get a look at what was coming out of the cave. He really wanted to see. The noise of chains was now near the entrance, and something was ready to step out and make an appearance. When the moonlight revealed what had been kept from sight, Han Sen was given a shock. It was a man. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair was long and filthy. It masked much of his face, denying a view of his true identity. There were cuffs attached to each of his limbs, and the chains made a sordid sound when he moved. The chains drifted behind the man, reaching back into the dark recesses of the cave. They had been created with the same material that composed the Empress throne. But the most shocking thing about this entire affair was that the man was a human. Why has a human been chained up here? What could she possibly want with him? Han Sen frowned, looking at the disheveled man. "What is your decision? Will you help me?" The Empress seemed to be giving the prisoner an ultimatum. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 2 seconds AM Chapter 1265 Han Sen was surprised. Emperors in the third god sanctuary were of a tier far above the rest that occupied the realm, and they knew it. Yet strangely, this empress had come to ask the man, a human, for assistance politely. Is he really a human? Han Sen thought it was a bit far-fetched, for an emperor-class spirit to behave in such a way before a human. The man raised his head to the night sky and said, "It has been a long time since my eyes were last able to lay sight on the moon." The Empress frowned, clearly more concerned with receiving the answer to her question. After a while, the man turned his gaze to the Empress. He asked, "Where is that which I want?" The Empress responded, saying, "The aqua fruit is on the precipice of maturing." "Do you know what that means?" "Where is it?" the man asked again. The Empress said, "This is your last chance, so answer me." The man laughed and balked. "You're wrong. This is your last chance. You do not fear death, do you?" "I find that an amusing surprise, given your kind can only live once." The Empress frowned. Han Sen's face changed, now confirming that the man truly was a human. There was no more doubt about that. The man replied, saying, "Oh, I fear death. But I also know you won't let me die." The Empress's ire was incited by what the man had just said, and anger flushed to her face in immediacy. The serpents beneath the seat were poised, ready to strike the madman. He did not care, though. He stood where he was, looking right at the Empress, as if inviting their strikes. The serpents glided forward, hissing. But then, the Empress raised her hand and gestured for them to leave him be. Fine. You can have it. But it will be in exchange for the aqua fruit, the Empress said. Okay. The man did not seem surprised. The Empress waved her hand, and then a copper key manifested in the air and flew towards each lock on the man's shackles. One by one, they fell down and released him from their cold, cruel clasp. The man did not seem excited about his freeing from incarceration. He merely walked calmly towards the lake. I can lock you up once more, as easily as I have just freed you. You know what it is you must do, the Empress said. The man kept walking, telling her, do not worry, I'm from the Blue Blood Special Forces. The aqua fruit will be yours, have no fear. The serpents beneath the throne began to move, as she followed him towards the lake. Han Sen was in shock after what he had just heard, and he thought to himself, he's from the Blue Blood Special Forces. If he was trapped in there for 100 years, perhaps there is a chance he knew about Han Jinji. The Blue Blood Special Forces was a military unit of the Alliance. If he was who he claimed to be, though, it didn't make sense why the Empress had behaved that way before him. The Empress was asking the man to take the fruit for her, as if he was tremendously capable and accomplished for such a task. This was crazy. As the man walked, he removed the scraps of aged garments that still hopelessly clung to his body. Han Sen was surprised that the man didn't look quite as disheveled when he was unclothed. The man was ripped, with hulking muscles that Han Sen couldn't help but admire. The man looked strong enough to kill anything. But what was quite strange was that the blood vessels between his muscles were blue rather than green. The man walked into the lake and washed himself. With his hands and fingernails, he gave himself a haircut, too. Now, Han Sen could see what his face looked like. The man's face was strong and proud. His features had been chiseled in a way that exuded manliness. If he was seen strolling the streets, Han Sen believed women would get wet just seeing him. The Empress was sitting on her throne as he walked out of the lake, naked and on full display. Han Sen watched his manhood swing wildly from left to right with each footstep. The Empress frowned and threw down Geno armor in front of him. The man put it on and then sat down. He looked out over the lake and said, the only way this could get any better is if there was a drink we could both share. Ugh! The Empress groaned. They merely sat, watching the view from the lakeside together. A period of time elapsed with neither of them doing anything. They must have been waiting for the fish to arrive. With the odds stacked against him, and the Empress now having this other, mystic human on her side, Han Sen wasn't fancying his chances of emerging victorious. Han Sen wanted to go downstream and see if he could stop the Fish King from coming. Even if the Fish King did not come, though, it wouldn't mean much. The Empress would still most likely nab the fruit she had come for. Trying to save the Fish King's life and fighting alongside it seemed the best chance of prevailing Han Sen had. As Han Sen reviewed his options, he began to hear movement stem from downstream. He saw a golden light, and ahead of it, Wuxia. He was running back, and a peculiar look crossed his face when he noticed the human sitting beside the Empress. Wuxia bowed and said, "The Flying Fish King is here." Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 and 1 second AM. Chapter 1266. Han Sen now knew it was too late to stop what had been put into motion, so he quickly tried to think how he might best help the Fish King. The light of its presence was rapidly approaching, and the water was in turmoil as it came. "Do you need to step away?" Wuxia asked the Empress. The Empress said, "I will watch." "Are we killing it?" Wuxia thought they would go and kill the flying fish once it arrived. "Not yet. We will let the fish and vine do battle first. When things look dire for either of them, we will swoop in and clean up the mess." The empress relayed to them the plan of action. Wuxia did not say anything, but he clearly seemed to be agitated by the presence of the human sitting comfortably beside the throne. The empress had wanted to hunt down the flying fish originally, so he thought the human must have done or said something to change her mind. Wuxia did not know who the man was, and although sirens blared in his head urging him to do something, he didn't do anything. He did not want to upset or invoke the ire of the empress at a time as crucial as this. The fish arrived at the lake and looked at the empress. The fish king eyed the audience warily, and he seemed upset with their presence there. It began to circle the lake, and not much more. The night was starting to fade by this point, and the sun was soon to raise its head above the horizon. When it did, the night cloak would be rendered useless. Han Sen hid in the forest and tried to mask his sense, instead. When his 7 gene locks of the Dongxian Sutra were open, Han Sen could simulate the energy of small plants. Han Sen had initially thought it to be a pointless boon, but in a time like this, he realized how handy it could be. Unless someone could see him with their naked eyes, Han Sen was just another shrub in the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. Han Sen was afraid that when the fighting began, the cave he had previously taken refuge in might collapse. Thus, he wasn't willing to hide there. Hiding in the forest was a far better option, and even if trees were toppled on top of him, they wouldn't hurt. The rising orb from the east began to bathe the land in the orange light of a new day. The waterfall was like a silver dragon, but then, curiously, it ran dry. And as the sun rose, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and fade away. Strange. Last time I was here, even during the daylight, the clouds could still be seen. And why has the waterfall now stopped? Han Sen frowned, concerned with the curious turn of events. On the peak of the mountain, Han Sen saw a purple dragon-like vine wriggle. The vine was massive, and it was surrounded by the bones of creatures it had drained the life out of through its leeching. Han Sen noticed there were 7 vines in total, each bearing an aqua fruit. The fruits looked like bells, and when the wind blew, the chiming of these bells could be heard. Each one was big, as well, not too unlike a grinding wheel. When Han Sen paid attention to each sounding bell, he noticed they each played a different note. Han Sen suddenly saw fairies begin to fly around the fruits. The fruits looked incredibly holy with the fairies that surrounded them like little angels. The flying fish could not resist the temptation, so it leapt into the sky, up towards the purple vine. The purple vine then swiftly moved. Like a lashing whip, it cast itself towards the flying fish king. The flying fish king seemed to have improved since it last tried to do battle with the vine. Its body shone brightly with the color of gold and its head was crowned with a glorious horn. In a flash, it leapt to the side and avoided the incoming attack. The flying fish managed to evade each lashing vine that tried to get it as it made its daring ascent. The empress and the human watched the fish king intently. Han Sen watched the fish king evade the vines with ease, and noticed it was now only 10 meters away from grabbing one of its fruit. Suddenly, though, the fairies began to fly towards the fish like a swarm of angry bees. Han Sen was shocked. He initially believed the presence of the fairies to be some sort of an illusion. The fairies were real, and they were now all around the fish king. The fairies carried a ribbon, and they seemed intent on wrapping the ribbon around the fish to capture it. More and more ribbons appeared in the hands of the fairies to tie the fish king up. But the scales on the fish king became spiky next, proving just enough to tear through the ribbons and escape. The fairies were not dismayed by this, though, and they looked happy to take things up a notch. Their gracious appearance was cast aside, as each of them turned into a mini skeleton. Then, they all leaped towards the fish king. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:48 a.m. Chapter 1267 The Fish King's gold body was unable to prevent the advance of the skeletons. The now bony fiends were transparent, and the fish was unable to strike or even touch them. But when they tried biting into the fish king, they were able to sink their teeth into its flesh and rip out small chunks. They were like a swarm of little maggots, all converging on the Fish King to nibble it to death. As they all bit into it, they dyed the surroundings red with blood. The Fish King wanted to rid itself of the skeletons that sought to eat it alive, but there was nothing it could do. Its scales could do nothing against the skeletal fairies, as they straddled a line between the physical and supernatural. They could not be touched by others, but they could touch anything they desired. The fish is almost done for. Is now the time we should strike? Wuxia asked aloud. The Empress seemed unconcerned, and replied, "Do not underestimate a creature with 10 gene locks open. They are stronger than you might imagine." Wuxia knew the Fish King could not be killed so easily, and he was actually trying to usher the Empress into attacking. If he did that, he could find his best chance to Judas her. With the Empress not yet willing to budge, Wuxia could do nothing. He returned to silence and waited. The Fish King then suddenly roared. Its body began to shine like a beacon of gold light as it grew in size. Large talons decked the feet that then sprouted out of the fish, as its entire body took the form of a dragon. It is no wonder Wuxia called it a flying dragon fish. Han Sen was shocked, witnessing the fish's transformation. The dragon's head turned, shooting hot air at the skeletons that swarmed its new form. The skeletons were turned to dust by the power of that gust. Then, the Fish King turned around, ready to swallow the fruit it had long lusted for. The fairies all around the fruit were dead, and now there was nothing prohibiting the Dragon Fish King from consuming that which it had come for. The bell-looking fruit then shone green. The Dragon Fish King suddenly roared and fell backwards, all the way down into the lake below. As it fell, its body returned to that of a fish. Pang! The Fish King's impact with the water created manic waves, as its blood turned the lashing waters of the lake red. What are you waiting for? The speech of the Empress was directed towards the man. The man then stood up and approached the dried-up waterfall. The man was going to climb the whole way up. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, he doesn't know how to fly. How is that possible? The man climbed the treacherous cliffside slowly. Who is that guy? Wuxia asked. He is the one who will collect the fruit. You should go and help him, the Empress directed. She remained seated on the throne as it began to move towards the lake. She was going for the Fish King. Wuxia was delighted, thinking he now had a chance of grabbing the fruit. He had been worried earlier. If he had to steal the fruit alongside the Empress, he'd have difficulty nabbing one. If the only thing that stood in his way was a human, one who couldn't fly, at that, there was nothing really stopping him. Wuxia was fairly confident he could collect the fruit the Fish King had just approached. The Fish King had triggered the aqua gas, so it was no longer a threat. Seeing the Empress head for the lake, Wuxia summoned his wings and followed after the man. Wuxia flew around the man, saying, "The Empress instructed me to help you. How do you plan on reaching the fruit?" Wuxia was not keen on the man, but there had to be a reason for him being there. The man must have had something the Empress wanted, so Wuxia wanted to find out exactly what that was. The man continued to climb, simply stating, "I will climb up here, and then I will climb up there. I will reach for the fruit with my hands, and with my hands, I will pick up the fruit. I will then climb down from there, and climb down from here." Wuxia thought he was talking crap, but he just smiled and said, "The fruit is a dangerous item. How exactly do you plan on grabbing it?" "She told me I can pick it just as easily as I would an apple," the man said. Wuxia was getting annoyed with the man, but he didn't let it show. He went ahead to say, "Well, you have to hurry. If the fruit manages to build up another cloud of gas to emit, nabbing it won't be so easy. Don't you see that I am climbing as fast as I can?" The man gave a smile. "Don't you know how to fly?" Wuxia was getting annoyed at the snail-like pace of the man. "No," the man said. "Really?" Wuxia was legitimately surprised. Do you see any wings on my back? I don't, the man said. Well, you take your time climbing this rock face like a sloth. I am going to go on ahead and grab the fruit for our empress. Wuxia then departed, going upwards. This was his best chance. It was a now or never moment. Once he had one of the fruits in his hand, he could pocket it and run. Wuxia did not think the empress could catch up with him, with the head start he'd get. When the fish king fell, Han Sen had snuck into the water to get a peek at its injuries. Han Sen dived in deep, and when he approached the fish and got a good look, he was quite surprised at what he saw. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 59 seconds AM Chapter 1268. There was a green pine cone in the fish king's head. It was half embedded, and it shone an ominous green like a third eye. The light pulsated, and when the pine cone lit up, it caused the fish king's body to twitch. The fish did not look like it had been dealt a grievous blow, but it seemed to be incapacitated. The fish was submitting to the water, and it was sinking fast. Is that what the fruit spat out? It knocked him unconscious, Han Sen thought, as he swam towards the fish, clutching Taya. The fish king was unable to move, so Han Sen sought to remove the pine cone with his sword. Dong! Taya hit the pine cone but was unsuccessful in damaging it. Han Sen stabbed it a few more times, but it proved to be far sturdier than he imagined. I'll dig it out then. Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and it made Taya glow a spooky red. Then, Han Sen skirted the placement of the pine cone with Taya. He had to plunge the sword fairly deep, and he could hear the cracking of the fish king's bones as he went. The fish king looked to be in pain following Han Sen's treatment, but it did not do anything to stop him. It was, of course, much better for Han Sen if the fish king did not struggle. Han Sen pulled Taya back and saw the precise area of the head that had connected with the pine cone. In that spot, there were several white lines drawn across the green item and the creature. They looked like veins. Han Sen started cutting the lines, and he was able to slice them with ease. Apparently, they were far weaker than the pine cone itself. When they broke, the pine cone and the fish king shook. The glow of the pine cone became dimmer, too, and it looked to have been weakened. Han Sen continued to cut every vein he could find in a bid to free the pine cone from the fish king's forehead. But the fish king's skull was no laughing matter. It was rock hard, and doing so was rather difficult for Han Sen. When he was about halfway done, his peaceful work seemed likely to get disrupted. The serpent creatures had reared their ugly heads and were on their way. That quick. Han Sen knew the Empress would soon arrive. Then, Han Sen hid behind the large body of the fish king and watched as the woman glided through the water on her throne. He noticed it was just her there, and that she had come alone. Han Sen thought he might stand a chance, if he battled her and her alone. Han Sen looked at the Empress and then looked at the embedded pine cone and how far he had to go. He chose not to hesitate and activated his Super King Spirit mode, then he stabbed the fish king's forehead. Taya plunged a deep, searing pain into the fish king's head. The Empress was coming from a different direction, so she couldn't see Han Sen do this. Then, she commanded the serpents to begin consuming the fish king. Han Sen hurried with the deed, noticing their hungry maws open and come for the fish. Dong! Han Sen managed to dig the pine cone out from its head, but a lot of blood came out as well. The fish king woke up and immediately swung its body around in a spin, blasting both Han Sen and the serpents away. The Empress was shocked by its sudden revitalization, as she knew full well the fruit had sprayed it. Han Sen had made sure to simulate the fish king's energy, so the Empress could not suspect there had been someone else there, and that they had freed the fish from its incapacitated state. The fish king, when it was awake, saw the serpents and the Empress that wished it devoured. It doused them in a bright golden light. The golden light was like a laser, and Han Sen watched as it went towards the Empress. The Empress did not even blink as one of the snakes pushed the throne away, out of the line of fire. Pang! The serpent's tail was then hit by the gold light, and it caused the entire lake to blow up in utter chaos. Han Sen had already exited Super King Spirit mode by this stage, and he was out of the lake, safe and sound up in the air. He landed in the forest and made his life force replicate that of another plant. Horrible noises continued to emerge from the tumultuous lake, and the waters thrashed so wildly, it might as well have been raining for all those in its proximity. Han Sen hid inside the forest, allowing himself to get wet. By now, the human had climbed up halfway. Wuxia, however, was at the peak after a brief flight up. Wuxia's body was exuding a black gas, and his wings weren't that far off a devil's. The fruit noticed Wuxia reaching for it, and it managed to pump out another cloud of gas. It hit Wuxia directly in his forehead. Wuxia was shocked, as he had not expected it to be able to spray twice. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As soon as his eyes caught sight of an aqua light, he dashed away from the fruit. But the light wasn't keen to let Wuxia slip away, and it bent its course mid-air, turning around to strike Wuxia in the back of his head. Then, the conniving spirit began to plummet all the way down the cliff. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 58 seconds AM Chapter 1269, it is no wonder why the Empress wasn't willing to take them herself. Both the Fish King and Wuxia were destroyed in their attempts to obtain it. Han Sen was relieved he had not tried to take the fruit before the others did. But if the Empress and Berserk super creatures could not take the fruit, why would she believe a human was capable? Han Sen hid himself in the woods and started to watch the man intently. He was climbing at a very slow pace, and Han Sen wasn't sure if the man was simply a poor climber, or if he was deliberately going slow in fear of what awaited him up top. The Empress was still fighting the Fish King. Now she could be seen rising up into the air, still seated firmly upon her throne. Despite fighting in the water for all that time, her clothes did not appear wet. And she was so still, it was as if she was inanimate. The Fish King leapt out of the lake in pursuit of her. Its mouth spat out torrents of water in her direction. The entire throne was bathed in a strange light, as the serpents bobbed and weaved to block and deflect every rocket of water that targeted their mistress. Han Sen was in awe of how the Empress fought, and he was severely impressed by how adequate and capable the throne was in combat. Han Sen had yet to see what the Empress herself was capable of, though, as the throne wasn't actually a part of her. They were two halves, clearly, but they were also separate entities. Does this mean the Empress and the throne are two Emperor-class beings? Han Sen wondered to himself. For now, though, the victor of that fight had a long way to go before being determined. No one had the upper hand, and despite the crazy Fish King that was after her, the Empress seemed far more concerned with the man who was climbing. More often than not, her attention and eyes were locked on him. Han Sen, when not observing the events of that battle, watched the man go, too. He was very slow. The man was clearly not in a rush, and if he continued at that agonizing pace, it'd take another half an hour for him to reach the top. Tidal waves were starting to drown the encompassing lands of the lake now, too. Han Sen found himself hugging a tree to remain upright, as the water was up to his waist. There wouldn't be a forest for much longer, that was for sure. Something then began to float up from beneath the chaotic waves of the water. It was the pinecone Han Sen had removed from the Fish King's head. It was bobbing along with the tumultuous waves, but strangely, it was coming for Han Sen. He thought it might have been looking for another forehead to call home. Han Sen was shocked when he thought about this. He knew he'd have to be careful, as there'd be no one around to help remove it from his forehead if it truly did plant itself there. Han Sen swam away from it, but the pinecone was in hot pursuit. It seemed eager for his head. Something is wrong with it. Han Sen clutched Taya tightly. If the pinecone got any closer, he'd activate Super King Spirit mode and give it a firm strike. The pine cone did not relent in drifting towards Han Sen, though. So, Han Sen did what he proposed to. He gave it a hit and watched it skip across the surface of the water a few meters. Han Sen did not want to alert the Empress, however, so he made sure to do it gently. The pine cone came back, though. And whenever it came in range of Han Sen, he'd make sure to whack it away. This happened a few times, as if he was playing tennis against an invisible opponent. Has it been losing its powers ever since I dug it out? Han Sen hypothesized. Nothing much actually happened when he touched the pine cone with Taya. It was a very dull object, despite its desire to come after Han Sen. Eventually, Han Sen tried to touch it with his hand. The pine cone now proved to be little more than a lambent, emerald jewel of sorts. The white stuff that had wreathed the pine cone was gone now, and its parasitic look had vanished too. It really did look like a gem now. So, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan. He was able to detect the presence of a life force within it. Han Sen then thought, is this a seed belonging to the vine? If it is, does that mean I can grow my own aqua vine? The fruit it bears must be quite the treat, considering the effort that the Empress and Wuxia put into trying to get some. Han Sen then recalled Wuxia's sudden descent. A pine cone had planted itself in him, too, so he thought he might as well go and grab that one. Wuxia was like a dead man now, one that had been flushed down the drain and left to float and bob on the water that had flooded the forest. Han Sen saw the pine cone had embedded itself in the back of Wuxia's head. But a new conundrum was now posed to Han Sen. Wuxia was being controlled by the pine cone, and thus, he could not return to his spirit stone. If Han Sen removed the pine cone, that meant he would be saving Wuxia. Saving Wuxia was the last thing Han Sen wanted, so he came up with an idea. Wuxia was unconscious, so Han Sen was able to put him inside the cruel bottle without issue. All Han Sen would have to do was take the pine cone and keep Wuxia trapped inside the cruel bottle. If he did that, Wuxia would still be robbed of his ability to return to his spirit stone, and thus, he would be trapped and unable to roam the third god's sanctuary, causing everyone grief. Han Sen would like to find out what might happen if he died inside the bottle, as well. Thinking of that, Han Sen immediately put him inside the bottle. Where did you get the aqua fruit from? Moment Queen squealed, when she saw Wuxia. Wait, this is the aqua fruit. Han Sen was surprised by the sudden twist. Han Sen thought the bell-shaped fruit was the aqua fruit, but now that she had said this, he realized it was the pine cone itself that was the treasure he had come for. Still, this was Moment Queen, and he could never be sure if she was telling him the truth. It is the aqua fruit, but it isn't at the same time, Moment Queen said. That made no sense to Han Sen. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 57 seconds AM Chapter 1270 Han Sen saw the man was nearing the top of the mountain. He was very close to the vine now, and Han Sen was eager to see just how the man expected to retrieve the fruit. The rock climber was within arm's reach of the vine, and he reached his hand out to grab it. The purple vine was like a berserk super creature, and for the man to try and grab it with his hands, Han Sen thought he was either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid. It was a crazy stunt, either way. When the man grabbed hold of the vine had no reaction, though. In fact, it was as docile as any garden variety plant. How is that possible? Han Sen wondered as he rubbed his eyes. The man, clutching the vine, now began to climb with a greater acceleration. None of the vines moved, and it was as if they were all asleep. It's no wonder the Empress wanted him to take the fruit. How does he do that? Is the vine not hostile to humans? Can I do that, too? The Empress could have found any human easily, if the vine did not care for the intrusion of humans. But then again, she had come to this person specifically. And the manner of her retrieval of him was rather curious, and indicative of them sharing a history together, in one way or another. So, how does this man make the vine docile? Han Sen could not wrap his mind around it. The Empress continued to watch the man, despite the bluster of the rampaging fish, and a smile now crept across her face. She actually looked happy. The man had been climbing so slowly on purpose. And now, after reaching the vine, he went at a remarkable pace, given the tricky act of rock climbing. He went straight up towards the aqua fruit the Fish King had aimed for. Han Sen and the Empress now watched with bated breath, keenly wondering if the man could take the fruit. The man was not in a rush to take it, that much was clear. But he plodded up at a steady pace and put his arms out. With one of his grisly fingernails, he ran a finger across the upturned palm of his other hand and cut across it. Han Sen was shocked when he saw the blood. The man's veins were blue, and so the blood should have been red. But this man's blood was blue, and it came as quite a shock to Han Sen. Blue blood. Is he Han Jinji? Han Sen was extremely surprised, seeing the blue blood run from the self-inflicted wound. Then, the man ran his cut palm across the fruit and painted it with the blood. When the fruit came into contact with the blood, it began to tremble and shake as it absorbed the liquid. Then, its glow began to shine brighter. When the blood was all gone, the man moved to grab the fruit. Suddenly, the fruit flashed a blinding light. It surprised Han Sen and brought visible shock to the Empress. The man grabbed hold of the light as if it were an object, and then, with his other free hand, he pulled the fruit. The fruit had no hostile reaction. The Empress, seeing his success, called out to the man and said, "Bring it down." The man did not hesitate to follow her command, and he began his descent. The Empress was still ignoring the Fish King, and now, she brought the entire throne over to the man. By this point, the Fish King knew it was not able to beat the Empress. It gave one last look at the aqua vine before turning tail and swimming downstream in retreat. Han Sen was shocked. It was a strange turn of events, and it seemed as if they had all only come for this one fruit. No one dared touch the other 6. "Give me the fruit," the Empress said as she approached the man. The man ignored her and kept climbing back down the mountain. The Empress looked mad, and her impatience was clearly getting to her. Still, she held her tongue and did not say anything more until he had finished his descent. "Can I have it now?" the Empress was finally able to ask. "Where is what you owe me?" The man reached his free arm out to the Empress. The Empress brought something out and held it in front of the man. The man grabbed what he was owed and gave her the fruit, as promised. Then, upon her throne, she left. Han Sen was surprised. The Empress had an incredible amount of power, and she didn't have to give him anything. She could have robbed him and gone on with her day. She respected the terms of their agreement, and this made Han Sen believe the blue-blooded man possessed an untold power. The Empress had given him a wooden bottle. He opened it and drank the contents. Han Sen wished to know what was inside. Suddenly, the man began walking in his direction. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not he knew about his presence there. The man walked into the forest and frowned, noticing Han Sen hiding. "Drop the fruit and you may leave with your life," the man said. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:47 and 52 seconds AM. Chapter 1271. The man had found Han Sen, so there was no use in hiding any further. When Han Sen emerged from the bushes, he did so drenched in water. "Friend, what are you talking about? What fruit?" Han Sen played dumb. "Human." The man's intimidating look turned to one of legitimate surprise. "We're of the same kind, are we not? My name is Han Sen." "What is your name, friend?" Han Sen thought this was the perfect opportunity to gather the information he wanted. The man answered, "I'm not your friend, buddy. And I have never been a friend of humans, so don't have the audacity to declare us one and the same." "You say that like you're not a human," Han Sen said. The man said, "Don't mistake me for one of you mud-blooded lowlives. Pa, you talk too much. I was going to let you live, but now. After that, the man immediately threw a punch in Han Sen's direction. Han Sen did not expect his eagerness to fight, and he didn't think the man would have a disdain for humans and believe himself to be so different. But Han Sen was certain the man was a human. As much as he would have loved to mull the situation some more, he didn't have the time to think. The fist was in front of his face, and he had little time to react. Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Pang! Han Sen felt like he had tried to deflect an oncoming train, and the force sent him staggering backwards a number of steps. Han Sen came to a stop after planting his feet and creating a pair of 100-meter-long skid marks in defiance of the force. Han Sen's bones had cracked, and his arms had been utterly broken. So strong. Han Sen was in shock, particularly so given that the man's punch was one derived of pure, raw strength. There was no element associated with the hit. The Blood Pulse Sutra. Are you from Blood Legion? The man was visibly surprised. You are? Han Sen asked. Earlier, the man had said he was a member of the Blue Blood Special Forces. Now, was he suggesting he was a member of Blood Legion? The man smiled and said, I was afraid there weren't any more true descendants in this day and age, but if you practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, you must be a genuine disciple of Blood Legion. You must have heard the tale of the 13 members, then. I was one of them, I was God's retribution. The man went on to say, who is your master? And why is your Blood Pulse Sutra so weak? Han Sen took a chance and said, I am a student of Qin Huaizhen. He taught me this before he died, so I do not know too much about the Legion. Qin Huaizhen. The man paused, as if in thought. Then he said, is Blood Legion doing that poorly? Are they teaching outsiders now? Han Sen did not respond. If he spoke, he knew he'd have to choose his words carefully. He did not want to incite the ire of this man any further, as a mistake in what he said could result in his death. The man said, it is difficult to find someone who can learn this, and you must be the first of your lineage to carry this skill. You should use a title, but you are far too weak right now and thus cannot. Down the line, a few generations ahead of you, when your descendants become blue blood, they can bear a title. Han Sen suddenly understood a lot more. Blood Pulse Sutra was used to strengthen your genes for those further down in your lineage. Each generation would be stronger than the last. The Xian men's successor said the Blood Pulse Sutra was a frightful thing, and that their fitness was far above everyone else's. And now, this man had just told him that each new generation in a lineage would be stronger than the last. And what's more, their blood would become blue. In turn, that meant every true member of Blood Legion should have blue blood. Time was what strengthened the Blood Pulse Sutra above all else. Vigorous practice of its teachings did not allow for much in the grander scheme of things. The best thing about the Blood Pulse Sutra was the evolution of genes from generation to generation. Many generations down the line, family members would become incredibly strong. Its ineffectiveness for the first generation was why Han Sen, despite his vigorous study of the Blood Pulse Sutra, had yet to become much stronger than a super creature. People like God's retribution were the elite of the elite when it came to Blood Legion. Han Sen thought to himself, if the 13 members were the ones who were born from families whose lineage reached back into ancient times, Han Jingji must have been one. But Baby Ghost told Han Sen he had been kidnapped. If this new learning was true, why would he have been kidnapped? And the Qin family's blood was red and not blue, too. Han Sen's mind was drowning in a vat of questions. But if Han Jingji was not one of the 13 members, he could not have been Han Sen's great-grandfather. No one in the Han family had practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, that was true, but it'd take a few generations for the strength and potency of a Blood Legion lineage to lessen. Han Sen should have still had some amount of blue blood. His father should have most certainly had some, for sure. Han Sen knew his family had nothing to do with the blue-blooded, and he knew he couldn't have been a part of Blood Legion. If the Han family had nothing to do with Han Jinji, though, why would he possess the 9-life cat item? The man suddenly said, "The 2 aqua fruit you possess can be kept. Consider them a gift, from one member to another." After that, the man turned to leave. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:47 and 51 seconds AM. Chapter 1272. Seeing the man leave, Han Sen had to ask, God's retribution, of the 13 members, was one of them named Han? No. You should leave now, the man said. Han Sen wanted to ask something else, but the man left at a speed his eyes could not follow. It was as if the man had teleported away. Han Sen knew how strong the man was, but he noticed the man did not seem to possess any special elements at all. Even if he could not fly, he could defy gravity with a jumping capability that was almost as good as having wings. Were Han Jinji and someone from the Qin family members of the 13 he spoke of? Han Sen wondered. As Han Sen mulled the question, he detected movement. When he looked in the direction of the disturbance, he noticed the Empress returning. As she always had been, she was firmly perched upon her throne. Han Sen now understood why the man had told him to leave, but unfortunately for Han Sen, he had not followed the advice. He wouldn't be able to leave without the Empress spotting him. God's retribution. How dare you trick me? The Empress was fuming with rage as her hands clutched the shattered remains of some gem. Closer inspection told Han Sen it was the fruit. She saw Han Sen, and although she knew he had done nothing to contribute to her being tricked, she wasn't quite willing to let him get away. Her anger had to go somewhere, and Han Sen was as good a punching bag as any. The throne flew directly above Han Sen with a speed that exceeded the capabilities of his phoenix techniques. As countless snakes took aim at Han Sen, he couldn't help but think, why is she taking it out on me? Han Sen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight, then he used his ancient devil soldier. With Phoenix Sword and Taya equipped, he was ready to do battle. Disloyal Knight used blue lightning, and it drew a halo below every hostile creature in the vicinity. The light slowed the serpents down by a considerable amount, and it also weakened the power they possessed. Han Sen and Little Angel were buffed, too, and they were now able to paralyze enemies. Unfortunately for Han Sen, each individual snake possessed a power that was comparable to a berserk super creature. When Han Sen tried attacking one of the slithering serpents, he could not hew its body in two. Still, the serpents were unable to do anything to Han Sen either. The Empress was even angrier now. She had wanted to vent her rage on whatever creature or being she could find, and now she had been stalemated and was unable to do a thing. Hey, Lady Empress, what's your problem? I'm just a simple traveler, passing by this scenic lake. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why don't we stop before we get ahead of ourselves? Han Sen did not want to fight. Furthermore, she was a spirit and she could respawn. Han Sen hadn't the faintest clue where she came from, so even if he was to struggle and defeat her, it would achieve nothing but a greater hatred and a grudge he might have to deal with further down the line. And since Han Sen had just managed to obtain 2 aqua fruits, he was far keener on finding out what he could do with them. God's retribution knew the Empress would eventually return to the lake with a bloodlust, which was why he left the area in such a hurry and made sure to tell Han Sen to make himself scarce, too. Han Sen's mind had been preoccupied with the mound of questions that had taken root, that he didn't really concern himself with the warning he had been given by God's retribution. You humans are the worst. I am going to kill you, and then I am going to kill him. There was no quelling the fire the Empress was breathing. And try as she might, the steam she wished to release was not going anywhere. She thought there had to be a connection between Han Sen and God's retribution. They were both human, after all. It was far too much of a coincidence for her to have been played, and for there to be another human in the area just moseying about. That was why she wanted to make Han Sen her target. She believed he had to be in on the trick that had been played upon her. The throne was unable to capture Han Sen, though, and this just bolstered her resolve and belief Han Sen must have had a hand in the misdeed that had been performed upon her. Not many humans possessed such strength in the third god's sanctuary, and so the Empress thought that further confirmed a connection between the two. The Empress was looking severely annoyed by this point, and she actually stood up and left her throne. Her legs were so long and succulent to look at, she was like a most stunning queen to behold. Her fatal eyes stared at Han Sen, and they were so intense, you'd believe they could drill holes in whatever surface they looked at. Han Sen kept falling back in his evasions, in the hope he could develop enough space between the two of them to run off. Unfortunately, the throne could not be shaken, and its resolve to murder Han Sen reflected its owner's desire. The Empress' eyes then began to glow, and the volume of light grew brighter and brighter. They soon resembled a couple of light bulbs. In those eyes, there was a copper statue. It was molded to the shape of Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly felt himself freeze. He was unable to move. When Han Sen looked down, his flesh and bones had become copper. And lastly, his skin. Han Sen was in shock. There was nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. Now, after seeing the shape inside the Empress' eyes, he understood what had happened. The Blood Pulse Sutra had been unable to prevent this from happening, and all he could do now was watch himself turn into a copper statue. You think I can be bullied so easily? Han Sen's eyes flashed with a white light that shot out to encompass his entire body. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 50 seconds AM. Chapter 1273. The Super King Spirit's power enabled Han Sen to escape the clutches of the coppering. Nothing had yet been able to defeat Han Sen and his Super King Spirit mode. And additional debilitative techniques had always been rendered useless against him in this form, like the toad that fired coins that formed the basis of saving money. Han Sen was confident this was what it would take to escape what the Empress had started doing to him. When his transformation had finished, his entire body glowed white. The copper on his body had started fading away, slowly freeing him. Unfortunately, the copper was strong, and it would take a while for it all to disappear so Han Sen could move as freely as he wished to. He'd have to stand his ground against whatever the Empress and her serpent throne sought to do for now. And already, the snakes were coming for him. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight were still in the area. They came to Han Sen's side to protect him while he recovered from the Empress' frightening skill. It was a tricky situation, and one that he never had to deal with before. Han Sen was helpless, and his life was truly in their hands. It made him sweat bullets. Han Sen was going to summon all his king spirits, so they could aid in protecting him. But suddenly, a splash of water was heard. It was very close. A gold-plated fish had arrived in his aid, and it helped repel the serpents that sought to kill Han Sen. Fish King! Han Sen exclaimed with glee. The Fish King flew above Han Sen, arcing through the sky like a rainbow. It managed to subdue and suppress each and every attack the snakes tried to perform. The Empress's rage only increased, and now she sought to turn the fish to copper. She stared at it intently, as she had stared at Han Sen earlier. Suddenly, a sound similar to that of a clicking finger was heard behind the Fish King. The sky had suddenly started to rain down coins. The Empress' vision of the Fish King was disturbed, and its copper rendition in her eyes vanished. The coins fell upon the snakes and the throne they carried, and the coins stuck to them like glue. Almost immediately, they struggled to move. And just when Han Sen thought the Empress's anger could not increase, it did. She grabbed a copper spear from her throne. When she pulled it out, the very shape of the throne started to twist and look misshapen. The downpour of coins was not relenting, but this was not the cause of that transformation. The throne and the snakes were starting to come together to build something new, and when they all came together, one giant serpent beast appeared to fight. The Empress rode this new snake towards Han Sen, a spear in hand. the snake was able to withstand the downpour of coins. Han Sen was behind the fish, and the fish moved forward to attack the coming empress. The empress swung her spear and pierced it through the golden mist. She was going to drive it directly into the fish king's head. Han Sen grabbed little angel and kissed her, initiating the process of them combining into one supremely powerful entity. At that precise moment, a strong light prevented the spear from killing the fish king. At the same time, Han Sen was standing atop the fish king in possession of a halo and white wings. In his hands, he wielded an angelic blade. "Kill!" Han Sen exclaimed, and then the fish king pushed forward to meet with the empress and her crony. Han Sen's eyes were filled with lightning as he came forward to engage the empress with his angel sword. The empress looked incredibly mad. She rode the snake to engage with the fish, spear raised, as if to joust with Han Sen. The gold and copper light came into contact, with the sound of thunder being the first noise that could be heard. It was like the skies had just been torn asunder. They fought and fought, as the environment all around them was destroyed in the midst of their manic battle. Many of the tall trees had been sundered, toppled, or even lopped clean in half. The earth was cracked and thrown into turmoil, while the skies changed color. If one did not know any better, one would presume the world was ending and the apocalypse had come. It was a shame Han Sen had only opened 9 of his gene locks. But still, with little angel, he could always find himself able to compete with emperors who had 10 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost maxed out his super genopoint tally, so he could take on this form for a much greater duration before finding himself knackered and weary. Still, the limit was there, and he knew he was on a timer. But Han Sen did not want to leave and make himself scarce. The sword in Han Sen's hand started to appear twisted. He made use of what he had learned with space and time, by speeding up the latter and teleporting via the former. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time. He did not know which was the best way to do this, or when would be the best time. But now, seeing the Empress prove such a threat, Han Sen made the decision to use what he had learned now. Han Sen had learned a lot, but he had never put it into practice. He had a feeling that this would prove successful. The powers of time and space were gathering to become one. The Empress's spear was on its way over to Han Sen once again, but then, it felt as if it was her eyes that were approaching instead. The Fish King's gold mist kept repelling that copper light as the region that encompassed the fighters turned to utter ruin. Suddenly, Han Sen told the Fish King to stop. The mountain ahead was where Bauer and Qin Xian were hiding. If they were found, they'd be dead. Let's do it here, then. Han Sen was brewing a monstrous amount of power. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 48 seconds AM Chapter 1274. The Empress saw Han Sen stop with the intent to grab the spear that she held. She spun it in a bid to strike him. But as the spear spun, it disappeared from her hands. Where it went, Han Sen could not keep track of. He didn't much care for this, though. All Han Sen wanted to do was focus on channeling energy and power into his great sword for an attack of his own. The angelic sword drifted in and out of reality, hovering amidst shards of distorted dimensions. It was like the image of some magical blade, taken from an ancient tale. Han Sen held it, now ready to slash the Empress. Die, the Empress yelled, as a creepy and excited look flashed across her face. The spear had appeared in front of Han Sen. The Empress thought she could plunge the spear through Han Sen's head before his sword landed a strike. Slash! The Empress' eyes opened wide in utter shock. Her body had been cut in half from a downward swing, and the face that dribbled blood across its center wore a look of fright. The serpent that had accompanied the Empress now looked terrified, and it swiftly tried to flee the scene. Han Sen wasn't going to allow that, however. He gathered up another surge of power to unleash at it to prevent its departure. Due to the Empress having been killed, the giant snake was attempting to scramble and slither its way up over the rocks in a bid to escape the human. But it could not lose Han Sen, and he was quick to remain at its tail. Qin Xian and Bauer had felt an earthquake just a moment ago, so they had exited the mouth of the cave to come take a look. When they came out, they saw a hazy mixture of gold and copper lights. The scenery all around was destroyed like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The lights were coming towards them, with a trail of destruction being left in its wake. Qin Xian grabbed Bauer and took off running. Qin Xian had only just arrived in the third god's sanctuary, so her effort was in vain. She was too weak to run from the lights. Not long after her attempt of flight, she heard something most monstrous come from someplace behind her. The copper light was on her heels, coming at a most fearsome speed. It was so close, and now Qin Xian was able to see what that copper light was. It was a giant copper snake, similar to the ones people used to worship long ago. Its life force was frighteningly strong. Qin Xian thought this had to be it, and that she was done for. She didn't think there'd be an escape from this predicament. She held Bauer as if she were a real baby. She thought it was most likely a pointless thing, but she did so anyway, as if to protect it. The snake wanted to dive down and head underground, and it was a simple misfortune for Bauer and Qin Xian to be in its way. Qin Xian shielded Bauer from the sight of the beast and watched it come down. She was a soldier, and she made sure to watch. She knew closing her eyes would not make a difference, and it would not reduce the danger that had befallen her. So she kept them open and stood strong. She did not let fear take hold, and she did not let the hope of a possible survival escape her. The mouth of the snake had come down from above, tenting their position, and in that moment, Qin Xian threw Bauer away. Qin Xian did not even know Bauer was a beast soul, she just thought by throwing her away, she might survive. After throwing her away, she faced her imminent death alone. Catcha! The serpent was about to close its teeth on her lonely body, but suddenly, another light flashed across her vision. Qin Xian suddenly saw the snake reel back as its head was hewn from its coiling body. After that, its body began to flail backwards as the light ran through it from top to tail. Vertically, down the center, the body was cut into two perfectly symmetrical halves. The snake had built up momentum though, and it leaned forward even in death. Qin Xian was still stood where she had been, as the rocky landscape around her began to crumble. She stumbled and grabbed a hefty stone to keep her balance. When the snake's flailing came to a stop, and the dust that had kicked up was all that could be seen, Qin Xian saw a gold light pierce the haze. There was a most beautiful goldfish coming towards her through the murk. She stumbled backwards. Even though it was a beautiful beast, she knew it was a creature. If the snake had been killed by the goldfish, then the goldfish had to be even more powerful than it. She wished to run, but Qin Xian was afraid that if she did start to flee, the fish would attack her. Bauer was waddling her way over to the goldfish as Qin Xian mulled her courses of action. "Bauer, be careful," Qin Xian pleaded, but it didn't stop her. Bauer jumped atop the goldfish's head, and then Qin Xian watched her jump into the arms of someone. Han Sen. Qin Xian looked at the figure and the fish in awe, and when the dust had cleared just enough, she saw Han Sen standing atop the creature. Han Sen was delighted as this occurred, because he was in the midst of hearing the announcement play. Berserk Super Creature Serpent Throne killed. Beast Soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 47 seconds AM. Chapter 1275. Han Sen was very weary now, but he was still in a jovial mood. After this latest adventure, he had earned much. And now, after this latest kill, he had also gotten a berserk beast soul. While he could always create his own, earning one and not having to wait out the evolution process was a brilliant thing. The serpent throne was a super creature with 10 gene locks open, so there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that it would be a magnificent beast to have at his disposal. Han Sen looked into his sea of soul to get a look at its type. I have armor and weapons already. This looks like a mount more than anything. But I don't really want a mount. If it is a shape-shift beast soul, I don't want to shape-shift into a chair either. Plus, I have my gold raven and ancient devil soldier beast souls for whenever I wish to shape-shift, Han Sen thought to himself. Berserk Super Beast Soul Serpent Throne, doll type, doll type. What is that? I don't need an action figure, Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. Han Sen had discovered a lot of unique beast souls during his time in the Third God Sanctuary, and the Alliance always rewarded the finders of new beast soul discoveries. That being said, Han Sen had not reported any of his findings. He had enough money as it was, so it was simple laziness that was prohibiting him from making the reports. Han Sen put Qin Xian on the Fish King and went downstream. Han Sen really appreciated the assistance of the Fish King. If it hadn't shown up, even with Little Angel, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to buy the time necessary to build up the moves that brought an end to the fighting. Han Sen was going to call this new hyper-geno art, that used space and time elements together, Ghost Slash. While the name did not bear any semblance to the space and time elements that fueled it, it was a name he had carefully selected due to the meanings that resided below the surface. Before humans entered their interstellar era, they could not interact, bend, or meld the actual elements of space and time. There were a number of ships, however, that disappeared and reappeared a few decades later. They were dubbed ghost ships due to having unwittingly stumbled through wormholes and traveled through time. What seemed like seconds of travel to those on board had actually been years for everyone else. The Ghost Han Sen had formulated was similar, as it rapidly redefined and reduced the breadth of time when performed. It made the time and distance his attack had to travel next to nothing. While the opponent could see his attack appear like normal, they were completely oblivious to what he was actually doing. The space and time Han Sen operated in, during those brief moments of attack, were different. His attack was impossible to block. The Empress was stronger than Han Sen, there was no doubt about that. Ghost Slash should have been able to injure her, but not kill her. But Ghost Slash ignored the general rules of space and time. She was going to stab Han Sen with her spear, so, being unable to dodge, she had completely opened herself up and made herself susceptible to a one-hit kill. Seeing this, it drove a fear into Serpent Throne's heart that made it flee. This also made it drop its guard, allowing Han Sen to one-hit kill it, as well. And of course, it was Han Sen's combining with Little Angel that upped his strength enough to deliver the power required to achieve the 2 kills. Han Sen was happy with Ghost Slash, though. It wasn't what he believed it would be, but due to its unstoppability, he liked it a lot. The Fish King took the 3 of them to a nearby shelter, then Han Sen led Qin Xian back to Thunderhell shelter. There were still 6 aqua fruits back on the vine, but none had dared take them. And Han Sen, in the meantime, was simply glad he had managed to obtain 2. Qin Xian was shocked upon her arrival at the shelter. She couldn't believe all the king spirits and super creatures that occupied the place, each in service of Han Sen. Qin Xian was not surprised Han Sen had managed to obtain a number of super beast souls, but she had believed it to be impossible for him to make super creatures and king spirits willingly obey him. Qin Xian had learned Queen was still traveling with Han Sen, and she wished to meet with her, but when they arrived, Queen was out hunting. Han Sen got all the meat Queen would ever need for her, but she still insisted on hunting by herself to hone her talents. Once Han Sen had recovered from his state of weariness, he was planning on returning to Blood River Shelter and conquering the place. That was still unfinished business. Blood River King had just lost 3 super creatures, so Han Sen thought he wouldn't have too much trouble taking it down with just Little Angel and Disloyal Knight by his side. Han Sen went to his room and summoned Moment Queen. Are you enjoying life inside the cruel bottle? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen knew what he had actually summoned her for, and so she said, maybe now I can finish what I was trying to tell you. That which is embedded inside the king's spirit's head is the core of an aqua fruit. Is there a difference? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen said, among the third god's sanctuary's emperor-class plants, aqua fruit is undoubtedly in the top 10. They can allow emperors to open gene locks. If they have 10 gene locks open already, the fruit can allow them to open the holy door. But spirits don't really know what it does. And they don't know that the fruit itself can only be used to open a few lower-level gene locks. Spirits? Are you trying to tell me you aren't an ordinary king spirit? Han Sen wondered. The Empress had been tricked by God's retribution. 3 cores had been obtained in total. 1 had been taken by the blue-blooded man, while 2 had been retrieved by Han Sen. Moment Queen sighed and said, it is pointless if you learn more about me. Just tell me what I must do to earn back my freedom. Well, I can't quite confirm the validity of what you have told me just yet, Han Sen said. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 42 seconds AM Chapter 1276. Moment Queen paused for some time, and when she resumed her speech, she said, if I said I was an empress, would you believe me? Of course I would. Han Sen had seen a few empresses in his time, so he wasn't afraid of them. And with the knowledge she possessed, despite how much she had tried to twist it and mislead Han Sen in the past, the fact she might have been an empress at one point in time was not unbelievable. Furthermore, she once managed to break the contract between them. That was something he had never seen a spirit do before. Moment Queen went on to say, I failed my ascension of the 10 steps of the holy door, and following my failure, I was captured by my enemy. After that, they cast me back to the second god's sanctuary. That means what you told me before, in the beginning, was false. No, it's true. I killed the son of an emperor. What was his title? No god. When Han Sen heard this, he almost spat out the water he had just taken a swig of. Han Sen had heard about no god before, when he was competing in the third god's sanctuary's divinities bout, but he was too weak to reach the top 10. No god reigned supreme, beating out all other challengers to become number 1. If no god was her enemy, she must have been powerful. But somehow, she had been repeatedly bullied by Han Sen. Are you lying to me? Han Sen thought she might have read the list of spirits that competed in the tourney and was fabricating another falsehood. Moment Queen pleaded, not many king spirits know about the aqua fruit core. You have many king spirits in your service, so why don't you ask them? See if they know. Han Sen already believed her, though. He maintained a dubious guise, but he knew she possessed a lot of knowledge, and the manner she spoke carried a weight of earnestness this time. Moment Queen proceeded to tell Han Sen how to use the core, but she told him he could only use one. Using any more than one could be harmful. What's more, it only worked with certainty on spirits. It could work on humans, but there was no guarantee it'd help. Han Sen planned on getting the core out of Yiksha's head, to begin with. He wanted Moment Queen to do it, but she said if she did, it would latch onto her instead. It was quite like a parasite. She'd also need a pure weapon to dig it out. Han Sen was caught off guard by her comments, as he had managed to dig another one out of the Fish King with no issue. Was it because of my Blood Pulse Sutra? I mean, God's retribution managed to grab a fruit without becoming a host to the parasite. And Blood Pulse Sutra is something we both have in common, Han Sen wondered. Han Sen entered the bottle and cut the core out of Yiksha's head. Moment Queen was shocked to witness this. Han Sen was able to touch the core with no adverse effects. Yiksha woke up, and when he saw Han Sen, he spared no time in trying to attack. His fury was so great, the black smoke that billowed around him was nearly asphyxiating. The cruel bottle was a separate dimension of sorts, but that was the extent of it. It couldn't suppress an individual's power. Han Sen was not afraid, though. Nowadays, he had the capacity to defeat emperors. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix sword and swung it towards Wuxia. When Wuxia saw the sword, it suddenly disappeared. Then it was Wuxia's arm that was missing. Wuxia's face twisted in disbelief of how powerful Han Sen had become. Han Sen didn't want to kill him, though, as he did not know what would happen if Wuxia died. If he couldn't resurrect, then it'd be a waste. Han Sen wished to ask Wuxia about Azura and Dragon King, especially about the former. He thought there was a connection between Azura and the Shura. Wuxia was one of the 8 generals, so there was a hearty chance Han Sen could learn something off the fiend. Han Sen coldly told him, "Do you know what this is?" "What? Where am I? What is this place?" Wuxia could not feel his spirit stone, so a legitimate fear was taking hold of him. "That is not for you to know. What you need to know, and in turn tell me, is whether you wish to live or die." Han Sen carried himself in a menacing way. Wuxia said, "I'm a king spirit. Do you really think I am afraid of death?" Han Sen replied, "Tell me, what happened between the 8 generals and ancient devil emperor? If your answer satisfies my curiosity, I will let you live. If it doesn't, we'll play a game called, Let's See If the King Spirit Can Resurrect." Wuxia's face turned grim, and he said, "How can I know you'll free me if I tell you what you want to know? I didn't promise I would, but I'm not too concerned about a weakling like you. I can kill you on a whim, so the ball is indefinitely in your court. What happens next is entirely up to you." Han Sen left the cruel bottle to give him time to think. After this, he freed Moment Queen as well. Now that Han Sen was much stronger, there was little to fear. And what's more, he might have need of her knowledge soon. "This is your last chance," Han Sen told her. "How do I use this thing?" Han Sen wondered, as he eyed the aqua core he held. Moment Queen said it would only work for spirits, so Han Sen had to weigh whether or not there was danger in taking it himself. After all, opening 10 gene locks would be a remarkable thing. Published at 20th of March 2019, 9:47 and 41 seconds AM. Chapter 1277. Han Sen fingered the cores for a while, but he didn't make use of them. It was a risk to do so, and he didn't like committing to uncertainties. Plus, opening his 10th gene lock was only a matter of time, anyway. It wasn't worth the risk, all in all. If there were adverse side effects to the consumption of the aqua fruit cores, they could be lethal. As such, he chose to leave them be for now. Purple Emperor was an emperor, but due to its deprivation of nutrition before birth, it lacked the power to equal others of its class. If Han Sen gave him an aqua fruit, there was a chance that could be fixed, and the spirit would be as fit as a fiddle with all 10 gene locks open. With an emperor like that by his side, Han Sen would have no trouble taking on and taking down Saint Fan's shelter. He summoned Purple Emperor, peeled away the fruit, and fed him the core. Purple Emperor had no clue what it was, but since Han Sen commanded him to consume it, he did not hesitate in swallowing it. When the core slid down his throat, it dissolved into a gentle liquid that reinvigorated his body. Han Sen felt a change in Purple Emperor's life force, and the color of his body started to turn a certain shade of green. When the new color grew, the Emperor's overall color became a mixture of purple and blue. Boom! Purple Emperor's body began to leak gas. He hadn't farted, it was just that this gas was starting to seep out of the pores on his body. Most people wouldn't be able to notice a difference, but through the use of Dongxian aura, Han Sen could see that Purple Emperor had been reborn. He was a totally different spirit now. Han Sen was delighted with the results. It had actually become difficult to sense Purple Emperor's life force now, which painted him like some sort of silent reaper. Han Sen brought him over to the training room. After a session of practice, 1 versus 1, with no transformations involved, Han Sen was hopeless against him. That core is the bee's knees. I should save the other one for the silver fox. Han Sen decided to work on opening the 10th gene lock by himself, so he saved the second for his favorite pet. When Han Sen found the silver fox, he teased him with the core. Han Sen wanted to spend more time with the silver fox, and when the time came to open the holy door, he hoped they could ascend together. But when the silver fox looked at the core, his interest quickly diminished. Then he walked away and went to rest elsewhere. All these emperors are fighting for this thing, and you have no interest. Han Sen thought. If the silver fox wasn't going to eat it, then neither was Han Sen. Then who should I give it to? Han Sen could not decide. It seemed the aqua fruit was not to everyone's tastes. He had a few king spirits in his service, though, ones he could help. But such numbers proved troublesome for this decision. He liked them all, and providing a boon to just one was a difficult choice. Well, I guess I'll just pocket it for now. Han Sen thought about giving it to the Fish King, but he imagined it might become a demigod immediately after. With the Fish King in the water, nothing could threaten Han Sen there. They were now buddies of a sort, after all. And if the Fish King ascended, it would only be a matter of time before something else took its place. Let me take down Blood River Shelter first. Han Sen took the silver fox and bower with him. He kept Purple Emperor in the shelter, as taking the silver fox would be much safer for him. Han Sen approached the shelter, and as he went, he thought about the battle Geno essences he had collected. They had the term Geno essence in their title, but they most certainly weren't like life Geno essences. Han Sen had tried absorbing them through his usual trick of simulating energy flows, but he wasn't successful. Han Sen couldn't find a way in which he could make use of them. Shui Yucheng was in Blood River Shelter, and the man hoped the Shui family would come to his rescue, or at least take the item so he could die without worry. But a while had passed since Han Sen had been given the message, and no one had yet come. Today, however, he saw Han Sen once again. Gritting his teeth to bear the pain once more, he crucified himself and started driving the boat over to meet with him. Young man, did you deliver the message? Shui Yucheng asked. Han Sen shook his head and said, sorry, I was a little busy collecting fruit. Shui Yucheng looked concerned and seemed to be in a worried rush. He said, you have to believe me. If you deliver the intel, you will be rewarded handsomely. Han Sen responded with an explanation, saying, calm down, Pops. I don't need to ask for the aid of anyone. The Shui family are actually the ones who requested that I help you guys out. I have come here to save you. That's why I was here before, but then something else came up. But I'm here now to help. Are you kidding me? Shui Yucheng asked, his tone suggesting that it was a legitimate question. Do you remember this? Han Sen pulled out an item Shui Fian had given him. It's the ice ring. In that case, you just need to find Shui Chen. If you show him that ring, he'll give you the item. Then, all you must do is take it home. Shui Fian looked relieved after seeing the ring. And ease had definitely been brought to his worries. Han Sen thought it best to show the ring instead of wasting any more time. Han Sen put it away now, and said, I'm taking down Blood River Shelter, so you can be that elusive item's mailman and save me the trouble. You jest, surely. How might you do such a thing? Shui Yucheng's face was painted with a mixture of varying emotions. This is no joke. We'll conquer it, just the three of us. Han Sen raised a finger to point at the silver fox and bower each. Shui Yucheng balked. Stop joking, man. We need to be serious now and discuss how we get you inside. We've got plans to formulate. Han Sen didn't say anything more, and simply proceeded towards the shelter. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 40 seconds AM Chapter 1278 Shui Yucheng still thought Han Sen was joking, but seeing him walk forward unrelentingly, he quickly followed after him. "What are you thinking, man?" Shui Yucheng's face was looking grimmer by the second. He was now writhing in his disbelief, which made him bleed even more. "I am going to take the shelter. Didn't I already tell you that?" Han Sen said. "Did the Shui family really ask you to come here?" Shui Yucheng was looking confused now. One man, accompanied by a little fox and a baby for backup, was going to waltz up and attempt to conquer a heavily fortified castle. He thought Han Sen must have had a death wish, or at least an ardent desire to feel the insides of a creature's stomach. This was a king-class shelter, so it seemed unfathomable for a young man to so simply proclaim he was going to take it. Shui Yucheng had been stuck in that shelter for a long time, so it was no surprise he had no idea who Han Sen was and what he had accomplished. Therefore, Han Sen thought it best if he showed the man what he was capable of, rather than wasting time explaining. "Don't follow me. I don't want you to get involved, and I'd rather not have the master of this place think you betrayed him," Han Sen said. Then, he quickened his pace. Shui Yucheng was shocked, seeing how fast Han Sen and his allies were now going. But this is a king spirit's shelter. Even if he is able to defeat the creatures, there's no way he can defeat the spirits that reside here, Shui Yucheng thought to himself, as he tried to keep his eyes on the speeding Han Sen. He didn't think Han Sen would be able to get close. Even in the waters of the river that served as a wide moat for the shelter, there resided a large super creature. The old man thought it'd gobble Han Sen up before he crossed. Han Sen did not hide his life force, though. He wasn't planning on assassinating Blood River King and being stealthy with his approach. With the silver fox by his side, Han Sen had complete confidence in being able to tackle the shelter. He walked with a swagger, his body moving as if to say, "Come and get some." Blood River Shelter only had 4 super creatures left, so Han Sen planned to kill them all at once and earn 4 life Geno essences. If he managed to get those, he believed he'd be fully maxed out. Unless he encountered a being that had opened 10 gene locks, Han Sen did not believe he'd fight anything stronger than him, after that. But when Han Sen came close to the shelter, the creatures started running off before he even had a chance to breach the walls. It was as if Han Sen was carrying a wretched disease or something. The tentacle monster that resided in the river seemed to have disappeared as well. Why are they all gone? After thinking this, Han Sen looked at the silver fox on his shoulders and remembered something. "I remember now, when you're around, everyone runs." Han Sen was recalling their times in the second god's sanctuary. The silver fox was a berserk super creature now, so not even super creatures would stay to challenge him. Shui Yucheng was watching Han Sen as he went, and he was in utter shock. He thought everything would come out to attack the young man, but rather than do that, they all ran off in fear. Shui Yucheng, seeing them run, could hardly believe what his eyes were telling him. Han Sen reached the main island without trouble. The monster with tentacles was a complete no-show. Did that super creature fall asleep or something? Shui Yucheng was amazed. As strong as Han Sen was, however, the creatures were mainly just afraid of the silver fox. Seeing them all run off, Han Sen pulled out his swords and sprinted after them. He had to nab them all before they disappeared. Shui Chen was watering the trees as this transpired. An alarm sounded, indicating something was attacking the shelter. Who in the sanctuaries would attack this place? Shui Chen said, with genuine curiosity. But he couldn't disobey his orders to check it out. Strangely, the creatures Blood River King owned were shivering. Perhaps it was because they were forced to go to the shelter's defense. Shui Chen saw the super creatures behaving in a similar manner, too, though. And this made him start to worry over his well-being. If the sacred blood creatures were that scared, the enemy had to be incredibly fearsome. If so, they'd be merciless. And to Shui Chen, that meant he'd not likely survive such a siege. I still need to deliver that item, though. I can't die yet. Death was also guaranteed if Xue Chen disobeyed his orders, though. The spirit would surely kill him if he abandoned his post. No matter how slowly Xue Chen walked, reaching the gate was only a matter of time, anyway. Xue Chen then caught sight of Blood River King and his other spirits approaching. Strangely, they did not look afraid. Xue Chen saw 3 super creatures looking very annoyed. What kind of enemy can incite such a reaction within them? Xue Chen looked over to the Blood River then, and he saw a young man approaching. He had a fox and a little girl on his shoulders. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 36 seconds AM Chapter 1279, that looks like a human. Xue Chen observed the presence of a young man approaching, but he couldn't be entirely sure he was a human, given the brashness an individual would require to actually stroll up to a shelter such as that. Furthermore, if it really was a young human, why would they all be in such a state of panic, and why would Blood River King himself be concerned? Who dares approach? Blood River King called out to the figure below their walls. The spirit was unfamiliar with Han Sen, and therefore, he did not know how strong Han Sen was. With his creatures all acting up, however, he knew he wasn't dealing with someone ordinary. Even Blood River King knew he should be cautious. Han Sen saw the 3 super creatures and responded by saying, "I am Human Emperor, Han Sen. If you pass me your spirit stone, I'll let you live. After Blood River Shelter, I am going to take down each and every shelter in the 3rd God's Sanctuary, so that when Ji Yanran and Mom make the jump, they can do so in safety," Han Sen told himself. He was not strong enough to do that just yet, but this would go on to be the humble beginning of that venture. Human Emperor. These 2 words, this name, would someday freeze hearts. But having just been used for the first time, it was an unfamiliar title. It confused the inhabitants of the shelter. But at least it told Xue Chen that the person who had come was a human. Blood River King replied to Han Sen's demand, saying, "How dare a human call himself an emperor?" Han Sen didn't submit a verbal reply, and instead drew his phoenix sword. Xue Chen was in awe, thinking the young man approaching was far more reckless than anyone in the Xue family. That, in itself, was quite a feat. Blood River King drew his great sword. Powers were to collide, and Xue Chen knew a big fight was brewing. But in the next second, that did not turn out to be true. Instead, Xue Chen was just made speechless, frozen in shock. Blood River King's eyes were wide open, rolling in their sockets as the head that carried them was sent tumbling through the air. Before Blood River King could even ready his sword after he unsheathed it, he had been beheaded. Every being in the shelter was now either in shock, fright, or absolute panic. Whatever the case was, everything and everyone wanted to up stakes and escape. Blood River King had been killed practically before the fight began. Whoever remained to combat such a foe would be a fool, after all. Han Sen didn't want to let the super creatures get away, though. So he flew up into the air and chased each of them down like an airborne hound. Xue Chen saw Han Sen and the silver fox swoop down at the creatures like a pair of hawks, and he was gobsmacked. Wherever they went, all that remained on the ground following their reascent was a mound of fallen creatures and spirits and a pool of blood. Now that is what you call unstoppable. Xue Chen was jumping for joy in his heart. The young man that had come to assault the shelter had amazed him. It filled him with a surge of energy he hadn't felt in a long time. But most of all, it gave him a sense of hope. It told him there was a chance of achieving a future in the 3rd God's Sanctuary, where humans weren't always reduced to slavery. If he takes down this shelter and breaks the Spirit Stone, does that mean our contracts will be destroyed as well? Will we be free? Xue Yucheng wondered. Xue Yucheng saw Han Sen commit to slaying every super creature that previously inhabited the shelter, and the act genuinely surprised him. Since when can humans achieve that much strength? Xue Yucheng was amazed by what he saw. 2 of the super creatures had been killed in less than 2 seconds. The other super creature was finally attuned with the elements of Earth. It tunneled underground as quickly as it could, but even when Han Sen drove his sword under in pursuit, it managed to escape. It was gone. Han Sen didn't concern himself with escapee too much, though. He simply proceeded to the spirit hall of the shelter. Han Sen swung his sword to kill the faithful spirit servants, felling each one with a casual whisk of his blade. The rest of the creatures were allowed to escape as freely as they may, as long as they did not get in his way. Shui Yucheng drove the boat closer to the shelter. He was still hanging from the pins, so although he couldn't dismount, he could still see everything. Shui Yucheng was reveling in sheer delight, the possibilities of which he thought had long since abandoned him. In this joy, tears filled his eyes and rolled to soak his cheeks. "Oh God, I have made it to this day." Han Sen entered the spirit hall. Blood River King had yet to respawn, and it made Han Sen notice the fact that different spirits possessed different respawn times. Thunder Hell Emperor could respawn instantly, for instance. Han Sen flew over to the statue and took the stone in his hand. Han Sen could faintly hear the sound of Blood River King crying inside the gem he now held. The next second, the spirit stone collapsed into a mound of broken glass. It had chosen not to obey Han Sen. The moment it was destroyed, though, Shui Yucheng and Shui Chen's contracts were broken. The two looked at each other in utter happiness. Following this short conquest, Han Sen had received 0 beast souls and earned 2 life geno essences. Han Sen knew he probably spent all his luck in his last adventure, to get the Berserk Super Beast Soul and the Fruit Cores. He sent Shui Chen and Shui Yucheng back to the Alliance, to fulfill the task Han Sen had promised to do for their family. Han Sen stood in Blood River Shelter alone now. He looked at the spirit statue and squinted. In Han Sen's Sea of Soul, the Serpent Throne was showing visible excitement towards it. "Does this thing like it? I still don't even know what a doll beast soul is used for, anyway." Han Sen summoned it. When the Serpent Throne appeared, it turned and immediately ran towards the spirit statue. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 31 seconds AM Chapter 1280. The Serpent Throne became a physical manifestation of light, and then it entered the slot that used to contain the spirit stone. When the blinding light dimmed, the statue's forehead was revealed to now contain a brand new spirit stone. This one possessed the image of a snake. "I thought this was a doll-type beast soul. So why did it just become a spirit stone?" Han Sen was confused. As he mulled the oddity, he noticed another image inside the spirit stone. It was hazy, like little more than a reflection, but its faint outline suggested the shape of a human. Blood River King. Han Sen was quickly given a shock, as the human image cleared to reveal it was actually Blood River King. It was different, however, and it seemed to be a replica of the spirit that used to preside over the shelter. But it was a replica built from copper, and it had a texture that mirrored the Serpent Throne itself. "Master, I am Serpent Throne." The Copper Blood River King appeared before Han Sen and knelt, as if in service. "What are you?" Han Sen wasn't sure what to respond with, as this was all new to him. "Master, I am a copy of Blood River King's genes. I am his replica, a doll in his image and being. I possess his powers, to their full extent. I am him in every way, save mind." The Serpent Throne elucidated the curious happening. Han Sen asked, "So you'll look like this forever? You can put me inside any statue. Do so, and I will reflect the image of the last spirit to occupy that shelter," Serpent Throne said. Han Sen was delighted. It was a powerful berserk super creature. This meant, even though it could make use of Blood River King's powers, the output would be greater than the original spirits. And what's more, it was a beast soul. There was no danger or fear of betrayal, it would do Han Sen's bidding without question. Han Sen needed to take down Saint Fan's shelter, and now he couldn't help but imagine the prospect of having a Saint Fan copycat bow before him. "Can you resurrect like a spirit?" Han Sen asked. "I am just a clone. Even after death, I can produce another copy of your chosen spirit, but it can take a while." "That is the only restriction," Serpent Throne said. "Very good." Han Sen escorted the doll to the battleground so he could test its strength. It really did have Blood River King's powers, just at a greater level. For all intents and purposes, it was now a faster and stronger Blood River King. Han Sen was now dying to locate an emperor shelter he could take over, so he could have a copy of an emperor. The copy had no fixed power limit, and the power of the shelter was what dictated the power of the copy. Han Sen currently had Thunder Hell Shelter for an emperor's shelter, but first, he wanted to try it out in his underground shelter. Han Sen was super duper curious who the last master of the underground shelter was. Although it was not able to copy the mind of the previous lord, he'd at the very least like to get a good look at their appearance. Han Sen went to the underground shelter's spirit hall and summoned Serpent Throne. It entered the spirit stone slot, like before. However, generating the doll took much longer this time. After a while, a copper light was cast into the hall right before Han Sen. The image was materializing. Han Sen examined the doll with great curiosity, as its image was completely different than Blood River King's. This new presence was quite astonishing. It was a female spirit, one with horns and draconic wings. She had armor scaled like the hide of a dragon, and she looked like a valkyrie. "Who is this spirit?" Han Sen asked, with his jaw agape. "Apologies, but I only copied the genes that form their person. Identities and former knowledge are impossible to replicate," Serpent Throne said. "Then, how many gene locks do you have opened?" Han Sen asked. 10, the Serpent Throne answered. "This really is an Emperor-class shelter." Han Sen wasn't very surprised. With the abilities the shelter possessed, it was difficult to believe it could have once been owned by anything less than an emperor. It was unique and special and far beyond any other shelter they had seen before. After this, he took the Valkyrie doll to the battlegrounds, keen for a showcase of her powers. He expected great things from an empress that once ruled his OG shelter in the Third God's Sanctuary. After entering and readying themselves, Han Sen expected to be greeted by a multitude of explosions and flashy lights. What actually transpired subverted his expectations, and all he could hear was a low rumble, accompanied by the formation of what could best be guessed to be a black hole. But soon after, the head of a black dragon appeared out of the dark, swirling vortex. It came out of the fierce pit, roaring with its intimidating teeth on full display. Drops of saliva accompanied the visible exhaust of breath, which was, admittedly, not the sweetest smelling. And then, the body and wings of this magnificent beast emerged. Valkyrie then leapt atop the glorious beast and rode it as if she was a dragon knight from an old storybook. Strangely, it didn't look as if she herself could fight, though. Instead, she just rode the beast, commanding it to attack in her stead. She had to be some sort of summoner or beastmaster. Han Sen imagined her to rely solely on the support of a creature in her command. The black dragon's power was not too different than that of the fish, all in terms of might and strength. While this wasn't what he expected, Han Sen was still happy with the results. All in all, this just meant Han Sen had acquired the service and powers of another emperor that had 10 of its gene locks open. "Master, can you allow me to display to you the full extent of my might and strength?" "I believe it will be to your liking," the doll asked with a bubbly attitude, as if eager to impress her master. "Wait, you mean you can do something aside from summoning and riding a dragon?" Published at 20th of March 2019 9:47 and 3 seconds AM Chapter 1281, "What you saw previously was just me stretching out," Doll said. "Okay then, skip the opening acts and get on with the real show," Han Sen said, looking at Doll. If summoning and riding a dragon was just flexing her muscles, then how strong must the spirit have been? Can it summon a flock of dragons, maybe? Han Sen tried guessing what was about to occur. When the doll moved into the performance that it wished to show off, Han Sen was amazed. The doll swung its hand and sliced the dragon's head clean off. Han Sen had seen many chefs in action before, but he had never seen one make the effort to cook a dragon. Her hands were like the finest blades, and they skirted, shaved, and slit the body of the dragon with mesmerizing precision. In a flash, the creature had been gutted. Then, the meat was thrown on to sizzle and cook. The doll summoned a frying pan out of thin air to cook the meat. This was something else that surprised Han Sen. Han Sen now knew why there were so many bones scattered across the underground shelter, as well. The master of the shelter must have adored food and been an avid diner of creatures. It was no wonder other creatures did not dare come close. When the chef brought the dish out to Han Sen, he snapped out of his shock-wrought daze. "Can I really eat this?" Han Sen asked. The frightening dragon, that had been summoned from a black vortex, was now food. Han Sen struggled with the concept of it being something he could actually eat. "Oh, yes. You can eat it," Doll said. Han Sen took in a good whiff, and he noted how the finely cooked meat reminded him of his experience in the restaurant named Doria. The marvelous ingredients that composed the meal he had just been given could not easily be found in the Alliance, if at all. Han Sen put some of the meat in his mouth, and he was given a shock. The meat was incredibly juicy and succulent, and the sauce that glazed his mouth delivered his taste buds a substance that was nothing short of ecstasy-inducing. A second later, after the pause that was brought on by the surprise, Han Sen resumed eating the meat with a ravenous appetite. Bauer leapt into Han Sen's arms after that. She wanted some too, and she made sure to grab a big and juicy piece of meat that hung from a bone. Ah! Bauer was in equal delight. She scoffed down the meat and spat out the bone. Her jaw operated like a machine, as she mowed through all the meat she could. Han Sen's eyes were actually tearing up, having never tasted something so delicious. Han Sen ate as much as he could, and as soon as he was done with one portion of meat, Dolv delivered another. Eventually, he was too stuffed to go on. But somehow, Bauer was able to eat more than him, and she went on for a while after. Han Sen felt as if his stomach was going to explode if he went on much further. And just as he lay back to revel in the wistful memory of that meal, he heard an announcement play. Self-Geno point +1. Han Sen was surprised, not expecting the meal to give him a self-Geno point. During his stint in the Valley of Time, Han Sen had consumed a lot of fruit. He had achieved a staggering 900 self-Geno points and opened 9 gene locks of Super King Spirit mode in the process. But after that, there weren't any more effects. And ever since then, Han Sen had not been able to claim a single self-Geno point extra. You could imagine the shock, realizing Doll's food could actually provide him some. Unfortunately for him, he was too full right now. And if he went on, he wouldn't be far off eating the entire dragon. "Can I keep the meat and eat it later?" Han Sen asked. "You can keep it, but each creature can only provide one self-Geno point. Eating more at a later time will not provide you any more," Doll answered. Han Sen then thought of another question to ask, so he said, "Can you summon another ingredient?" "Like, at a whim. I can summon a fresh one once a month, but the creature or ingredient is random. But keep in mind that they can also provide you with different types of Geno points." "Different types of Geno points?" Han Sen frowned. Doll had no answer to this, as she had no idea what they could be, either. After all, she could only copy others. She didn't have the knowledge to inform Han Sen about things that were not inherent to her true self. Han Sen was disappointed by the lengthy time frame between each meal. Still, each meal could be shared. And since there was far more than he could have hoped to eat by himself, he could share it with the rest of his companions, so they could all receive Geno points together. Han Sen didn't think it would do them any harm. Before Han Sen could invite the silver fox over to eat, he had already sneaked in and started munching away. So, Han Sen called the rest of the people over to come and eat the meat. Thorn Queen received a self-Geno point. "Woo, you mad lad. My food is like dog food compared to this stuff," Xie Qing King exclaimed. Golden Growler and Meowth ate their fair share, too, while Little Angel only ate a small amount. Back in the Alliance, Xue Fian sent Han Sen a message. She thanked him greatly for saving Xue Yucheng and Xue Chen, and retrieving the item they had been missing all that time. She invited Han Sen over to a vacation planet owned by the Xue family. And then, they sent a ship to pick him up. It had been a long time since Han Sen had taken a holiday, so he decided to take Ji Yanran and Bauer. Before he went, though, Xie Qing King gave him a comic for reading material. It was the second installment in his overbearing President Love Luo series, and he wanted Han Sen to upload and distribute it on his behalf. Last time, Han Sen set up an auto-release system. Once a day, a chapter would be released. He had never seen the results or what became of it. Published at 20th of March 2019 9:46 and 46 seconds AM Chapter 1282 Han Sen brought Ji Yanran, Bauer, and Zero with him on the spacecraft to visit Otto Planet. Otto Planet was one big holiday resort, and a single ticket was all it took for a visitor to enjoy the plethora of services available there. Chasing respite, you could eat and play to your heart's content. After being given access to the planet, everything there was free. Aside from the caveat that you couldn't take anything home with you, as that would be theft. Since only the most high-class citizens could typically afford a vacation planet, tickets were very expensive. Those who went there were the sorts with fat wallets and thick purses. And for certain additional services, people were expected to open said currency holders to experience them. Han Sen's ticket was all-inclusive, however. He would be able to enjoy every single service available at his own pleasure and disclosure. Nothing was off-limits for his visit. That being said, he wasn't interested in making use of any of the special services. He was happy enough with what the ordinary tickets provided. Right now, Bauer was playing with an animal that looked like an oversized, brightly capped mushroom. This, like the rest of Planet Otto's wildlife, was a tame creature. The animals that roamed the planet were mostly docile, friendly, and highly intelligent. Mushroom-like creatures were also the dominant species, able to be seen more than any other animal. They were plush, cuddly, and lacking limbs. Whether that was their reason for not being hostile was up for debate. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were in the sea, enjoying the water and sunshine. Zero was spread out on the beach, gorging on a slightly concerning swathe of foods and drinks. Han Sen suddenly recalled that he hadn't yet uploaded the second volume of Overbearing President Love Luov. Not wanting to disappoint his friend, no matter how eccentric he may have been, Han Sen decided to depart the sea and return to the beach to sort out what he had promised Xie Qing King. He separated the chapters and set them up for automatic release at a certain time each and every day. "Excuse me." As Han Sen was sorting it out, a woman spoke to him in a hushed, almost trembling tone. Han Sen looked up and saw two girls standing nearby. They looked to be about 18 years old, and the way they stood was almost as if they were unsure if they might be provoking a wild animal. "May I help you, ladies?" Han Sen asked the two. As he did, he thought to himself, "It sucks to be famous. Not even sunglasses can hide my hot looks. Perhaps I should get a pair for my abs, too. And in regards to having so many fans, I should really work on my signature. Are you Xie Qing King?" The girls had a jittery stance, and the pitch of their voices was erratic. "Xie Qing King." "No." Han Sen vehemently denied it. "Well, we happened to see you uploading the second volume just now," but don't worry. We won't tell anyone you're him. Oh, gosh. We are your biggest fans. And the wait for a new volume has been so painful. The initial nervousness of the girls had been washed away by a sudden burst of excitement, and they now spoke to Han Sen with a near-rabid look in their eyes. Han Sen tried telling them he wasn't Xie Qin King, but nothing he said made them believe it. They just thought he was being humble, and not fond of the limelight. Bossman, your secret is ours. We pledge this to you. We won't whisper this to another soul. You can count on it. The girls said, and then they left, giggling violently to themselves. Han Sen quickly opened Skynet and hurried over to the website he had released Xie Qin King's comic on. Keep going, Bossman. Don't let it end here. I'm really loving your comic. If you ever need a baby maker, I'm your gal. PM me. A lady with long legs and big boobs is seeking your love. Mr. President, feel free to arrange a hookup so you can fondle my boobs to your heart's content. Mr. President, I've just hit 18. I suppose now I can leave you my number for some raunchy fun. You are my god. Capital G. You saved my soul. Mr. President, when is the next release? Please update the comic with a new volume. I'm dying to find out what happens next. Still no new update. I'm jonesing for my next fix here. The comic was far more popular than Han Sen could have anticipated. Across the entire webcomic community, the comic had surged from the lowly positions of unknown authors without an established fandom to the lofty position of number 2 on the Power Rankings chart. It was quite the surprise, considering updates were so infrequent. It had been half a month since the last update, so its continued charting was something that was almost unheard of. The Power Rankings were a fickle thing, too. If the updates came at a steady pace, it'd undoubtedly reach first place on the chart. I'm a super aristocrat. How can Xie Qin King write some ridiculous comic and achieve such widespread fame and acclaim? Han Sen felt as if he had been shortchanged. Pa! Quite the charmer, huh? What did you do this time to end up merrily chatting with 2 young girls while your wife was left to swim alone? Han Sen turned around to see Ji Yanran, with a fire blazing in her eyes. Few things terrified Han Sen. He could stand up to emperor-class spirits without fear, but before his wife's scorn, his knees were jelly and his resolve was wet salt. No, you misunderstand. You've misunderstood the misunderstanding. They were talking with who they believed to be Xie Qin King. After that, Han Sen did his best to explain who Xie Qin King was. And then he proceeded to tell her about the comic. Ji Yanran had encountered spirits before, but she had never forged a friendship with one, as Han Sen did with many. I thought spirits were all heinous, murdering, hall-dwelling, boss battle-type fiends. Ji Yanran said, with a confused look. Many of them are, but Xie Qin King is special, that's for sure, Han Sen said. Han Sen then turned to look at Bauer, who seemed to have grown a following of her own. She was more popular than the much-adored wildlife of the resort, judging from the crowd that had gathered. Han Sen then saw the group approach, with a short-haired girl carrying Bauer in her arms. I am a professional warframe operator of the Alliance. My name is Xia Yusen, are you Bauer's father? The girl was polite in her introduction and subsequent questioning. Yes. Has she been misbehaving again? Han Sen asked, standing up. No, she's a delightful thing. But she did mention her father was a remarkable warframe operator, and even went so far as to strike up a bet on your behalf. If you win, we'll deliver a shipload of candy to her from my home planet. If you lose, we are provided the opportunity to spend a few days in Bauer's company, Xia Yusen explained succinctly, not wanting a misunderstanding. Han Sen looked at Bauer, who was staring back at him with pleading eyes. She clearly wanted Han Sen to take the woman up on the bet. But it was clear to Han Sen that all she wanted was the candy that was up for grabs. Okay, let's have a match. Han Sen smiled. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:07 and 29 seconds AM Chapter 1283. You're serious? You want to challenge me? Xia Yusin was legitimately surprised. WAA was the top Warframe league across the entire alliance. Those who were eligible to compete in such a league were the best of the best, true professionals in every sense of the word. They might not have received much fame, but that was no slight to their talents. Han Sen put Bauer on his shoulder and said, "If Bauer made this deal, I'd be foolish to turn this down. I wouldn't want to disappoint her." A young man then stepped forward to ask Han Sen, "You know what the WAA is, don't you?" Han Sen shook his head to tell them he didn't. Aside from those who were invested in the Warframe community, it was not likely people would know about each league there was. Han Sen spent most of his time in the sanctuaries, so he genuinely had no clue as to what the WAA was. Xia Yusin, and all who followed her, were given a shock. "Might I ask, where did you learn to operate a Warframe?" Xia Yusin nervously asked. "Oh, let's see. I think it was during my time in the military school," Han Sen said. Everyone was becoming breathless with their repeated gasps. The crowd that had come now looked amongst themselves, all with looks of confusion on their faces. What Han Sen had just told them was basically the equivalent of learning a sport through what you've seen on the telly. "We'll go to the holographic room. There's no need to make use of real Warframes. We like Bauer," Xia Yusin said. "Okay." Han Sen then turned around and asked Ji Yanran and Zero, "Would you two like to wait here, or would you like to come and watch?" "We'd love to go," Ji Yanran exclaimed, pulling Zero roughly by her arms. Everyone promptly went to the holographic room. The opponents took their positions. Xia Yusin winked to Bauer and said, "If your father loses, you are ours." "My daddy-o won't lose," Bauer said, emotionlessly. Her flat tone was almost creepy. "Bauer, I would like you to remember this word, professional. That's what I am." After that, Xia Yusin entered the holographic machine. Han Sen then passed Bauer over to Ji Yanran. After that, he entered the holographic machine. After the two entered the battleground, the lobby displayed a screen for all spectators to watch. "Go Dad!" Bauer shouted, in support of Han Sen. Bauer then punched the palm of her other hand, proclaiming, "When I win, all that candy will be mine." Everyone in the lobby had gathered around to watch. Then, another woman appeared there, wearing sunglasses. "Xiao Qing, why are you here?" The woman looked shocked at seeing everyone there. A young man turned around then and asked, "Why have you come here, sister?" Hearing Xiao Qing call her sister, everyone turned to look at her. "Is that your big sister?" "Is that our idol?" another young man asked. "How many sisters do I have?" Xiao Qing said, with a long roll of his eyes. "You're Yu Qianquan." Everyone gasped in shock. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing herself to be the ace operator that she was. Xiao Qing was a professional, but even he could not compete with the talents of Yu Qianquan. "What are you doing here?" Yu Qianquan asked. Xiao Qing explained what was going on, which prompted Yu Qianquan to then ask, "Why are you trying to hustle a random person? The little girl is too cute. We want to spend some time with her. We told her father we're from the WAA, and yet he still agreed," Xiao Qing pleaded in defense. Yu Qianquan did not say anything more, as the match was about to begin. She was shocked, seeing Han Sen's Warframe. SKTS. Who uses an old model like that in this day and age? I'm surprised that thing is not a rusted mound of bolts and scrap. Xiao Qing wanted to laugh, but he noticed something, and then went on to ask, "Sister, didn't you advertise this model?" "Yes. It has been many years since then, Yu Qianxuan said. She had done many adverts for Super Warframes in the past, but the SKTS was the only model she had not operated herself. She sighed and then said, "It is a shame this guy did not take a career as a Warframe operator. He'd be a legend." Yu Qianxuan seemed to take great interest in the fight that was about to unfold, and so she watched the screen intently. Xia Yusen recognized Han Sen's Warframe and identified it as the supremely outdated SKTS. This did not boost her confidence, though. She was humble enough to realize she had underestimated her opponent. But she herself was using a Sky Warrior, a model that was, for all intents and purposes, better than the SKTS. The SKTS did not have much in terms of weaponry and firepower, so even though its infrastructure was weaker and more fragile, it wasn't as if it made up for it with greater damage output. She wanted to showcase her agility, so she pulled out her laser sword and ran forward. Han Sen had not operated a Warframe for a while, so he chose to use the old SKTS. After all, it was the model he was most comfortable with and knowledgeable about. Han Sen moved around and got into the groove of its use again, despite acknowledging he was still quite rusty. Fortunately, Han Sen had a high fitness. So, any bumps he took as he got comfy with the SKTS again were no big deal. Han Sen laughed, seeing his opponent come at him with a close-quarter combat weapon. It surprised even him that she did not seek to use ranged weaponry. If she was a real soldier, she wouldn't behave that way. The Warframes of the Alliance were mostly for show, so range was favored in almost every way. It was strange how she wished to showcase her talents and impress the audience through close-quarter combat. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:07 and 16 seconds AM Chapter 1284. Seeing the Sky Warrior approach, Han Sen wasn't going to fall back or be intimidated. Eagerly, he thrust forward to meet with it, his own laser sword in hand. The SKTS lacked mobility in comparison to the opposition, however. The speed and thrusting capabilities were inferior to the model he was going up against, which put him at a disadvantage when it came to the needs for agility, and there'd be no way around that. Still, Han Sen wasn't fazed by this. At the end of the day, he firmly believed, the victor was determined by the operator's skill. Everything boiled down to how well the operator controlled their machine in the thick of things, from the delicate ballet of movement to the timing of attack, and all the little things in between. It wasn't too far off battling without being inside such a machine. Han Sen might not have been able to drive as well as Xia Yusen, and the lack of recent practice with Warframes would usually result in a loss and the opponent being stronger. But Han Sen had a higher fitness and a better level of judgment, and with that, he was going to even the odds. Xia Yusen was only an evolver, so her fitness wasn't even comparable. Of course, fitness was not the end-all, be-all of Warframe operation. His higher fitness level would help to close the gap, but he still needed to control his Warframe well. And that came down to raw, simple talent with the machines. Han Sen's skill with the Warframe was still a little rusty, though, so he knew he had to rely on his fitness and judgment to help even the odds. The audience were chatting a lot before the match, but when the fight began, they all fell silent. Weird. This guy looks sloppy, but then, why is Xia Yusen having a hard time defeating him? This should have been over real quick. Is she playing poorly on purpose? No way. The SKTS was inferior on all fronts, and it wasn't being operated as smoothly as it could have been. The audience was primarily composed of self-asserted professionals. They might not have been the best in existence, but they really were proficient and knowledgeable when it came to watching and using Warframes. They could all clearly see that Han Sen was a little rusty. But the Sky Warrior, despite all its bells and whistles, and the fact it was taking every advantage, seemed to be the one getting beaten back. It was a perplexing sight, and for all intents and purposes, it should not have been happening. Xia Yusen, on the field of play, was unsure of what was going on herself. Because Han Sen hadn't used a Warframe in a long time, so he often made mistakes. Yet in a warframe fight, a mistake could very well be fatal, and a killing strike could come before the operator even acknowledged the blunder they had made. Knowing and understanding the constant mistakes he was making, she felt as if she should have destroyed him several times over by now. But as time went on, she realized she couldn't. She wished to take advantage of every slip Han Sen made, but whenever she tried to, she was unsuccessful. It was frustrating, and it was starting to get her flustered. She almost thought he had to be purposefully playing with her. When Han Sen made a mistake, it almost seemed deliberate. He'd slip in a spot she didn't expect him to be, or he'd simply be too far away for her to reach. Some mistakes even enabled Han Sen to dodge her attacks. This battle was starting to stress Xia Yusen out, as it was unlike anything she had ever had to deal with before. If she was to be beaten by someone who was much stronger, plain and simple, that would be fine. But this opponent was, for all accounts, supposed to be much weaker. And yet, no matter what she tried, she could not defeat him. She knew she could, and she knew she should have been able to, but she just couldn't. She kept on attacking, not realizing she had been pushed into a corner. Han Sen found himself having a lot of fun with his warframe, and it took him back to his days in the military school. Am I getting old, thinking about the past? Nostalgia is the quotidian beast of aging, Han Sen thought. Han Sen was using Heavenly Go to dictate his movements. Han Sen made many mistakes, but he was able to predict each move his opponent was going to make, which had his mistakes fall in spots where he would be fine. Han Sen wished the fight would last longer, and he found it disappointing that he was so close to finishing her off. Xia Yusen kept on attacking without reprieve, unaware of where Han Sen had led her. The audience, seeing everything, knew the Sky Warrior would be backed into a corner soon, and when that happened, her abilities would be severely limited. What's going on? Yu Shaoqing asked. The professionals in the audience were not the best operators out there, and even they were perplexed by what had happened. Yu Qianquan was in a league of her own, so if anyone could elucidate the bewildering proceedings, it'd be her. Yu Qianquan helped to clear things up by saying, "You have unwittingly tried to hustle an elite." No way. He makes too many mistakes to be considered an elite. If we made those mistakes, the coach would be yelling at us until he was blue in the face. Yu Shaoqing didn't believe what he had been told. Others were of a similar opinion, not believing Han Sen was a pro. Yu Qianquan went on to say, "You might operate your warframes better than he does, but on a real battleground, this man would kill you. Are you pulling my leg? Is he really that good?" The struggle to believe her was real. While they were talking, the Sky Warrior was pushed into a corner. And when she herself realized what had happened, it was too late for her to do anything. The SKTS struck her warframe, breaking it completely. Xia Yusen exited the holographic machine with red eyes. She was not afraid of losing, but it felt as if she had been misled. The opponent was weak, and she had not at all anticipated such a defeat. She was an adult though. Her eyes were very red, but she did not cry. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:06 and 58 seconds AM Chapter 1285. Xia Yusen returned to Yu Shaoqing's side and saw Yu Qianquan beside him, also. She asked, "Qianquan?" Yu Qianquan stroked her head gently and told her, "It's fine. There is no need for shame, you have merely encountered a genuine professional, that's all." Did he pretend to be a noob to trick me? Did he hustle me? Xia Yusen's sadness started to develop an undercurrent of frustration and anger. "Not really," Yu Qianquan said. She looked over to the holographic machine and then said, "But let me give him a go." "Yes. Avenge my defeat," Su Shaoqing proclaimed. "There is no vengeance to be had," Yu Qianquan rebutted. But before she reached the machine, Han Sen came strolling out as casually as he had first entered. Han Sen, Yu Qianquan. When they crossed paths, they spoke each other's names in startled surprise. You two know each other? Su Shaoqing asked. Su Qianquan said, don't tell me you don't know about humanity's first super aristocrat. The expressions of the two young ones now turned to shock, and they both squealed, this guy is the Han Sen. Yu Qianquan said nothing more to them. Instead, she merely waved to Han Sen and spoke to him like the old friend he was. Long time, no see. You haven't changed a bit, Han Sen said. Everyone was now fighting amongst each other to talk to Han Sen, and Xia Yusen's bitterness had turned to complete sweetness. She would have felt terrible, losing the way she had to some commoner. But she was happy to let a superstar like Han Sen pound her all day. Matching with a person like that, she felt she had been extremely fortuitous. Winning or losing did not concern her at all if she was going up against him. It was privilege enough to share the same air with him, she thought. Furthermore, she was still just an evolver. Han Sen, on the other hand, had managed to take down an emperor's shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Yu Qianquan then introduced her friends to Han Sen, while he also introduced to them his wife, Ji Yanran, and his companion, Zero. Han Sen felt very relaxed after that, and he had a good time in the company of his new acquaintances. Pressure was omnipresent back in the sanctuaries. This vacation came at the right time, he felt. It had really done him a lot of good, having a holiday like this, after the trials he had recently overcome. After the holiday was over, though, he decided to return to the sanctuary. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit Level, Surpass a Lifespan, 400 Evolution Requirement, 100 Geno Points Own Geno Points, 100 Ordinary Geno Points, 100 Primitive Geno Points, 100 Mutant Geno Points, 100 Sacred Geno Points, 93 Super Geno Points. Han Sen only needed 7 more points to completely max out. His fitness was 3,700, a staggering sum. When Han Sen eventually reached demigod status, however, he'd do so at the number of 7,000. Han Sen asked Dry Bone King about Saint Fan Shelter. Han Sen had Little Silver, Purple Emperor, and now Serpent Throne for diligent companions, and he believed it would be enough to take on Saint Fan. Han Sen actually had an advantage over the spirits. While he only lived once, he had no spirit stone. And having no spirit stone meant nothing worthwhile could be stolen while he was away. Even if Thunder Hell Shelter was claimed by another force, in the time he would be gone, he could return and promptly reclaim it. Dry Bone King told Han Sen everything he could about Saint Fan Emperor and his shelter. Han Sen could paint a greater picture and imagine how well fortified the place would be, with the super creatures that protected it. It would be a fight more difficult than what had previously taken place on the plains. The primary problem with assaulting the place, though, would be securing the initial insertion point. Han Sen could not walk right up to the shelter, as there was a broad, moat-like lake of holy water encircling it. To get across, he'd need, at the very least, the protection only Water Fairy could provide. Han Sen approached her and asked if she also had the ability to bring Blue Dinosaur. Water Fairy answered his request by telling him, I can do that, but none of you will be able to do battle across the holy water. If Saint Fan attacks us as we cross, there will be nothing I can do to stop him. Is there another way we might be able to get in? Han Sen asked, with a frown. Water Fairy suggested, you could always blow up the lake it sits at the center of. Blow up the lake. Han Sen paused for a minute, then rephrased her request to see if he understood. You mean to suggest we drain the water, or at least get it away, by blowing it up? Precisely. The holy water is a purified substance, it's not actually water. It conducts raw power. If we feed it enough power, and go beyond what it can naturally hold, we can blow it all up, Water Fairy said. I love this idea. Blowing things up never gets old. Han Sen was keen on the idea, and so after hearing that, he hastily rallied his troops and set off on a march to Saint Fan Shelter. The lake that encompassed the shelter was further encircled by a wide emerald expanse. Rodman hailed from East Crack Planet. He had been stuck at that shelter ever since he became a surpasser, and that was 70 years ago. The only thing he was allowed to do there was water the flowers every day. The holy flowers resided in the center of the shelter like a big parasol. They were like some shield generator, too, as they kept the holy water from penetrating the shelter. There were 200 humans there, suffering in the same conditions he was. Some had been there 2 years, whereas others had been there an entire century. Regardless of their circumstances, they were practically one and the same. Once they entered the shelter, they were completely robbed of their freedom. Rodman often thought about ending his own life, but he could never muster up the last bit of courage required for the act. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:06 and 48 seconds AM Chapter 1286 All the humans, spirits, and creatures of the shelter were able to become a part of Saint Fan Emperor, reduced to a bulbous, fleshy mass whenever the wretched spirit desired the transformation. Many of the elder people considered committing suicide to avoid such a ghastly fate. But they knew that if they tried, Saint Fan would have them resurrected and forced to endure a punishment far greater than any that a grueling death could deal them. Rodman was more hopeless than ever, acknowledging the grisly doom that might inevitably await him. Mustering the strength to march on as a slave, each and every day, with a wicked noose such as that above their heads was a monumental achievement, especially with the knowledge that not even the mercy of death could ever be obtained. For the human residents of Saint Fan's shelter, hope was nothing more than a hazy memory of some ancient concept they were once familiar with. It was a distant stranger that never ventured there anymore. Like he did every other day, Rodman went to fetch water for the flowers. The waters might as well have been prison walls, and he wished for nothing more than to view the sky above with perfect clarity. Having to see the sky through the dreamy current of the water made it seem unreal. But then, all of a sudden, Rodman noticed the flicker of a foreign shadow. He could immediately tell it was a human, a young man, no less. He recognized this because the young man was wearing a battle suit that belonged to the Alliance. Rodman had seen something similar to this 2 years ago, and it wasn't exactly customary for spirits to don the garb of humans. But it was lovely to see, as it was a reminder of home. Has he come from another shelter? If he has, he needs to make himself scarce. If the spirits see him, he's going to have a bad time. As Rodman thought of this, more dark figures started to come into sight. He saw a shadow shaped like a big dinosaur, a spirit that looked like a skeleton, and many others. Rodman was disappointed by this, though, thinking the young man was probably a slave to the spirits that were accompanying him. Rodman wished it was one big bunch of humans he had seen, perhaps that would restore some of the hope that had long since abandoned him. I think too much, same as always. What a fool I am, to think people can be free in this wretched realm. Ugh, I should have just stayed home and become a family man. Rodman almost laughed, but he knew it was a laugh brought on by the years of torture and slavery. He had been driven mad over the years, or so he felt. But just as he thought to disregard the shadows that seemed to be headed his way, the young man did something. The young man had turned to say something to the spirits and creatures that had come with him, and they seemed to diligently listen and do whatever it was they were instructed to do. Is this an illusion brought on by the spores of that latest funky flower? Rodman rubbed his eyes to make sure what he saw was legit. Why would spirits and creatures listen to the commands issued by a human? I really need to watch myself with those plants. They even gave me a rash last week, Rodman thought, realizing his vision was unimpaired. It was strange, seeing the young man there, standing atop the lake. He wasn't quite sure what they were planning, but regardless, he had never seen anything like this transpire before. After a short while of discussion, the group split up. When Rodman watched what happened next, he slapped his own jaw in disbelief. Rodman had only seen super creatures and king spirits possess the power he was now witnessing. What are they doing, gathering up power like that? Rodman pondered. He had lived here for more than a few decades, and this was the first time he had ever seen anyone venture this close. Venturing near and causing trouble seemed like a fool's errand, but he had the sneaking suspicion they wouldn't be doing what they were if they didn't have a plan. A massive light erupted across the whole lake, and that was when Rodman noticed something. Boom! What he saw then was something he'd likely never forget. The lake water had been dyed with a strange color, and then it blew up. An explosion occurred, and all the water of the lake went with it. Only faint raindrops followed after that. Rodman could now see the outside world fully. He could see the sky, rain, and grass again, and there, he saw the young man. It wasn't just a human with a pleasant face, it was a human with a pleasant face and confidence. It was a young man who looked happy and carefree, and not one who was miserable and hopeless. In Saint Fan's shelter, sadness was the primary craft of human expression. A miserable thing, but alas, that was it. Okay, lads. It's time for an even greater display of your powers. Rodman heard the declaration the young man issued, and then the spirits and creatures rampaged forward. Are they actually obeying this young man? Who in the sanctuaries is he? Rodman was frozen stiff, suspended by sheer disbelief. The next second, an angry voice sounded from the shelter. Who blew up my lake? Saint Fan madly cried out. Human Emperor Han Sen, you scrub. Rodman heard this and then thought, can humans truly rival emperors in strength? Is this the sort of stuff I've been missing out on during my years in this sordid armpit of the third god's sanctuary? But suddenly, Rodman lost all control of his body. He was pulled over toward Saint Fan. It wasn't just him either. Every living thing was drawn towards the enraged spirit, from the creatures to the plants. Is this young man enough of a threat for Saint Fan to draw everything to him? Rodman wondered, but he believed it. And it was this belief that made him happy, even with the wretched circumstance that was about to befall him. Rodman was drawn to and became a part of Saint Fan and lost all control of his body. Whether it was a fortunate thing or not, though, his mind was still his own. He could see and mull over everything that was about to happen. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:06 and 30 seconds AM Chapter 1287. When Han Sen saw Saint Fan absorb every living being in the shelter, he was taken aback. He was going to grab the spirit stone while the silver fox kept it busy, but that didn't seem a likely possibility now. All right, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Han Sen drew Taya and his phoenix sword. The silver fox and purple emperor flew up high, ready to swoop. Serpent Throne had taken on the form of the chef, straight from Hell's Kitchen. She was ready to slice and dice whichever foe came her way, like Satan's personal butcher. Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, Xie Qing King, Dry Bone King, Qing Sun King, Thorn Queen, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, and even Moment Queen now rushed forward like the Light Brigade. They were to be a merciless wave of death and destruction. Saint Fan had absorbed a ludicrous number of creatures, spirits, and other life forms, but against the wrath of 3 emperors, not even he was sure he could triumph. The tides had turned on him. The silver fox gathered up a large charge of lightning, and tried to fry Saint Fan's body with it. Purple Emperor lopped off a large chunk of Saint Fan's fleshy, bulbous body. The strike was so clean, it could not regenerate. The chef's cleaver peeled fine slices of the spirit's wretched biomass off, like strips of beef, ready to be thrown into a hot pot. Han Sen didn't do half as much as he was expected to, and he was more or less like an onlooker, observing Saint Fan's beating. But suddenly, Saint Fan's original form began to take shape. He spoke, stern and sullen, to say, Han Sen, are you really going to kill me? You are already dead, Han Sen said. Saint Fan laughed and proclaimed, sure, you can kill me. That much is obvious by now. But by killing me, you doom the lives of all the others, too. Saint Fan gestured, and then a number of humans were revealed as being a part of the ugly, horrendous mush that formed the spirit's mutated body. Han Sen frowned, never imagining Saint Fan would use humans. And he thought it even sicker that Saint Fan would use them as a negotiating chip. So, do you want this to continue? Killing me means killing them. Their blood will, I assure you, stain your hands. Can you really tolerate their deaths on your conscience? Saint Fan said with a callous tone. Saint Fan could read the minds of the humans he had absorbed, and he knew this hostage trick would work. It wouldn't work on spirits, but it most certainly worked on the humans. Han Sen didn't relent. He frowned at the nagging of his conscience, but he still allowed the attack to continue. He had to kill Saint Fan. There was no question there. For as long as he lived, the humans that joined his shelter were already as good as dead. But still, it hurt Han Sen to even fathom having to be the direct result of a human's death. Rodman was surprised, more than anything. The human was such a threat to Saint Fan that the spirit had to use such a dirty trick. Rodman didn't think he could become any more disgusted with Saint Fan's behavior, and more than anything, he wanted the spirit to pay. With his now hideous, grotesque face, he managed to yell out, "Kill him. Pay us no heed." The other humans also began to speak out with their pained, distorted voices. It was like a chant, in which they urged Han Sen to go forward with what he had planned to do and not look back. They wanted him to bring an end to Saint Fan. Yes, kill the pig. We have endured far too much as it is. Our lives, for the most part, have been good. We will thank you and send you our warmest wishes from the afterlife. Please. End our torment and slay this horrid spirit. Free us. Rodman and the others all told Han Sen to kill the spirit and not think about saving them. Saint Fan merely watched. Saint Fan had allowed them to speak this way. If he had wanted them silent, he would have shut them up. Saint Fan thought if they did this, it would lighten Han Sen's resolve to free them, rather than harden it. He thought it would give Han Sen cold feet, and he'd not proceed with what he had come to the shelter to do. Han Sen frowned. He acknowledged saving them would be impossible. Killing Saint Fan would result in the deaths of them all, but if the monstrous spirit wasn't killed, they'd all remain as slaves. It was impossible to get Saint Fan to free them, too. And Saint Fan knew that the humans were the best hope he had of survival, at this point. Han Sen thought Saint Fan's shelter couldn't be moved, but then, the spirit absorbed the entire construct into him. If Saint Fan got away, carrying the shelter with him, Han Sen might never find him again. Saint Fan did not know Han Sen would come here with another 2 emperors. And neither did he expect Han Sen to have so many troops, with enough power to blow up the lake. As he mulled all this, his belief Han Sen would let him go began to wane. He wanted to get out of there before the attacks resumed. Kill him! Rodman exclaimed. Saint Fan smiled. Saint Fan's mind changed again, thinking now, after a long pause, Han Sen might not be able to do it. Han Sen was incredibly angry. He knew he could kill Saint Fan with ease, but he couldn't just kill the humans. Little Silver knew Han Sen was hesitating, and he knew the reasons why. If it wasn't for the humans, even the furry fox knew Saint Fan would be dead now. I am so sorry, guys. Han Sen gritted his teeth, and after a deep breath, issued his final command. Take him down. His companions heard the order and then moved in to attack. Saint Fan was shocked, and so then he took over the minds of the humans. Please save us. You murderer. You're actually going to do this. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the spirits, not humans. You were supposed to bring balance to the sanctuary, not leave it in darkness. I'm so young. I'm not ready to die. What about my wife and kids? You can't do this. Please, help me. I'm begging you, don't do this. The silver fox doubted the legitimacy of these cries. He suspected it was Saint Fan controlling their minds, but still, even little Silver was feeling bad about moving in to fulfill the command he had been issued. Suddenly, though, a red beam hit Saint Fan's eyebrow. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:06 and 18 seconds AM Chapter 1288. Everyone was shocked by what happened. Even Saint Fan's face twitched, as an expression of horrid surprise suddenly overcame him. Between his two eyebrows was a wound that bled. The Emperor could regenerate broken tissue, so the small, phantom wound that had been inflicted should have been fine and nothing of much concern. But it bled profusely, with no sign of recovery. And from the twitching muscles of his face, one could suspect Saint Fan was in some sort of agony. And with his utter silence and refusal to move, the entire scene was like a paused videotape, cliff-hanging a big reveal. Suddenly, cracks began to form across the disheveled biomass. From afar, it looked like the ugliest vase in the market had been broken, then put back together again with swathes of glue. Roar! Saint Fan roared to the skies above as his webbed-looking body began to fall apart. Creatures, spirits, and humans all began to fall out of the mucus-laden mound of flesh. Somehow, they had been spared from the biomass and set free without damage to their bodies. Even the shelter and its holy flower had fallen out of the horrendous mass, seemingly without harm. Saint Fan's forehead was cascading blood, and the fact that the wound was so small added to the creepiness of the scene. It was extremely unnerving. Blurg! Saint Fan spat out some blood from his mouth now, and a red light then flew out in Han Sen's direction. Saint Fan was on the precipice of being done, and when he teetered to the brink and plummeted off, he did so in the grisliest fashion possible. His body, and what remained of the biomass, exploded into a bloody, snotty mess across the region. The red light did not seem to venture towards the shelter, but all the same, Han Sen heard a spirit stone-like gem shatter. The sound was unmistakable. The humans were all in disbelief, rolling around trying to regain composure after what had just happened. And what's more, they felt the contracts binding them to Saint Fan break. They looked around, stunned. The joy they sought to feel caught up to them through the days, and the spirits and creatures that had escaped the biomass with them tried to flee. Han Sen commanded his companions to go after the super creatures. Then, he turned around to look at someone who had tagged along, unannounced. He turned to look at Zero. Zero's hair was a little purplish, but that color was on the retreat and had almost vanished. The humans moved forward to thank Han Sen. They saw the red light head in Han Sen's direction, and thus believed it was he who had unleashed that magnificent blow. He wasn't keen to correct them, though. And after the brief session of applause, Han Sen raced over to the spirit hall. There, he saw Saint Fan's spirit stone in pieces. The humans all returned to the Alliance with much excitement. Some of them had been trapped inside the shelter for over a century, so they weren't even sure if their friends or family would still be there. They had a most strange mood as they returned home. All in all, Han Sen's companions had managed to slay 7 super creatures and 6 king spirits. Through doing this, they had obtained 7 life geno essences and 1 beast soul. Han Sen gladly accepted the spoils of war. Rodman's return shook the Alliance to its very core, as he announced that Han Sen had taken down another Emperor's shelter and saved 200 humans in the process. The humans were fine with giving their statements to the media, and recounting their tale of what happened on the day they were saved. A documentary was made about it, and it was aptly titled, The First Human Emperor. Right now, Han Sen was more interested in Zero, though. Han Sen knew it was her who had killed Saint Fan, yet she accepted no fanfare and was not keen to even let others know it was her who had stepped in to save the day. Han Sen remembered the red light, and he found it oddly reminiscent of the bone dagger she had once procured, under the strangest of conditions. That was fuel for his mind to wander and think. Han Sen did not know if it was the bony knife itself, or if it was the Azura Sutra's power that propelled the skill she had unleashed to resolve the situation. "Zero, do you mind telling me how you killed Saint Fan?" Han Sen asked her in as gentle a tone of voice as he could fabricate. "You taught me," Zero said. "I did." "Ah, you mean the Azura Sutra thing I once asked you to read?" Han Sen half asked her, thinking he knew what she meant but wanting a confirmation of her all the same. Zero nodded, and then added the simple sentence, "and the dagger." Han Sen knew it had to be one of the two, but it seemed as if she didn't quite know which one either. Han Sen trusted Zero, but the Azura Sutra was incredibly powerful and so was she. It was almost frightening. But it looked like the curiosity that was Zero, and the mystery surrounding her, were still present. Answers might not be achieved that day, but the event had renewed Han Sen's interest in who she was, that much was for sure. This was why Han Sen never took to practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, amongst other reasons. It was weaker than the Dongxian Sutra, and not as pure as the Azura Sutra. But what concerned Han Sen the most was the fact Zero had come along and attacked. Han Sen could have killed Saint Fan, but the humans would have died along with the spirit. Han Sen could think of only one possibility for how Zero had separated the spirit from the rest. He believed the Azura Sutra had a target select, where damage was only wrought upon those who the caster wished to deal damage. The Azura Sutra might have well been the only skill there that allowed for the killing of Saint Fan, while saving the humans at the same time. That's the reason why Godslayer Luo is so famous. Ugh, I need to sort this out with little Yen, and I need to become a demigod quickly, Han Sen thought to himself. Godslayer Luo was a famous demigod, one held in a regard that was high above all others. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:06 am Chapter 1289. 2 years went by, and over that time, Han Sen sent out Purple Emperor to take down a number of shelters to pave the realm for more common human occupation. While he had managed to take down many shelters of a lesser rank, he had also been able to take down 3 Emperor shelters. Han Sen had maxed out his Geno points and practiced enough to open 9 gene locks for the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin. For some reason, no matter what he tried, he was unable to open his 10th. And his inability to do so, after so much time had elapsed, was rather frustrating. The same applied for the Bloodpulse Sutra as well. That, the Dongxian Sutra, and Jade Skin were all stuck with 9 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost managed to collect 1,000 Geno points. Once he reached 4 digits, he theorized, he could unlock the elusive 10th gene locks that had escaped him. Of course, that was all just educated guesswork. But everyone needed a target or goal to aim for, and that was his for the meantime. But Han Sen had been practicing Life Door consistently throughout the 2 years, as well, and he desperately wanted a breakthrough with it by this point. This was something else that was refusing to budge. Purple Emperor wanted more and more shelters to conquer and expand their influence and strength, but they soon moved as far as they could go. The human-occupied portion of the third god sanctuary they had managed to etch out was eventually bordered by mighty enemies not even they were able to overcome. It was a shame their expansion had come to an end, but Han Sen valued the prospect that there were still greater challenges for him to overcome someday. Needless to say, over the course of those 2 years, Han Sen had saved countless humans from the clutches of tyrannical spirits and made a name for himself far and wide across the sanctuary. To the spirits, he was an absolute menace of an emperor, and not a person looked on fondly. That, of course, was a result of him being a human, more than anything. And because of these deeds, new surpassers were able to spawn safely inside liberated shelters. The looming threat of doom after entering the sanctuary was no longer too strong, and evolvers were keener than ever to make the jump. Han Sen was hailed as a hero, and rightly so. Knowing he had gone as far as he could go in terms of strength, Han Sen decided it would be best to spend more time with his family. Going out with his family often, he found himself happier than he had been in a long time. Life was, for all intents and purposes, Good. Han-sen asked Uncle Bug how he might open life door, but he didn't receive an answer that helped. It took him 20 years to open it, and he was never sure what instigated the success, and he had no clue if there was an easier or better way to open it either. Uncle Bug did say he taught his family life door, though. And strangely, no matter how much they tried to master it, no one had been successful. So, even though Han-sen continued his practice with it, he put it on the back burner most of the time. He wasn't going to focus on it 100%, and instead, he opted to spend more time with his family. Han-sen, Ji Yanran, and Bauer were currently playing. Bauer was on a swing, which Han-sen merrily pushed. He suddenly froze, for some strange reason, despite having a blank mind that was not occupied with the thought of anything. Han-sen stopped pushing the swing, which prompted Bauer to suddenly leap onto Han-sen's back and ask, "Dad, why are you ignoring me?" Her voice was like an explosion, sounding directly in his eardrum. It made him shiver. But the shiver seemed to extend beyond a mere goosebump praising. He felt his life door open. All of a sudden, he felt revitalized. He felt as if he had been reborn anew. Han-sen had no idea how his life door had opened. "What are you laughing at?" Ji Yanran asked, noticing his sudden burst of merriment and laughter. "You guys are my lucky charms." Han-sen kissed Bauer and kissed Ji Yanran with a thick smooch. It really was just as Uncle Bug said. How it unlocked, he had no idea. This was the strangest thing Han-sen had ever taken the time to learn. But Han-sen wasn't one to question his blessings. He was grateful for its opening, and that was it. He wasn't keen on learning the specifics. When life door finished, Han-sen's body felt much better, yes, but no standout change could be noticed. Han-sen could feel the 9-life cat pendant pulsate with a certain energy, though. It was different from the power he occasionally felt when practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, the 9-life cat pendant felt like an actual creature, with its very own life force. It was just a pendant, so how or why it might have been alive confused Han-sen. Han-sen examined the pendant in closer detail, but he couldn't really learn anything new about it. And the technology available didn't elucidate anything for him either. Han-sen borrowed Bai Ishan's machine for the test. It was an inanimate object, as it should have been. Back in the sanctuary, just as Han-sen was going to check out another shelter, he frowned as he noticed something else. Han-sen felt a strong creature inside the shelter, and it wasn't one that belonged to him. The scariest thing was that it was lurking someplace near the spirit hall. This was Han-sen's favorite shelter, so intruders weren't the sort of thing to bring a smile to his face. Thinking unwelcome guests had come to invade, Han-sen's attitude quickly turned sour. "Why are you hiding?" Han-sen called out, as he looked at a pile of bones. Nothing responded, so Han-sen threw his fist into the bones to see if something was inside. A light flashed away from his incoming punch to evade it. He was keen to throw another punch, but something stayed his hand. It was the voice of a female, and it said, "I came all this way with an invitation, that is all. I came here to invite you to partake in the dining of holy baby fruit. Perhaps you are as brutish as the tales suggest, and had I known your behavior would be this wild, I wouldn't have come."